grab a seat. Let's grab a seat.
Good morning. Morning.
Let's grab a seat. Get on up in here. Hey, all right.
That's my friend right there.
All right, let's make some noise, Alliance family. Woo! Welcome to North Carolina, baby. So I've heard, Bill.
Yes. What'd you
hear? A little birdie told me that there are people that have flown in, drove in, Ubered in from all across America. So let's see what states we got represented. Rep your state. Where you at? Delaware. Delaware's in the building. Oklahoma.
Idaho, Washington, Maryland.
Washington, D.C. Colorado. Hey, to all my Colorado friends in North Carolina, that leafy stuff, it's not legal here. Just saying. Washington State.
That's right.
Virginia in the building. South Carolina. Where?
Florida.
Tennessee. What about the United States of America?
All right, y'all, I hope that you have brought your notebooks and your pencils. I hope you have brought your open mind and your open heart, because what's going to happen here today will change your life forever. I was once just like you, Terry and Tia, just like you. We showed up with an idea that there could be something more out there. And it has radically changed my life and my husband's life forever. And I cannot wait to share that with everyone in this room. So I don't know about you, Terry, but when I got here, I had forgotten how to dream until I came here and I got around people like Terry and Tia, who have no problem bringing the magic, who have no problem being excited in front of people. How many of y'all, when you were a kid, had no problem dancing in front of somebody, but now that you're an adult, you're afraid to be too loud, afraid to sit up front, afraid to be noticed? It's time to get noticed again. It's time to dream big again. It's time to share that enthusiasm and excitement again. So if you've lost that, let's bring it back. This is where it happens today. This is where you find it again.
Yeah, and listen, I know a lot of times we come to events like these and it's like, I'm just going so my upline can shut up. You know, more so going through the motions and just checking off a box. But I would highly recommend that, being that you took time out of your Saturday to get up early and come to a meeting like this, go ahead and decide that today I'm going to make some big decisions, because I've been told that big decisions are made at big events just like this, baby.
That's right. That's right.
So while you are here, let's lean in, okay? Look, limit your bathroom breaks if you can. Hold it until a break, because you never know when that life-changing nugget will come across that could change your perspective just by a little bit. Because I believe sometimes it's just that little nugget, that little piece of information that can change your mindset. And once your mind is changed, your checkbook will be changed.
That's
baby.
Right.
Is there anybody looking for an increase in their checkbook?
Right here.
I know that's right.
Yep.
Oh, y'all ain't excited enough. I said, is there anybody that's excited about increase in your checkbook, baby? I still can't hear you. Is there anybody that's excited about an increase in your checkbook? Well, ladies and gentlemen, y'all get on your feet, because I'm about to bring the man that started it all over 20 years ago in his basement right down the street in Union Ridge, North Carolina. This guy, his name is Andy Albright. When I first met Andy, I fell in love with him. The reason I fell in love with him, because I asked him not what he was doing, not how he was doing it. I asked him, why are you still going? Look at this place. The cars downstairs, multiple homes, jet planes, private stock ponds. Y'all seen him all over Instagram and YouTube, flying all across the country. He changed time zones like some of us change draws. I said, Andy, why are you still doing it? He said, Terry, my great-grandchildren are taken care of, but yours can't. And I fell in love with a man who is no longer working for money, but is working for a mission. And here our mission is to defeat this war on poverty.
That's right.
And that war begins at your house, and the war begins at my house. And then once we get free, we bring the masses with us. So stand up on your feet and welcome to the stage our CEO, our El Capitan, Andy.
How y'all doing? Good morning. Y'all grab a seat. Man, Terry Edwards, Bell Krause, done got me fired up this morning. How many of y'all know motivation comes from the inside, but sometimes it comes from outside? Somebody, a book, a meeting. And Terry was talking about, I don't know if y'all heard it, but have y'all heard about the most motivational book I have ever read in my life? Anybody? Who's not heard? Yeah, who's heard about it? Y'all know? How many of y'all know my most motivational book? My motivational book. I was sitting down I was in Denver. We got some guys here from Denver. A couple guys from Denver. Yeah. I was in Denver having breakfast. And this man sitting there with his wife, and he said, Mr. Albright, he said, I'm having trouble getting motivated. What do I need to do? I said, well, read a book. He said, what book? I said, most motivational book I've ever read in my life. He said, what book would that be? I said, it's called my check book. And his wife was sitting right there. I said, read that checkbook to your wife every once in a while, and maybe she'd provide a little extra motivation for you. I'm just so glad she didn't ask me, how do I motivate my man? I'd say refer back to the checkbook, I guess. I don't know. What motivates you? God. My wife does motivate me. I remember she got up on this stage, right here. And she was talking, it might have been in Raleigh, North Carolina, and she had some articles of clothing, and she demonstrated, she put them out of a tiny pocketbook and showed them to people, and she said, these are very motivational to my husband. And I was like, never a truer statement has been spoken. And she was just encouraging others to motivate others. So, I think the Bible talks about that one, motivational, helping each other out, making a difference in people's lives. I know money won't solve everything, but it'll buy you a boat and a truck to pull it. My friend Stevie Davies back there, he said it's hard not to be happy when you're riding a jet ski. When I had to get my mind right this morning to get up in that G-Wagon, XX, whatever you call it this morning, I was happy. It was painful, stretching to get up in there. And I cautioned everybody to be careful getting out of it this morning because I didn't want to get injured and provide another lawsuit opportunity for my attorney. But I was just happy telling them that. I like to say this, and I know, see, people are so judgmental. Have y'all noticed that? I like to say this when I start out a meeting. I have a little chair sitting here because I was chasing a lion the other day in Africa, and we was on a Jeep, and it was bumping so much, it just jarred my back. And when I got home, I couldn't even hardly walk. So now I'm taking Pilates and stuff, and I have to take a little pressure off. So when I just say, when I was chasing a lion the other day in Africa, I just get inside, I get all giddy. I'd be like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And I think life is about, it's about making a difference to others. It's about serving God. say serving God. It's about keeping God in the center, but it's about helping others, because we're on earth and we're all in this challenge together. Matter of fact, there's a psychological study I want to remind y'all about. Psychiatrists, sociologists, all those people that evaluate your mind and your energy, and I don't know what it is when you're scared. I don't think it's hormones or some kind of chemicals that's released, and they were measuring what gets people or animals scared, and they did it with monkeys. This is true scientific experiment, and they measured how scared a monkey was in a cage. If you went up to him and started screaming and rattling the cage, they would measure how scared he was. And of course, the numbers are off the charts. They put another monkey in the cage with him, and they measured the fear level, and the fear came down about 1/2. They put another monkey in the cage with him, and they started trying to scare him. They'd be like, "Don't be trying to scare us. We're a bunch of monkeys in here. You let us out, somebody can get ass whooping. I'm telling you what." We're the same way. We're the same way. When we're alone, we're scared. Y'all know. Y'all be watching a scary movie, and somebody stands up and says, "I'm going to the bathroom." You'd be like, "You better take somebody with you." You come back wearing an axe. Like we think, now if you go out there by yourself to pee-pee, you're going to be fine. Like, he's got an axe. He'll be fine as long as there's two of them. And it does seem like that, right? They only get attacked when they go out by themselves. That's why I like to take a gang with me, take a posse with me. That's about 8 of us. Let's go. I'm thrilled to be back in Burlington, North Carolina. We normally have our national convention. This is our small convention center that holds 1,100. There's another one over here that holds, I think, it's almost 2,000. It might be. It's either 1,700 or 2,700. But if the popo shows up, half of y'all run over there. Okay. How many of y'all, when y'all was a little kid, when you saw the popo, you just ran? Whether you did anything or not, but get out there, come to popo. I knew I did something wrong. I just didn't know what. We're probably violating some law of the government, I guarantee you today. So I'm not kidding. If somebody says we're stalling them at the front, half of you run over there and act like you're paying attention. I think we're okay. I think we're legit. I think the percentages were legit, but we ain't taking a chance. So we've been in Florida. We live on, West, me and Jane live on the Gulf of Mexico. And so it's like the West Coast, so we get the sunset. It's called Sunset Beach on Treasure Island. And we're just very fortunate there. They've never screamed at us about the wearing of the mask. And we've got that great breeze coming in off the ocean. Matter of fact, there was people down there walking on, during the craziness, March and April, there was jokers walking down there with uniforms. I went down there and I said, "Can I show y'all where the bathroom is and the beer is?" And he's like, "Heck yeah." And I said, "Come up here," and walked up on my deck. I said, "What do y'all do?" They said, "Well, we're murder detectives." And I was like, "What y'all doing on the beach?" They said, "Ain't nobody killing nobody. Everybody's all at home, The bars ain't open. Nobody drunk, shooting, nobody stabbing." They told us to go down here and act like we're doing something. They walking up and down. I said, "What you think's going to happen on here?" They said, "We're hoping some bikinis come out here." I said, "Well, just sit tight, they coming." And never did make us put on a mask down there. And it's getting later in the year, eventually they did. They really didn't do nothing down there where we are on that part of the beach. But I know it's been crazy across the country. 2020 was what the heck of a year. Our business grew. I can't... how do you be part of a business that we've been through some of the worst financial crisis, 2007, 2008, when the banks shut down, we grew. We blew our business up. To survive COVID now, it's like we're a little bit like a church, Matter of fact, I've had some smaller preachers say, "It's bad times, man. It's hard to grow my church." I said, "Bro, everybody needs Jesus. In bad times, you should be growing like crazy. You should be out there to witnessing on them, And so it's the same thing with us. In bad times, people need something to do, hire, recruit. In bad times, people need to double down on insurance. And then with COVID, it's like, man, you know you're going to die. You just don't know what germ's going to get you. You know what I'm saying? If it's drunk drivers or COVID, something, you need some insurance. So it's like people are on edge. So our business grew like crazy because people were scared to death. So whether it's financial, and by the way, now when times are good, people got the money. And when they got the money, that's when we get to go see them. So when times are good, we're rocking and rolling because everybody's got money and they need to invest, they need to save, they need to transfer that wealth. When they got the COVID, or hey, if there's a bombing, it's like, you never know where it's going to strike next. We better get you some insurance. If the economy's going down, you better get some insurance. Volatility of the stock market, you better get you some annuities. What a business to be in. I was in the soap business for a while, and they said everybody needs to take some shower every day. We was in the makeup business down in Dunn, North Carolina. They said 50% of the women wear makeup, and all of them ought to. There go Marcus Richardson right there. Raise your hand up, Marcus. Kyle was looking for you. Denver, North Carolina. Denver, Colorado. So in the soap business, the problem is you carry around them 12-pound boxes of soap, you make but $3. I found out you could I found out you could use a piece of inventory about like this right here and make $500. Albright got fired up. I said, let me get this straight. I don't have to carry around no soap. All I got to do is a piece of paper. I remember asking Cuz, where's Cuz at? Cuz asked me, I said, Cuz, how much we got to pay for these applications we selling? He said, the application's free. I said, I know y'all going to go to jail now. Better get in this business and get in and make some money quick before they shut it down. He explained to me, he said, no, we're good. They're on TV. I said, yeah, if they're on TV, it's legit. We'll be good. Because Mutual of Omaha was on TV, so I figured we'd be good. This has been a crazy ride. I was telling some guys that last night. How many of y'all was at the hangar last night? That was crazy. I was like, look, 60 people on a Friday night at a hangar in the middle of a pandemic from all over the country come out and talk about the power of a dream. Does that not blow your mind? Church has been in Burlington for 27 years, can't pull together 60 people on a Sunday morning after the sun comes up and it warms up. We got them out on a Friday night. I said, that's a pull right there. The people that dream of getting. Let me ask you this. How many of y'all were praying, like literally saying, God, what do I do? What am I going to do next? Either depressed, borderline depression, scared to death, just on nerves. You were praying for something when you found this business. How many of y'all just literally saying, God, send me something? That's where I was when Cuz gave me a call and he said, you got to check this out. It's the easiest thing I've ever seen to make 6 figures. And I was like, if we can find a way to get 12 levels, we'll make 6 figures a day. And we did. We figured out, we met a company called Fidelity and Guarantee. I've been on the phone with Ryan Parker several times this week. His dad is Bruce Parker. He is the CEO. Really good friend. Been friends with Bruce for 20 years. He's the CEO of Pan America, a life insurance company. We're rolling out a new product with them in about 6 weeks. This is a product that we're going to show you this day. You can sell it. Here's what people require. They're required to be alive and have some money. I don't call that guaranteed issue. This is if they're alive and they have money. You say, what if they ain't got a Social Security number? Do they got any money? Are they alive? So what if they don't have a checking account? They got a credit card account? Debit account? What about EIN? I don't know. EIO. They ain't got nothing. Can we sell them some? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's crazy. It's accidental death, education, reparation. It's all kinds. So basically what I'm telling you is if those people successfully climb that wall or get around where the wall was halted and they scoot up in here, we can sell them some insurance. If they snuck in on a plane in the baggage department and come out of here, we can fix them up with some insurance. So that's Bruce Parker. Well, Ryan Parker is the son. He's a VP, vice president now for Fidelity and Guarantee, where I met his dad, and we've been selling them for over 20 years now. They were around. They were our sole company when we got started. It's just been a crazy, crazy, crazy ride. And hopefully all of y'all pay attention to that first step of the 8 steps, personal use. I am loaded down with life insurance. I'll tell my kids, y'all need to have a party if Daddy goes. I mean, when he goes, because he's going to go. I don't know if I tell y'all this. People go like, if you die, like, let me explain something to you. You gonna die. You just don't know what part of you's gonna die next. I can't see out this eye, I can't hear out this ear, back's killing me. I don't know what part's next, but that momentum kicks in, all of you gone. I can retire. I am retired. I got so much money piled up in insurance. I started pouring into it when I first got started, and I continue to pour in it. Guys, I welcome. I'm so excited for you. I got a million things I want to share with you. I've got a lineup here to die for. I mean, I'm telling you, it's these are. And by the way, there's about 17 more of you that I'm like, God, I wish I could get her on there. God, y'all need to see him 5 minutes. But I wanted to try to get the most impactful presentation I could. This lady that I want to get up here, where you at? I want to be looking at you. This lady was a baggage handler. I call them one of them people that puts the bags underneath your plane, wearing orange and knee pads. Now she is, I think first full year was 6-figure income earner, never made more than $50,000 as a baggage handler, retired her husband, the banker. I call them bankers. She retired her husband, the banker. She is a dynamic speaker, a dynamic salesperson, a dynamic wife, Jason tells me, and I can't wait to have y'all meet her. Let's welcome her. Get up on your feet. Let's get her on stage. Oh!
Fired up to be here. Let me tell you, I'm going to do what I love. Everybody loves to make appointments, right? How many new people are here today, this morning? Wow, a bunch. Well, like Andy said, luggage handler, 25 years, my back, my shoulders, my knees are really bad. No school, just a GED, but I have a lot of dreams. So when I came to the Alliance, I said, I had to make dials? Ooh. So that was hard for me. But if we don't make no dials, how are we going to make the money, right? So what is the easiest part of making dials? It's really make the dial, right? Really make phone calls. But the hardest part is the distractions that we have. Like me, I love to get distracted because I don't like to make dials, right? So when somebody comes to the rally point where everybody get together, I love it. But now I'm more strict. I know I have to make dials. But I'm going to practice the script, but you have to understand that making dials is the most important thing. And no matter what, you have to make that dials. And I have to give the example to the people that we work with, right? So I was talking to Jeff Wright this morning, and I said, Jeff, making dials is the most simple thing. And he said, even English I learned at the Alliance, okay? So that is the good part. So I had to write it. He said, making dials is the most important thing. Is the rubber meets the road. What is that? So I don't understand, but whatever. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to practice with Mia. Mia's in the front row. Okay, good. So you can see that you have to get leads. You have to have everything ready. and you know that you have a schedule and we have a system. If you follow the system, you're going to be successful. I never thought in my life that I'm going to make in 1 month $32,000. $32,000. What a big difference, right? And let me tell you, I was so scared to make dials that when people say hello, I hang up immediately. Okay? And then when I call again, I was praying that nobody answered. And then I said, I had to get together with people who make dials. So don't make dials in your house. Because when I used to make dials by myself, I had to do the laundry. I had to make coffee. Oh, I'm going to do it later. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do it tomorrow because nobody's around. Nobody see what I'm doing, right? So that's why it's super important to go to the rally points. So we have rally points Mondays from 8 in the morning to 12 o'clock. And I have to run appointments for Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday and Wednesday. And then I make dials Wednesday. One second. Olga, relax. Okay. So my appointment says make dials Monday to run appointments Tuesday and Wednesday. And then Thursdays to make appointments for Friday and Saturday. I just follow what Andy Albright said. We have an amazing system. Rally points. I remember when I used to go to this get together, and because of my accent, I used to make dials, and I said, hey, G, do you live in a gay community? And people, do I need a code to get in? No, okay. So I was always saying, G, do you live in a gay community? No. And then somebody, thank God for the rally points, because people correct you when you make a mistake. And then this guy said, Olga, it's not gay, it's gated. Oh, shoot. So now I say gated, okay? So it's super important. Okay, so Mia, so look, even English I learned at the Alliance. So what I'm gonna do, Mia, is I'm gonna practice. So let's do the mortgage protection, okay? So, ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Mia.
Yes.
Hey, Mia, this is Olga with the mortgage protection. Is this about the form that you fill it out, sign it, and send it back to us? And my simple job is just to get this information out to you. And I wasn't sure at what time you usually get home from work so I can give you this information.
Oh, from work, usually about 5:30.
Is there any reason that you wouldn't be there like at 6 o'clock so I can drop off this information, Mia?
Is that what day? Today? Tomorrow? Tomorrow. I should be home. I think I'll be home.
And your husband is going to be there too?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So do me a favor. Let me verify your information. You live in 123 14th Street?
I do.
And that is Coral Springs?
Yes.
And that is 33311?
Uh-huh.
Okay, awesome. Do you live, Mia, in a gated community?
I live in a gay community. No, gated. Yes, I do. I live in a gated community. The code would be 1237.
Okay, perfect. So do me a favor. Grab a pen and a piece of paper and tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, my name is Olga, O-L-G-A.
Okay.
And the confirmation number is 235085. That is my NAA number.
Okay, 235. Okay.
Okay, so please don't forget to tell your husband that I'm going to be there. I don't want him to get upset when I get there. Ha 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 ha. Okay. I always laugh at the end. Okay, so let's do it again by giving me an objection.
Okay.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Mia.
Yes.
Hey, Mia, this is Olga with the mortgage protection about the form that you fill it out, sign it, and send it back to us.
Oh, yeah. I've had so many people call me about that form.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm calling you, because a lot of people is calling you. And my simple job is just to drop off the information. At what time you usually get there when to drop off this information?
Well, I just people have been trying to come over my house, and this COVID thing is just...
Oh, yeah, about the COVID, yeah, I understand. But I'm going to go with my mask and my gloves and a sanitizer. So I just had to drop off the information. So at what time you usually get home from work?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I get home about 6 o'clock.
Is there any reason that you wouldn't be there at 6:30 so you come back to the script? Okay, give me another objection. Let's call final expenses. Ring, ring.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, Mia?
Yes?
Okay, 1 second, because they are older.
Oh.
You have to speak slow, because me, accent, not a good English, and speak fast, so they don't understand what I'm saying. So I have to speak slow. So, ring, ring.
Hello?
Hey, Mia?
Who?
Hey, Mia, this is Olga with the Senior Benefit Center. How are you today?
I'm doing well. You said this was who?
This is Olga with the Senior Benefit Center about the little postcard that you got on the mail.
Oh,
and my
okay.
simple job is just to verify this with you. Let me see if this is you. This is Mia, right?
Yeah, this is
Fennell,
Mia.
right?
Yes.
Okay, and you put here that your birthday is you are 63 years old, correct?
Yeah.
And your husband is Robert.
Right.
Okay, and he's 64.
Uh-huh.
Okay, awesome. So I just have to see if, to give you this information out to you, I want to make sure if tomorrow you're going to be home or you have a doctor's appointment.
Well, I got to go to the doctor. I ain't going to be home tomorrow. My doctor's appointment is at 10 o'clock.
Okay, no problem, but about 5 o'clock you're going to be at home, right?
Oh, yeah, I'll be at home by then.
Okay, perfect. So do me a favor, grab a pen and a piece of paper and tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
So you come back again. Hey, you don't have to be perfect, because I still not perfect, but I still I still try to make the appointment. So give me another objection.
Okay. I'm not interested anymore.
That is exactly what I'm calling, because you're not interested anymore. My simple job is just to drop off the information. At what time you say you're getting home tomorrow?
I'll be home at about 7, but I'm really not interested.
I understand that. My simple job is just to drop off the information. Whatever you do with that is fine with me. If you like it, good. If you don't like it, it's okay. So, Mia, you live in 123 14th Street?
Yes.
And that is Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, do me a favor, grab a pen and a piece of paper and tell me when you're ready.
I'm
so you
ready.
come back to the thing. Okay?
Good job.
Thank you so much. So one thing that you have to do is you don't have to be perfect. Follow the system. We have an amazing script, simple. Make it simple. You can do this like I did. Love you guys. Introduce this amazing guy that we met a few years ago. And we love him. We love Terry and Tia, the double T. They are amazing mom and dad, 4 kids, loving family, hard workers, give us an amazing example. We travel the whole world with them. And every day I look up to them, because I said, if they do it, I can do it too. And I love them. And here is Terry Edwards. Woohoo!
That's right. Hey, so Jay-Z is one of my favorite rappers. And Jay-Z said something that stuck out to me a couple of years ago. He said, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. Men lie. Oh, my wife don't lie though. But other women lie. But numbers don't. So Olga did a tremendous job talking about making the dials. Now, I'm going to talk about this book right here. This is just like your checkbook here, the activity book, okay? So a lot of times we come to meetings like this, I hear people say, yeah, I don't need to go to a rah-rah session. Well, I said, well, show me your activity book. It'd be blank. I'd be like, you need something, bro. Because if you don't make the dials, you don't make the money. We like to say this is a whosoever doeth business. If you doeth the work, you getteth the money. You doeth no work, you getteth no money. Can somebody say amen? So our activity book helps us stay on track, because what we do know is what gets tracked gets done. You know what I'm saying? How your mama ever, when you were growing up, your mama left you a note to say, okay, by the time I get home, you better have this done, and this done. And then you do that, and that. And then she was like, well, I forgot to tell you this. Why you ain't do that? I was like, it didn't make the list. All right? So what's going to make the list here to get you the biggest bang for your buck? If you're writing notes, this will be a note. The activity book says it right on the cover. We sell, we recruit, and we build. We sell, we go out and we sell some life insurance. All right? We recruit other people to sell life insurance. And the building part is when we teach other people how to teach people how to sell and recruit. Does that make sense? So notice it don't say we sell only. Because if you sell only, that's good. You're going to have a good sales job. And there's nothing wrong with making $100 grand selling insurance. But what happens if you get sick? What happens to your income stream? What happens if you throw your back out? What happens if you get in a slump and you do like I did one time, go 0 for 18? Like you sit on 18 appointments and make no sales? Your income is severely impacted. But if you got a team, right, when you're down, more than likely more people are up. That's the cool part about this business is you don't even have to be that great. But if you can find a few people to partner with, you can still make some crazy, crazy money. Now, recruit. Some people be like, well, I'm just going to recruit. So basically what they're saying is, I'm going to get people to do something that I don't want to do. That's what recruiting only is basically saying. I'm going to hire people, and then I'm going to teach, I'm going to coach them. Well, our job as coaches is to give people two things. Number one, an opportunity, and number two, an example worth following. So a lot of times we're trying to recruit the guy or the girl instead of being the guy or the girl. Come on, somebody. All right, so, and the building part, so that's teaching other people. That's when you get massive, like hog, nasty, rich. So the activity book. If you do not have one of these, yeah, you can track your activity numbers in the ARC, and we highly recommend you do that. But you need to go over to the bookstore today and purchase you an activity book. In North Carolina, we get in some areas where we ain't got no internet. Paper never fails. I went to the grocery store the other day, the convenience store, and the lady was like, I can't ring you up, the computer down. I'm like, dadgum, you got a calculator back there? You could just put in $4.99 for them gizzards times 0.06, that's the sales tax, and add them two numbers together, I got my gizzards and we gone. Paper never, it may seem antiquated, but paper never fails. So when you flip over and open this activity book, it says here, our alliance, and I would like you, if you look in your book, instead of saying our alliance, put I am. I am committed. See, when you change it from the role of the company to you make it personal, now if you don't succeed, whose fault is it? Huh? Y'all ain't picking up what I'm putting down. Is y'all awake out there? When you make it personal, the only person that you can blame for your results is who? But if it's always the alliance, if it's always my upline, if it's always the leads, you now are blaming the wrong thing. So I am committed to providing the best, somebody say best, the best atmosphere for all people to achieve their spiritual, personal, and financial goals. That's a big mission right there. Say, I am committed to providing the best atmosphere for all people. Now, all people mean all people. And you ain't got to be smart. Like, exclusive of nobody, inclusive of everybody. We need them young. We need them old. We need them black. We need them white. We need them from foreign countries. We need them straight. We need them gay. We need them all. Okay? All right, so I ain't going to mess around with that too much, but because guess what, y'all? Y'all know what color the money is? Green, baby. Where the money resides. The other part about the activity book that I love is the caption on the calendar page. It says, integrity. We believe that your words and your actions must align, and your behavior must match what you're saying. How can this be the best opportunity and you ain't working it? How can this be the best opportunity in America to help people make money, but you ain't telling nobody about our opportunity? So if you are passionate and sold out to the mission, you can't keep it to yourself. When we going out in the homes, like somebody gonna write something when I get out there. I'm not driving around for charity. You're gonna buy a HMA, a PMA, accidental death. You're gonna buy something before I leave there. If you don't buy nothing, you're gonna give me 10 people that you don't want to be responsible for burying. That's what we say in North Carolina, burn. So what am I saying? When you get out there in the home, be so convicted and so passionate about protecting families that they got to damn near kick you out before you get out. It also talks about your weekly and your monthly goals. You know, what is it that you're fighting for? The fight is what gives the mundane purpose. All right. The fight, the mission is what gives the mundane activities of dialing the phone, running these appointments, it gives it meaning. Because if you're just doing this just to make money, you can do a lot of other things to make money. But what will keep you risking embarrassment every day to do this business? Why are you fighting? I love our coin. If you don't have one of these success coins, I highly recommend that you get one. What do you want and how do you get it? So what are you fighting for? And now where the rubber meets the road, the dials. So we don't take anything for granted. So when you flip over in your activity book, you're going to have several columns. Oh, shucks. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, dials, contacts, and appointments, right? And we want to track those because how many people know that in this business or just in life in general, you're going to have some very high highs, but you also going to have some very low lows. Every day ain't going to be peaches and cream. Every day people ain't going to be just sitting there with their checkbook wide open. Sometimes you got to rub them their back and, rub their feet or whatever to get the check, I ain't saying do anything unethical, but it's only a few things that I won't do. I do a lot to get a check. Laugh at the corner jokes, tell them that the ugly children are pretty. They're all precious in our sight. Jesus loved little children of the world. Hey, you see how it was like delayed? Okay, cool. All right, cool. So we want to track your dials. So there's a sheet. If you log into NAA University and you go under the Getting Started Quickly link and under the phone script training, there's a link that says choose your weekly income. The thing I love about insurance is this is a very predictable business. Now, when me and Andy was in network marketing, I know there were some people in World Ventures with us and stuff like that. It was a bunch of luck. You had to be very lucky. But here, if you do the work and we can track your numbers, it's a very predictable business. So dials, when you look at that choose your income sheet, it's if you want to make $3,000 a week, you're going to need about $600 in leads or about 40 people to talk to. It's just that simple. Because if you talk to 40 people, you're going to sell about $6,000 in business. So you want to track your dials. Now, when you look at the ratios, these are the numbers. for a person getting started. You're going to talk to about 10% of the people you dial. On the other hand, 90% ain't going to they're not going to answer the phone, or they're going to tell you something crazy like, I don't want that. They're going to tell you something stupid. But 10%, you're going to talk to 10% of the people. So if you make 300 dials, you're going to probably talk to 30 people. If you know that 90% ain't going to answer or going to tell you something crazy, why do we get so upset and get discouraged by the 90% knowing that only 10% is going to answer the phone? That's what we call emotional intelligence. So we don't want to get too high when it's going good, but we don't want to slit our wrists and jump off a bridge when things ain't going good. If you ever think about committing suicide, I recommend jogging. You'll get good and tired, and then you'll take suicide off your mind. All right, now, once you get them on the phone, about 50% of the people are going to say, yeah, come on over. Another 50% going to be like, I ain't going to die. They're going to say something stupid. I'm serious. That's the way it's going to work. Then once they tell you to come over, about 70% of the people you're going to actually sit down and talk with. So if you could book 10 appointments, you're going to sit down and talk with about 6 or 7 of them. 3 of them ain't going to be home. So why do agents get so mad when they go to somebody's house and they're not home? They stood me up. Like, bruh, that's the 30%. All right? And then the people you sit down with, you're going to close about 50%. So who cares about the 50% that told you no? I care about the 50% who told me yeah. Now, this is the other part. As we do activity, okay, we will get better with more repetitions. So if we are not good, that just means we need to book more appointments. The thing I like about this right here is this. Andy wrote a book called The Circle of You. To be honest, you cannot control how many people pick up the phone. You can't control how many people say, yeah, you can come over. You can't control how many people you close. CLOSE. You can't control that. The only thing that you and I can control is the number of dials that we make. The person who wins is the person who makes the most dials. The person who finds the next S. Diddy, that's Stephen Davis, the person that finds the next Andy Albright, the person who finds the next Jason and Olga, the person who finds the next Mia, is the person who just makes the most recruiting phone calls. It's just that simple. But check this out, y'all. So it's very important that you know how to track your dials. So what you do is every time you hit that green button on your phone, that counts as a dial. So you dial the person, you let it ring 3 times, they don't answer, you hang up, you don't leave a message, you don't text them. What do? You dial them right back again. You let it ring 3 times, they don't pick up, you do the same thing again. And then you go to the next phone number, and after you hit the 5th dial, we do something oh so sexy. Y'all want to see what we do on that 5th dial? Yeah, baby. Haystack. That's the way you track them. You don't want to track your numbers like this right here. It's hard to count. I've asked you how many dials. Hold on, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ain't nobody got time for that. 5, 10, 15, 20. Does that make sense? And when they pick up, you do the same thing. And when you do that. Now, this is the thing, guys. Once we know your numbers are going to be your numbers. A lot of times we get in a bad habit of trying to compare our results to somebody else's results. Because skill is something that you will get better over time with. But why can't we just focus on the one thing that we can control? Because this is what I know. If I run 40 appointments and you run 5, who's got the likelihood of writing the most premium? 40 appointments, right? So instead of relying on our skill, let's rely on our work. And that's one thing that my mama and daddy taught me was how to work. Them jokers working in chicken plants and on farms. That's some hard work. The hardest work I do is running my mouth all day long. And I'm pretty good at running my mouth. So let's control the work, okay? Now, what if you make $3,000 in commissions in 1 week? I know that's right. Somebody say, sweet. And it took you 300 dials to book your appointments to make that $3,000. That's on average $10 per dial. Every time you hit the green button, that made you $10. So are you more inclined now to hit that green button more, knowing regardless of what they say on the phone, every time I hit that green button, it's equivalent to $10? Y'all don't get fired up about hitting the button. Do y'all know it takes some people 1 whole hour to make $10? 60 minutes, 3,600 seconds to make $10. How fast can you hit the green button to make your $10? Are y'all tracking what I'm putting down? I mean that. So, and when it's time to dial, it's time to freaking dial. It ain't time to wash dishes. It ain't time to do laundry. It ain't time to answer your mama phone call. It ain't time to do nothing but dial. So when it's time to dial, it's time to dial, baby. How many dials an hour should you be making? If you're working and you're just getting started, you should be doing a minimum of 40 dials per hour. 40 dials an hour, booking 4 appointments an hour. That's the standard, okay? Once you get more skilled, you should be able to do 50 dials an hour to book 5 appointments an hour. So if you have to book 20 appointments on Monday to run Tuesday, Wednesday, it should really take you between 4 and 5 hours. Well, Terry, what do I do after I get done booking my appointments for Tuesday and Wednesday? Ooh, I got an idea. Drop down to the bottom part of your activity book and let's start some recruiting dials, baby. Because we sell, we recruit, and we bill. That's the way you do it. What do I do in between appointments? I sneak in a phone call. So what do you say? Well, Terry, who am I going to recruit in this business? I'm in the NFL. I done signed people up for Mary Kay, Tupperware, Arbonne, Mary Kay. I done sold the Body Magics and everything. I ain't got no more people to call. Well, I highly recommend go to the Walmart. Everybody got a local Walmart in their community. Okay? You could go there to recruit. You can also go there to sell. You see, there's a mortgage protection section in the Walmart. That's called groceries and the baby section. There is a final expense section in Walmart. It's called the pharmacy and geriatrics. You know where they have the Pampers, the adult Pampers and stuff at? That's where you go. The pharmacy over there. That's the final expense section. Okay? Now, you say, well, Terry, that's a little outrageous. You know, a lot of my clients got sugar, diabetes, and they can't get covered and stuff like that. Well, you go over to the Golden Corral. And you go right at changeover, because those are the people that's economical. You know, they try to get a little breakfast and lunch for one price. You go to the Golden Corral and you're going to find the people with the sugar diabetes that's been turned down and can't get no coverage. We can write CVS, don't even ask height and weight. Listen, guys, there is no shortage of money to be made in America. The only shortage is ambition. And as we leave here this weekend, I need more people committing to fight this war on poverty. And speaking of a fighter, I'm going to bring up a guy that not only is fighting this war on poverty, he went over to Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia. From what I've been told, and I've seen a picture, y'all know how tanks go into battle? This guy was marching in front of the tank, telling the tank, come on and follow me. So this guy's not only fighting this war on poverty, but he has fought to keep America free and is still fighting today. Y'all stand on your feet and welcome my buddy, Robert Sarge Wilson.
Okay? So if I get a lawyer, and I don't have a law degree, I didn't pass the bar exam, I didn't go to college, right? But I hire this guy. Now this guy says, you're my first case. Who's the subject matter expert? It's the lawyer, right? He's the one with the degree, he's the one who's passed the bar. It doesn't matter whether he hasn't had his first case yet, or whether he's been doing law for 30 years. I mean, that's a big factor in who I'm gonna pick. But what the point I'm trying to make is, if you're all brand new here, you're all subject matter experts if you're licensed in insurance, okay? So when you go out to the home, act like you're the subject matter expert when you're in the home, okay? So the first thing you want to do, and that's why I like the ATM. The ATM helps us do these. Trust through rapport. How many people here are new? How many people just got their license? Awesome, 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 awesome. How many people here, this is their first time here? First time heard me speak? Awesome, awesome, awesome. You're all cool. I'll give autographs later. All right. So, no, I'm not that big. So the first thing you want to do is you want to build trust through rapport. That's step one. Trust through rapport. All right? As you can see, it's right here. So what is trust through rapport? Okay, so if you go to a person's home, just make sure that you start to chit-chat a little, start to gain their trust and everything, okay? You want to start a little dialogue, okay? If you're not a people person, if you're not a talker, you're going to struggle with this. So, because when we're leaving, we're walking out with their social security number, their bank information, their date of birth, their medical history, their height and their weight, their phone number, their driver's license number, their medical information, their prescription medication, all that. We're walking out with all that pertinent information, okay? When I first started with the Alliance, I am not joking with you all. When I first started with the Alliance, I didn't come down to an event like this. I started in September. I came down in October, and it was like my first 6 weeks. And I was closing 50% of the time, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. 50% of the time I was closing my first 6 weeks. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I didn't have a script or anything. I would literally walk in the home, show them the lead, say, you remember filling this out, right? Yep. It's insurance, right? Yep. How much you want? No trust, no rapport, and no respect or anything, and I was still able to close the deal. Reason being is because we have a need-based product. How many of you all know that? We have a need-based product. What we do is recession-proof, and it is corona-proof, okay? It doesn't matter whether the economy is weak or strong. It doesn't matter whether we have a pandemic or not. People want what we got. Andy Albright touched on this a little bit earlier, okay? If the economy is strong, people want to protect. They want to circle the wagons and protect what they got. When the economy is weak, they don't want to lose anything, so they want to protect what they got. You see the connection here? So this is also corona-proof. What I mean by that is if you're hiring people, I hope you're using that and telling that to people. I am. Hey, what we do is corona-proof. What do you mean by that? Well, you can either do the sale in the home, preferably, or you could do it over the phone. If you are a new agent, how many people here were new agents again? All right, I'm going to highly encourage you, if you're a new agent, to do in-home majority of your sales, almost all your sales, okay? Because number one, I don't know how long this whole we're allowed to make sales in the home is going to be. You know, they might say, oh, well, you know, we now got the vaccine, you can't do sales over the phone. Number two, it's not as personable over the phone. It's actually harder closing over the phone than it is in the home because I can't see body language. Like I saw Mia just now smile, all right? I can't see Mia smile when I'm talking on the phone. I'll be talking on the phone, I'll be going over this, you know, how to get mortgage protection. They're sitting there going, yeah, I know, we really need it. All right? So trust your rapport. You want to be honest and sincere. You want to like ask them a few things, okay? You know, try to find a common ground. Like you want to ask them, you know, what kind of you know, background they have, whatever. If I get into a home and somebody has a military background, somebody's a sports fan, I'm going to find a connection immediately. And be sincere. If you walk into like dilapidated mobile home that's got like duct tape and cardboard patch up a hole in the ceiling. Don't go, you got a nice place here. They're going to look at you like, yeah, you're full of it. So respect through credentials. What that means is your ATM should have your insurance license. Okay? You should also have in your About Me explaining who you are. Explain whatever, like whether you serve in the military, whether you have a dog, whether you're a family man or family woman, whether you have a college degree or not. All these things people relate to, people connect to. So establish credentials like, hey, I'm the subject matter expert. I know what I'm doing. So a need through a want. Okay? What I mean by a need through a want is people don't like to be sold, but people love to buy. All right? What I mean by that is you don't have to sell this. You have to show them that they need this. When I'm going into a home, I'm going to start asking a lot of trigger questions, and I'm going to make people feel sensitive. Like, if you don't come home tonight, how's that going to be for your wife and kids? And I'm going to pause, and I'm going to wait. And I'm going to say, no, seriously, if you don't come home tonight, how's that going to be for your wife and kids? How much you make a year again? $75,000? So that's $75,000. That's income that's gone. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I'm backing up the hearse with the lilies to their house so they can smell the flowers and see that, mentally picture that. So you have to establish the need. You have to show them that they need insurance. Okay? Fourth step is close. Close! I can't tell you how many times people have a sale and they don't close it. Okay? Close through asking for personal information. My close always is after I do everything and I show them the numbers and they pick up and I say, you have a driver's license? That's my close. And I'm pulling out the paperwork and I'm starting to write it, or I'm opening up my laptop and I'm starting to do everything. So the 4 reasons why you did not obtain the sale is basically these in reverse order. So they didn't trust or like you, which is 1 and 2. They don't feel a need, which is 3. You rushed through the presentation too fast. You skipped steps. Maybe you weren't prepared. Okay? You had the sale, but you just didn't close it. Okay? And the last thing on the bottom here, we have my mantras. These are things that I say to myself when I'm driving to the appointment or as I'm walking up to the house. You know, I have a solution to a problem. I have a product they want. I will make a friend today. I will help someone. Someone out there in America is waiting for me to help them, and I will thank God for allowing me to be able to help someone today. All right, guys, that's all I got. That's all my time. I got mine. Go get yours. Next guy I'm going to bring up here, he's a good friend of mine. His wife is from Philly, too, so I love her. He's got a nice, beautiful little baby girl. We call him Hutch, affectionately. His name is Mark Hutchison. I'm always chasing him on the leaderboard. Mark, come on up here, man. South Carolina.
person. But the very fact that you're in front of them shows that, hey, they're still looking, they still need something, and guess what? They're going to get it from the person that they like and they trust. So you have to be different in every single home that you sit in. Shout out real quick here, what are some attributes of a typical insurance salesperson? Briefcase. Suit and tie. Got the earpiece in. This is the one for life insurance, and this is one for the Medicare products. They got the Bluetooth in their ear. They've got their briefcase, their suit and tie. What kind of language do they use? What kind of phrases do they say? Oh, come on. Hey, would you like to see if I can get you some lower rates? Well, what if I can find you a better price? They're trying to sell you, and people hate that. So you have to be different in every single home that you sit in. And it starts from the way they see you even getting out of the car. It starts from the way they see your appearance. Like, remember I said on the phone you got to sound different, and we can train on that, a whole nother 3.5 hours. But when you get out of the car and you start walking up to their house, if people see you coming, they're already making assumptions about you. If they don't see you coming, they're making the assumptions as soon as they open the door. It's the way you dress. If you're in a suit and a tie with a briefcase, you're not going to sell them. When I go to the home, I live in hot, humid Greenville, South Carolina. And when I go to the home in the summers, it is 97, 98 degrees. I'm sweating. I carry some extra deodorant in the car with me. I carry an extra shirt in my car. But when I go to the home, I'm in either nice jeans that don't have faded slits in them and holes and stuff, and I'm in sometimes even nice shorts, not big cargo shorts with keys in the pockets and cell phones in the pockets and everything, bulking it out. I'm in nice shorts and a nice pullover shirt. Sometimes the pullover shirt has one of our carrier logos. People want to know that they can relate to you, that you are somebody that connects with them, that you are like them, but you have the knowledge to help them. So you have to look different from every other insurance person that they've ever talked to. You have to sound different from every other insurance person they've ever talked to. What that means is I don't ever say, hey, let's see if we can get you a lower rate. I don't ever say, would you be interested if I could beat that price for you? I don't ever say any of that. The other thing in your appearance is, do you exude confidence? You can be nervous and not know what the crap you're doing your first couple appointments and still exude confidence. With a big smile, I don't know what the crap I'm doing up here right now, but I look confident, right? You can do that too, and that's all something that you can control. So when you're sitting in the home with somebody and you don't know what the crap you're doing, hey, listen, yep, hey, what I'm going to do here, you've built the rapport and you're talking plans and pricing and stuff. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give my manager a quick call. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have. I think I got a great idea of what we need to do to make sure we get this problem taken care of for you, but I'm going to call him real quick just to make sure that I'm on the right track so we're doing what's best for you. And then call your upline. If your upline's a Riri, then call the person above them. Make sure that if your upline's not out making sales, don't call your upline. Call somebody in your organization that is out making sales and killing it. And then you just pick up the phone and you call them. It's that simple. Hey, Mike, I've got Betty Lou here with me. And, she's such a sweetheart. And, she's looking for some coverage to help with burial cost. And I think I've got a right idea of what we need to do to help her. But let me just run this by you. Here's what her medicines are. Blah, blah, blah. And Mike's going to help you out. It is that simple. Well, what if they ask me? They won't. Well, what if I need to? You don't. I'm serious. I'm serious. I lived in fear the first 2 or 3 months in this business because I thought I got to know everything about all the products from all the carriers, and I've got to make sure I know it all so that I can be handled to answer any question that they ask. And what you'll know is they don't ask questions. What you'll find out is they don't. Most of them, when I'm done, they don't even know who they got coverage with because they like me and they trust me. And I'm the one that's taking care of them. But I'm normal, right? In my appearance, in the way I talk to them, in the way I exude confidence, in the way I have my teeth brushed. Somebody can like you as a person and want you out of their house because that teriyaki chicken breath that you just had for lunch is permeating their kitchen and they want you gone. The beautiful thing about that is that's something that you can control. Take some breath mints, have some mouthwash. Like I legit have that stuff in the side of my car. I got Tic Tacs, breath mints, mouthwash, everything, hand sanitizer. It's all there. It's just being prepared because those are the variables that I can control, right? So you have to be different than everybody else because they don't want to be sold, but if they like you and they trust you, they're going to buy. When I first got started in this business about 10 years ago, and I found out that we weren't cold calling and we weren't going door to door, I was like, we're going to kill this thing. We are going to absolutely kill this thing because these are people, it's like the people coming into the department store or coming onto the car lot. They're not just out there being like, well, I don't have anything else to do on a Saturday, so let me go walk around and see what shiny cars look like. That's not what they're doing. They're there because they want to buy, but they want to buy from somebody that they like and that they trust and they know is going to do right by them, right? So some of the things that I say, even when I'm sitting in the home, well, let me back up just there. Part of being different than other insurance salespeople is you got to be able to relate to them. Remember, people, because they do business with people that they like and they trust, the way you build that likability and they trust is help them see that I'm like you. What you're saying is normal. I've experienced that too, or my family's weird like that too, or whatever. They want to have that relatability with you, and when they have those connections and that relatability, they like you and they trust you. Rob was saying my wife's from Philadelphia, and a couple years ago, Georgia was playing in the SEC championship game against Auburn, and we were up in Philadelphia during that time that game was played. Keep in mind, Philadelphia, there's not a lot of Georgia fans up there. But I'm walking down the streets of Philadelphia, and I got my Georgia hat on, my Georgia hoodie, and saw a couple dog fans sitting in the window at a cafe, talking, minded their own business, and guess what I do when I see that? Ding, 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 tap on the window. What's up, man? Go dogs, yeah! And walking into the shops, looking around. Why? Because there's that connection. There's that relatability, right? I just found another person that has a common interest at me 700 miles away from the majority of where those people are. And people want to connect with you. They want that likability and that relatability, and it's up to you to build that with them. Well, how do you do that? What's the number one thing people love to talk about? Ask them questions about themselves. Get them talking about themselves. And ever so often, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, my wife and I, we actually just went through something like that a couple years ago. I mean, don't lie, but relate to them. Be real. Connect with them. That relatability is what is going to get people to like you and to get them to do business with you and help them see this is not the typical insurance person that I've talked to the last 3 times over the last 2 weeks. This is somebody that's different. So you got to be able to relate to them. You have to build the value. I'm not going to park on this because Robert talked about it a little bit ago. You have to build the value, build the why. That is up to you to do that. It's not your job to make it important to them. It's your job to help build the value, because when value exceeds price, that's when people buy. If you come in here, hey, why'd you send this form in? Well, I wanted to take care of my family if something were to happen. I love it when they say that, like there's a chance they're not going to die. If something were to happen, let's be real, dude, it's going to happen, right? And when it does, what does that look like? Like, you've got to ask those questions and peel back the onion, the layers, and help get to the core of what's really driving them to book an appointment with you, the 4th insurance person that they've talked to in the last 2 weeks. Because the other people didn't connect. The other people came in, just started throwing prices. Oh, well, they didn't buy, but I left my card and they really like me. No, they don't. If they like you, your phone number would have been saved in their phone and you'd have an insurance policy on the way to them if they really liked you. So you have to build the value, help build the why, and when you do that and they like you and they trust you, they're going to pull the trigger. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with this. That whole confidence. If you can exude confidence, people love to follow confident people. People love to follow leaders that know what they're doing. Every single one of you have at some point in your driving career been driving and come across an accident. A lot of y'all were probably the accident that we had to go around. But you've come across an accident and you've seen all the blue lights and the red lights and the woo-woos, and you're sitting there waiting, and all of a sudden some yokel about 5 cars in front of you gets off, goes up the side of the road, takes a detour. Another car follows him. Boom, another car. And next thing you know, everybody coming up on the accident takes a right, goes off the shoulder, goes, well, where's it going? I don't know, but all these people are going, so that's where I'm going. And we laugh, but people are like sheep. They want to be led. They want to know, hey, here's somebody that's confident, that knows what they're doing, let's go. And that's who they follow. So if you are somebody that's willing to be different from everybody else through the simple little things that you can control, like being likable, relating to people, having a nice, professional, clean appearance without trying to look all dressy up and salesy, if you can do that and you're willing to do that and make that connection with people, they're already asking for the insurance, you're going to be the one that they get it from. Okay, hope that helps, guys. I think coming up next is American Amicable in the house? There they are. Guys, American Amicable, they are coming.
Everybody doing? Stay up, stay up. I gotta get a selfie so my boss knows I'm working. Everybody mind? Just bear with me. Everybody yell and scream and jump up for me, please. Thank you. Good morning. How's everybody doing? My name's Darren Sleva. I'm Senior Vice President for the American Amicable Group of Insurance Companies. Haven't told you that, that's just a title. What I do, what my job is all about, what my passion is really getting to build relationships with great sales organizations like the Alliance. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of new people here in the house, because I've seen the hands being raised. This is my 34th year with the company, okay? And I've been fortunate in those 34 years, really all I do is travel around the country and work with, get to know, and try to support and help sales organizations. So I've been all over this country for 30 years, and I've sat in and participated with a number of conferences, okay? So I feel like I have a background for what I'm about to say, and this is what I really want to say. The only other thing I could picture myself doing, if I weren't doing what I'm doing now, I'd be doing what you're doing. I would be selling and building my own sales team, because there's no other career that will reward us for our efforts like this. We can make really, really, really good, as Andy likes to say, crazy money. You can do that here. All right, so I tell you all that to piggyback on this one thing. I first got exposure last month at the Treasure Island conference. This past couple of weeks, I've been able to go on some of the road shows in the Texas area. And, thank you, Marcus. And I can honestly tell you, I have never seen as world-class training as I've seen today. And even today, just this morning, starting with Olga, and then with Terry, and then with the Sarge, Robert, and now with Mark. Honestly, for those of you that are new, and I know there's some new people here, that what you just have seen and have been trained about and on, that's the key. That's the key to the success. And you've seen it in a compact, powerful way. It's amazing. Okay, let me quickly tell you why we'd like you to give us a shot. The American Amicable Group of Companies is headquartered in Waco, Texas, home of Fixer Upper TV show, Chip and Joanna Gaines. So if you don't know where we're at, we're where they are, okay? The building that they show, who's got one of their magazines that's in the blue? Somebody pull out a magazine in that blue bag. The NAA quarterly magazine for me while I'm talking. Kind of in the middle, there's an introduction about us. So can I borrow that? So there's the Alico building. They show that all the time on TV on the Fixer Upper TV show. That's us. We're headquartered in Waco, Texas. By the way, it's by the cruise ship. So do me a favor and sell some apps with us as part of going on that cruise. That sound like a plan? Okay, why would you want to do that? Well, it's my job to tell you why. It's what they pay me to do, and I mean everything I'm about to tell you. You got a lot of great choices, a lot of great carriers. Why do some business with us? Probably the biggest reason, as my friend Jim Henson would say, is we have the shortest life insurance application out there. Shortest. If you were to print out our application on one-page sheet of paper, the legal size, 8.5 by 14, front and back, that's our application. That's how little and short it is. And there's only a handful of health questions on the front of that application. Now, of course, everything's e-app today. But we've got the shortest, simplest application. We have a complete portfolio of simplified issue life insurance products. And what that means is our whole process, our whole focus, our whole niche, so to speak, as a carrier, is to provide quick turnaround on simplified issue business. Right now today, you all don't realize this, but there are 12 different life insurance products if you're contracted with us through the Alliance that you could sell. Now, there's a series of term products, whole life, final expense, and regular whole life, and universal life. It's too much to talk about. But they all have their own little sizzle. They all have their own little fits within your group of people that you'll call on. And one of the things I like to tell you about is not only are the life insurance products good, but we have a lot of riders. And these riders add a lot of sizzle to the sale. They help you create a package on a limited income. A lot of people in these markets have a package where you can tailor a product and add some additional benefits for the family. For example, on our final expense plan, we've got a grandchild rider. It's $1 a month, $5,000 of coverage. You can have as many grandkids and great-grandchildren covered. In most states, with the exception of 1 or 2 states, we do not need the parent's signature. We can do it with the grandparent and the applicant to sign off on, and we'll take as many grandchildren as they have. I think the record is 17 grandchild riders on one policy. So if you want to be a record breaker, do 18. And somebody call me and let me know. By the way, if you don't remember anything after I leave, we're here to help. You'll learn our philosophy as a carrier is we're nothing. I don't have a job. I don't have this career unless you all are motivated to go out and sell for us. So if you need us, we want you to call us. My cell phone number is area code 254-717-8434. 254-717-8434. So when you don't know who to call, you don't remember anything else, you can call me. My name's Darren. And if I don't answer right away, I might be working or doing something, but I'll call you back, I promise. All right, riders. We have a ton of really cool riders. We've got a child's rider. And Jessica, are you around? All right. What's cool about our child's rider? What's cool about our child's rider? The children's rider. Okay, she said it guarantees insurability. We've got a child's rider for $3.55 a month. All of our riders are low cost, $3.55 a month. Our child's rider will provide $15,000 of life insurance. One premium, all of the children are covered. So if I'm married, divorced, remarried, my first 3 children from the first marriage, our 3 children from my wife's first marriage, so we have 6. A year later, my new wife has a baby, we have 7. And 2 years after that, we adopt, we have 8 children. They are all covered for $3.55 a month, $15,000 of coverage, and they can convert that coverage up to 5 times that $15,000, which would be $75,000 of life insurance, regardless of their health. No questions asked. So the power in that is you have a child, they've come down with a really bad, horrible, debilitating, life-threatening disease. They're probably not going to be eligible to purchase life insurance. You can convert it up to $75,000 without evidence of insurability, no health questions. We'll just do it up to their 25th birthday. We've got a short-term 2-year disability benefit. We'll provide $1,500 of monthly income. So you can add a short-term disability feature on our term products. We've got a critical illness rider that truly pays 100% of the critical illness benefit. Now, there's a cost. It's very small, but if you have $100,000 of critical insurance, critical rider, your client has a heart attack, survives, we're going to stroke a check for $100,000. No questions asked. Now, that's different than the no-cost riders out there, which will provide a benefit, so it's not bad, but it's no cost, so it only provides a very small benefit, generally speaking. So, and I honestly don't know how much time I have, so I want to keep us on track. I got 26 seconds to wrap it up. All right, 24. Here's what I want to tell you. If you don't remember anything, give us a shot. There's several people in here who have sold with us. Ask them. We want to be your partner, and we want to do a good job for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Have a great day. Thanks a bunch.
Everybody, how y'all doing tonight? Well, this morning, I guess. Please don't make fun of me. I am so nervous. I've had to take some nausea medication. This is not easy for me. I was crying last night at the fact of having to get up here. I'm so scared out of my mind, but we're gonna do this. So my name's Jessica Phillips. I'm direct to Mark Muller, that man standing up right there. I love you, Mark. And Adam and Beth Katz. Oh my God, they're like mama and daddy. I love them. They've just adopted me, and they've full on take force and have helped me do everything. I'm so thankful for them. When I think about it, I want to cry because they are a godsend to me. So I grew up poor. I remember there was times when I was young, and it's crazy to think about because I would never imagine raising my child in this, where we didn't have hot water. And I was the one who was on the schedule because the septic tank would overflow to get the cold showers in the middle of winter and then get off and go on the bus. And I remember that, and it was horrible. And trust me, I didn't want to go to school stinking because you'd get made fun of course. So every morning getting cold showers, and it was colder than this sometimes. It was freezing. This was growing up, and it was a whole year we did that. And then at the same time, our washer and dryer broke. I grew up poor, y'all. I'm one of 4. There's 4 other siblings out there. 3 other siblings. I don't know how to... I'm messing up my math. See how nervous I am, y'all? Goodness gracious. But there's 3 other siblings out there, and we had no hot water, and then the washer and dryer messed up. I remember we were doing laundry in our tub. I dyed one of my favorite jackets. It was pink and white, and the sleeves were a shade of pink because the pink from the middle of it had faded onto the sleeves, and it looked so messed up I wouldn't wear it no more, and it was my favorite jacket. But I grew up poor. So that being said, anybody can do this. So I found the Alliance through Craigslist. Anybody else come from Craigslist? That was their door to success? Awesome. So I found the Alliance through Craigslist, and when I first started, I was so excited. One of the first things I did, and I'm talking today about how to write $20,000 of premium a month. It's not hard. You all can do it. Go to work. Go to work and follow these 4 steps. The first step is read, follow, and practice the 8 steps. That was the very first book I read cover to cover, and it was very early on, my first week, I read it cover to cover, and chapter number 2 stood out to me, and that was the word work. A lot of people don't like to go to work. I knew I could go to work, and because I believed in my ability to go to work, I believed it was all possible. My favorite part, sorry, I apologize. That one chapter is what changed my life. Chapter 2, work. So if you're a brand new agent, that's the chapter I would focus on. Step 2, believe you will succeed. Don't accept less. I have always believed I will be successful. I was not always told that I would be successful. I thank God, and my grandmother and my aunt are on live from home watching this, and I thank God for them every single day, because when I was beat up and I was told I would not succeed by doctors, by my mother, by everybody else, they were there. So they believed in me, and they made me believe that I could do anything. I am one out of many people in our family. I don't know anybody in my direct family who's ever been to college. I graduated last year with a bachelor's degree. That was my dream. My dream doesn't stop there. I'm now working on my second dream. I will be a millionaire by 30. I believe. And that's really what it comes to. I believe, and I was willing to do anything to succeed. When I first started, I was working 40 hours a week. I had a newborn baby, and I was running 20 appointments a week. Don't tell me what tired is. I know what tired was. That was hard. But it got me in this fast. I saw money fast, and I liked it, and I wasn't going back. The Alliance, I'm just so grateful for the Alliance. It has been a godsend. I don't know if you're religious, but I am. I pray on my way to my appointments. I pray inside my appointments when I don't think it's going the right way. I pray. And the Alliance has always sent something. When something's going wrong, I'm like, dang, that kind of stinks, but you know what? Let me get my butt back to work. Something happens. $1,900 here, nice little $20,000 here. It always comes, and it's crazy, but it's work. All stems back to work. So this is my recommendation. You want to succeed? Run 25 appointments a week. Do it to where you believe in yourself so bad that you're not going to accept less than 25 appointments a week. That it will kill you to not run 25 appointments a week. And really it's just making the decision and putting forth the work. I recently did that with 40/40. Today they gave me my 40/40 jacket, which was really cool, so I'm not as professional right now because I was so fired up about it. I'm good at running appointments. I wasn't quite running 40 appointments a week. I was running about 30. So when they first rolled it out, I didn't believe. And I recently learned you have got to believe. So I believed in myself that if I ran the 40/40 appointments and I made it a game, talked to 40 people a week, that something would happen. And it happened because guess who made 40/40 and guess who has 7 agents about to pop? It's happening. It happens. Believe you can do it and do it. I'm so happy. I have Austin and Robert here. I have 6 other agents. I have 2 agents testing today on live watching this right now. It's just amazing. The abilities of what your work will provide. Step 3 is don't allow disruptions or excuses to keep you from success. We all have excuses and disruptions. When you believe your excuses and you allow them to disrupt you from not going to work and not doing things, then you're losing your belief in yourself. So no excuse. No mommies in the hospital, daddies, you're being asked to unplug life support. You're out running appointments and asked to unplug life support. That happened to me. But I got through it, and guess who was at an appointment the day their grandfather passed away? I was at an appointment I had that same day because I committed myself to that. No disruptions, no excuses. There's nothing that is more than important than your success. That just comes to say, if you believe your excuses will not hold you back because you look for solutions, you don't look for excuses. You're always trying to solve a problem. You're not trying to make a problem. And then lastly, fall in love with the people. Oh my God, it is crazy. I love so many people here. I get excited to come to these events. I get to see all my friends from Colorado, from Florida to Georgia, and I get to see them for close to nothing because they're coming here and we don't have to spend money to go hang out. It's amazing. And I love to travel and go see everybody. But lastly, $20,000 a month isn't hard at all. A caveman can kind of do it. I know you can do it. But my good friend, Marcus Richardson, are you here? Marcus Richardson is my role model. This man is amazing. And I cannot wait to hear what he has to say. He is doing 30,000 plus a month. Come on, Marcus Richardson.
All right. As Jessica said, I'm Marcus Richardson from Centennial, Colorado. I'm married, thank you, Mia, to the lovely Carla Richardson. We have been married 17 years. We are high school sweethearts. I have 2 babies. My boy, I have a teenager, Brandon, so pray for me, y'all. He's an incredible young man, though. He's 13 years old, and my baby girl, Maya, she is 11. And so we are honored to be walking this walk with Andy. Thank you. I have been running with Andy for the last 9 years, and it has been an incredible journey. And I'm going to echo what Jessica said. By the way, Jessica, you did an awesome job. You did an incredible job. Good job. But she made a statement about believing in yourself. And my subject tonight to talk about, or today, is to talk about how to sell 30,000 in a month. So if you're going to sell 30,000 a month, the first thing you have to do is believe that you can sell 30,000 a month. Okay? Then the next thing is you got to make a decision. Nothing happens until you decide to sell 30,000 a month. Nothing happens until you decide to get out of your own way. Nothing happens until you decide what it is that you want. We all been talking partner, but if you haven't decided to go partner, nothing happens. So it starts with you making a decision. You got to believe in yourself and make a decision. And I'm big on teaching, so I'm going to give you the points that what we're going to talk about, and then I'll be done, okay? So I'll give them to you, and then we'll go back through them and teach them. How about that? Does that sound good? So the first point we're going to talk about when it comes to selling 30,000 a month is you got to have a schedule. So if you're taking notes, put schedule down number 1, and we'll kind of leave some spaces, and we'll teach a little bit on that. And then number 2, when it comes to selling 30,000 a month, is you got to have resources. You have to be willing to invest in order to get to where it is you say you want to go. And then number 3 is you also have to be in a situation where you're able to manage your activity. A lot of times we talk about activity, but it's easier talked about than it is to be actually managed. So we're going to teach on those today, okay? All right, so I got notes on my phone, so y'all bear with me. All right, so one thing that I heard and I thought was really good, it says, leadership is the art of getting someone to do something you want done. Leadership is the art of getting someone to do something you want done because they want to do it. So the biggest thing when it comes to leadership is you have to be able to lead yourself first. You're not going to lead other people if you can't lead or manage yourself. So what motivates you? What gets you up early in the morning and keeps you up late at night? I'm going to say it one more time. What gets you up early in the morning and what keeps you up late at night? Because that's what the motivation comes from. And a lot of times I've heard it said this is a self-discipline is something that we all have. But where self-discipline comes from is by keeping in front of you what you want all the time. A lot of people miss discipline, Terry, because they lose sight of what it is they say they want. And so if you can stay focused on what it is you want, then you can keep the discipline that'll help drive your activity, help drive your schedule. And I remember when it comes to schedule, Andy was really beating on me with those 8 steps. And not in a negative way, but he was really helping me to be successful. And he told me a story about attending all meetings. He calls me late at night, and it's probably about 12 o'clock my time, so 2 a.m. his time. And we're having this conversation, and he actually had sent Stephen out to Colorado, and I didn't make the meeting. And he says, have you read the 8 steps? I said, yeah, I've read the 8 steps. And he said, well, do you see step number 5? I said, well, let me go get my book. So I run in, I get my book, and he says, well, what does step number 5 say? I said, well, it says attend all meetings. And he says, do you notice how I have the all in capital letters? I said, yeah. He said, did you think I was playing? I said, no. He said, well, you got to attend all meetings. And so I said, okay, and I'll make the meetings. And there was a guy who came out to Colorado probably 8 or 9 years ago. I've been 9 years, about 8 years ago. and he shared some nuggets with me. I won't have time to get into it, so if you want to hear it later, come see me later and I'll get into the rest of the story. But he said, if you want to make a 6-figure income in a 12 months, I can show you these steps how to do it. That beginning of the year through March, we had only made $7,000. I took the man at his word. I said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and try this, and I'm going to do the things that he says, and I'm going to see how it ends up. The rest of that year, from April through December, we made $83,000 in commissions. Just following these steps. Now, one of the biggest things that he talked about was the schedule. So I'm going to give you some nuggets as it pertains to schedule. So if you're taking notes, write this down. So they say, what days are good to dial? Any day that ends with Y.
That's right. Come on now.
Okay? So what you want to do, though, because I'm not going to tell you what schedule you have to do, but what you want to do is you want to have a set time that says, okay, in this block of time, I'm going to be making these phone calls, and I'm going to keep working until I get the results. Where most people stop, Sebastian, is they just put in time, but you know you're an entrepreneur, right? You don't get paid just to put in time. You get paid based on results. So if you put in 4 hours of phone calls and you only have 3 appointments and you're going for 20, guess what? You got some overtime today. Because you're an entrepreneur. You don't get paid just to put in time. You get paid based on results. So when you're setting your schedule up, the first thing you want to do is you want to say, okay, during these days and these times, I'm going to be making phone calls. And then anytime you make phone calls within 24 to 48 hours, you want to go see people. So you don't want to call someone on Saturday and then go see them next Thursday. No. That messes with your show ratio. You go out and now you're all disappointed and depressed because nobody's home, and you drove an hour to go see them and they're not there. So just set yourself up for success. So when you start putting your schedule together, you say, okay, if I'm calling on Saturday, I'm going to go see people Sunday, Monday, or I know this is exception to my rule. Sometimes I'll call on Saturday and I'll book for Monday and Tuesday. Okay? So the next thing you want to do when it comes to your schedule is you also, and you guys have heard it, 40-40. So if you're going to be making phone calls and you're going to set up your schedule, you want to do one day of 10 appointments and the next day of 10 appointments. And some people say, well, how far apart should the appointments be? Every person is different in the home, and your in-home presentation is going to vary. And if you're running in certain counties, that's going to vary too. Because in Colorado, we have one county called Weld County. Boy, I'm not kidding. You can drive to one appointment and go to another appointment, and it's 2 hours away in the same county still. So you have to give account for that too if you're going to be productive with your time. So when you're booking your appointments, I recommend personally, everybody's different, either every hour on the hour or every hour and a half. So if you're starting at 8, you go every hour on the hour or every hour and a half, and you should end your day roughly by around 8 p.m. Okay? And that's when you're in the field. So everybody follow me on the schedule? So let's go over it together. So you got making calls. You have a set day and time that you're making calls, and you call until you get the results that you're looking for, not just the time. And that's where most people miss it. When I first started, is I would just make 4 hours of calls, but I still am 4 appointments short. Why'd you stop? Okay? The next thing is we're talking is the investment. So if you're going to write $30,000 a month, can I just speak very candidly to you? You're going to need to have resources. You're not going to write $30,000 a month and you don't have no leads. You're not going to write $30,000 a month. And if you've been here for a while, we got leads, you have current clients, you have referrals. Those are different resources of people that you can help to be able to show them what we do as it pertains to mortgage protection and final expense. So a quick story on this. When I first started, I was on the Albright welfare system. Let me explain what that is. So we had no money. I'm talking about food stamps, state assistance, but Andy kept talking to me about saying this opportunity is incredible. I said, I know it's incredible, but I just don't have money for leads. Anybody else been on the welfare, the Albright system? Okay, y'all ain't talking to me. But anyway, so I said, I can do it. I just don't have money to invest in leads. And so he was helping me out with the leads. And Robbie, my boy Robbie, was talking to me. He said, Marcus, your numbers are about as good as everybody else's. You just don't have enough resources. So we're going to get you to invest some money. And I said, all right, well, let's do this. So we did our first big lead order. And when we did our first big lead order, Terry, we went from zero money to $763 from our first lead order. And so I went and got permission from the boss. I said, babe, you good? She said, no, I believe in you. We can do this. You're good. So I said, all right. So I spent $700, and I'm just going to talk to you like I was when I was brand new. From going from 0 to 700, I was nervous. Can I be honest with you? I was scared because I knew people were doing it and they were making sales, but a question that everybody has when they first start, I know it works for Mark, but will it work for me? I know it works for Marcus, but will it work for me? So that was the same question I had, Terry. It's like, I know it's working because I see people getting results, but will it work for me? And I got news for you. If you work, it works. So $700, and it's different when you spend $700 because now you know they got to answer the phone. And if they don't answer the phone, they tell me I'm not interested. I'm like, let's just go to the house and make sure. Let's just make sure. This was $40 investment. I just need to make sure that you really don't want this. And I'm gonna show up and smile like, didn't I tell you I'm not interested? I just was making sure. Right? So when you invest, you have to decide how much you're going to invest. Everybody's different. But what we're encouraging people to do is come out the gate swinging. Figure out how to invest anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a week in leads. Because when I invested $762, it changed my whole business. That week I wrote $11,000. I had a $7,000 deposit, and it was a great investment, wasn't it, Mr. Kraft? And then the next week, I called Robbie because Robbie knows my NAA number by heart because I used to bug him on the weekends. I said, Robbie, I need some more of them leads. He said, Marcus, what are you doing? Didn't you see when you invested $700 how it works? I said, yes. He said, so you can't get no more free leads. Go buy some leads. Okay, so investing. Now, everybody says, well, what leads should I get? Everything is different. But when I first started, they asked me a question. They said, do you have more time or do you have more money? And as you guys heard my story, I had way more time than I did money. So if you have more time, you have to get a mix of leads. You got to get all kind of leads, the multi-leads, the RW leads, every lead works. When I first started, y'all can ask Robbie, I had expired leads. I didn't even know there was such a thing. That's right, baby. So people complaining about having 2-year-old leads, stop it. Stop it. Stop it or I'll bury you alive in a box. Stop it. A lead is a lead. It's just someone who filled out a form asking for help. And since they filled out this form, your job is to go help them. So just set an amount that says, I'm going to invest this amount and be consistent with it every week. So whether it's $200, $500, $1,000 a week, know this, for about every $100 you spend in leads, you should write $1,000 of premium. So if you're going to write $30,000, guess what? Your lead bill probably will be around $3,000. People look like, what? Yeah, that's about how it works. But if you're writing $30,000 at the starting contract, roughly you're going to bring home about $15,000. So would you give me $3,000 to bring home 12? That's a great ROI. All day long and twice on Sunday, right, Mia? So that's really what we have our hands on. Now let me hit you with the third one so we can close. You ready? So the next one is managing your activity. Now remember, we have the set time of where we're going to make the phone calls. But here's what happens a lot of time when you're making those phone calls. Because you're an entrepreneur, you have to block out your time as if unless fire is in the house, you're not leaving the house. That's the mindset you have to have. So you can't have your wife calling you. You can't have the kids come bug you. You can't have they got to take out the dog. None of that matters because I'm working right now. Because if you were working at Chick-fil-A, you can't tell your boss at Chick-fil-A, hey, I got to go check on the kids. What? So I'm sorry. Won't see you next week. How about that? And that's how you have to treat your business. You have to manage your activity. And the questions that I ask myself all the time when it comes to managing my activity, write this down. Is this the best use of my time right now? Is what I'm doing right now the best use of my time? Is what I'm doing right now going to give me the greatest return on my investment? And that's the things that I ask myself often because I'm always thinking about where's my next appointment coming from. So if you stay focused on those three things, you can write $30,000 a month. Now you got to stay consistent though, because our business has a compound effect. When you start getting consistent, you start writing more premium, you start seeing more results. And when you're in the home, just work on those 4 basics where you're getting a check or pick up the phone, right? The next thing is you're going to be asking for referrals. You're going to be finding safe money and hiring in the house. If you do those 4 things, there's no reason why you cannot write $30,000 in a month. All right? My name is Marcus Richardson from Centennial, Colorado. I approve this message. Yes. And next we have my good friend.
you guys? That was pitiful. Let's try that again. Hey, y'all, how are ya? That is way better. So again, my name is Amber, and this is Chris Norris, and we are BAM, which is spelled B-A-C-M. The C is silent, kind of like the K in knife. So it's BAM. We are pulling up our nice little slideshow now. But today we're going to talk to you guys about really who we are, why would you want to sell annuities, how we work, how you can get us involved, and of course, the most important thing is how are we going to get paid, right? So who in here has sold an annuity before? Sweet, not a lot of you. So all of you guys need to get out a pen and paper, and we need to write some notes down. So BAM, what we are is we are a retired investment advisory firm, which means that Chris over here, he's got this fancy schmancy license, which helps him provide other things outside of just life insurance. So when you guys are in the home and you guys are wanting to sell insurance, when you're following that ATM, usually by the end of it, it's asking you to find more money. And that more money is when you're going to find things like annuities, you're going to have 401ks, and that's when you have an opportunity to sell more and make more money. So what we are is a resource that Andy has put together to help you guys sell more annuities. And our main goal is to make sure that you guys are getting paid on all of these annuities. And we also, a really cool thing about Chris is he knows a lot of stuff about investments and a lot of different types of vehicles that you can put your money in. So when he's offering and he's talking to you and your client, he can actually offer the absolute best product that's available for your client. All right, Billy, can we go like 5 slides down, please? So, perfect, right there. That's great. One more. Yep, that's it. Okay, so why would you want to sell an annuity? So a lot of times when we're making dials, you got your leads, you go to the house, you're there to sell insurance, right? But you have clients who have more money than just wanting to protect their home if they pass away or protect their family once they pass away. A lot of them have been saving up money for a very long time for retirement. And a lot of them are actually really worried about, do they have enough money for retirement? Is their retirement money safe? Some of them have it in the market. Is the market safe? They're really scared. So one of the options that we have is annuities. And annuities is a safer retirement plan that you can offer them that kind of protects their money a little bit more than in the market. It's a vehicle. So it is a vehicle that allows the clients to receive a maximum return on their investment, and they don't have to worry about the market downside. So a lot like an IUL, there's like a base. So if the market was to ever crash, which it's not, but if it ever was, they're not going to lose usually more than 1%, period. Like they can't lose more than 1%. So it's a really good vehicle to have and to be able to offer your client. And again, you've already sold them life insurance. Now you got to make some more money. So how you're going to get us involved? This is the big part. This is where it really matters. So can you go to the next one, Billy? And one more. Perfect. So here's my little timeline, and this is the steps that you're going to take to get us involved so that you can sell more annuities. What you're going to do is you're going to go into the home. You are going to go and you're going to sell some insurance because that's exactly why they called you. They called you because they want you to protect the house. So you're going to sell them insurance, go through that ATM, and when you get through that ATM, at the very end, it's going to ask you to fill out a green sheet and start asking them about that money. There's a green sheet on there, and if you have never seen a green sheet, come find us. We will get a green sheet for you. And it literally asks you to put all the information down that we would need to meet with us and your client. Don't start talking to them a bunch of details about the market and what exactly an annuity is. Chris is there to sell it for you. You don't even have to sell that part. You just say, hey, I'm partnering with this guy, Chris Norris, Chuck Norris, whatever you want to call him. I know he gets called Chuck Norris quite a bit. But fill out that green sheet and then get the statements. They might have 401ks. They might have 403bs. They've got money somewhere. And if they have that, get those statements for us and say, hey, we're going to schedule an appointment with Chris. I'm going to send him this information, and we're going to see if this stuff is the best vehicle for you to be keeping your retirement firm in. One of the craziest things I see is when people have When they're working with a company and they get a 401k with that company, and then they no longer work there anymore, there's no benefit to that 401k anymore. Like, why is it sitting there? That's like keeping your clothes at your ex-boyfriend's house. Like, you don't do that. You don't do that. You need to put it somewhere else where it's actually going to make some money. Right. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to our Simply Book Me website. You're going to take that filled out green sheet. You're going to take those statements that you gathered from your client, and you're going to book an appointment. And you're going to tell your client, hey, we're going to call Chris. We can do a Zoom. We can do a phone call, whatever they feel best about. And then he's going to get on the phone with them, and he's going to talk to them about the best options. And yes, we have many different vehicles we can offer, but again, our number one goal is to help you sell an annuity. So that is the ultimate timeline right there. You got it? And I'm going to let Chris take it away because he can tell you all the nitty-gritty stuff.
Okay, thank you, Amber. All right. Everybody, give it up for Amber, please. All right. So again, my name is Chris Norris. I run Burlington Alliance Capital Management. That is... All right, everybody. So our goal and our job is to help you guys triple your annuity production. So I'm going to go ahead and say the leader for annuities right now in the company is at $1.1 million so far this year. Whoa. Just so you know. It's February 19th. Is that right? Okay, I just want you guys to know that. All right. So let's talk about some of the keys for writing annuities. You guys have had a lot of great speakers up here today talking about being in the house. There are things that I think are keys with any type of sales, and this is no different. If you look behind me, one of the things that I think is key, you got to build rapport, right? When you go in the house, you guys are using the ATM, right? Right, I'm shaking my head, everybody's agreeing with me, right? You're using the ATM. Guys, you have to do that, right? I don't care if you've been in the business 6 months, if you've been in the business 10 years, it's a track to run on, right? So we don't get lost. You got to build rapport, you have to edify, you have to ask the questions that are in the ATM, right? Where's your 401k? You know, what other assets do you have to offset the mortgage if something happens to you? That's a great question. It's in the ATM for a reason, right? Ask that question. How much of this money can you afford to lose, right? I don't care if they tell you, you know, they have $1 or $100,000. My question is going to be the same. I'm going to come back to that in a few minutes, right? But we want to bam, right? Book a meeting from a meeting and come back. Set up an appointment with us, you know, but the key to it is partnership. You say, hey, I've got a partner, you know, his name's Chris. He can really help, you know, he's helped my other clients, you know, plan for retirement. I'd really like to set up a time for us to meet with him. It's as simple as that. Terry likes to use, that's above my pay grade. I really can't talk about that, but I've got a partner. That's really what he does. I don't care how you say it, but I didn't say anything in there about annuities, right? First rule of Fight Club, don't talk about Fight Club, right? Same thing with annuities. Don't talk about annuities. So it's not that we don't want to say, you know, that's what we do, but when you start talking about annuities, people put up that sales wall. Hutch talked about it, right? It's sales. When you talk about annuities, they put up that sales wall. So I would just tell you, be cognizant of that. You know, when we start doing those things, just be aware of that. I'm going to talk about some of the things that we're able to do. We're able to help you guys move money without getting the other broker involved, right? Because we're an investment advisory firm, we can do certain things that you guys cannot, right? That's right. We can repo the money, right? We can go in with the client's permission, we can move the funds and the other broker's not even going to know it. It's going to move within about 2 business days, and the broker's going to wake up the next day and it's not going to be in his account, it's going to be in ours. Right? And guess what? Your clients, they don't want to have to call the other broker. They're afraid to tell them that they're moving their funds. Guess what? They don't have to. We can do that. Get us involved. The other thing is, a lot of cases are lost because the broker talks them out of it. Guess what? If you get us involved, they don't ever have to talk to them. That doesn't happen. Get us involved. You know, from an example standpoint, guys, let's just talk about this thing. You know, total amount of money that was moved last year into annuities with our help was about $25 million. Okay? Total amount of money that moved through BACM last year is about $35 million that's sitting in BAM right now. $70 million has moved since 2018 through BAM into annuities. So that doesn't count what didn't come through us, but that also got into BAM. So again, guys, we know what we're doing. Let us help you. Guess what? We don't take a commission split when we help you guys write annuities. There's no reason not to use us. Last but not least, guys, we also can pay you guys for money that we keep. So let me say that again, okay? If we help you guys write an annuity and there's a piece that needs to stay with BAM for suitability, right? We can't put everything into an annuity, right? Everybody knows that, right? The carriers won't let that. That's not my rule. The carrier will not let you. Did you know that we can pay you a percentage of that money that stays with us? We can pay you a referral fee, a solicitor's fee. Let me say that again. You can get paid for money that we keep. We can pay you a referral fee, right? For money that is a securities product, we can pay you, right? Ongoing, forever, perpetuity, every year. You get paid. You don't have to do anything. You can refer it. All right. I get the pleasure of bringing up a good friend, the leader in the company in annuity production year to date, at $1.1 million year to date in the company, Belle Krause. Give it up. Everybody stand up on your feet. Belle Krause. Thank you. No, thank you.
Don't walk off, Amber. Hey, everybody. All right, I am Belle Krause. My wonderful husband, Jake, and I, we've been here with the Alliance about 4.5 years. And, man, I'm just fired up. I don't know if you guys, just listening to the training that's been going on out here, I remember sitting in that seat wondering, can I do it? Right? Marcus talking about that. It's like, oh, Mark can do it. Marcus can do it. Robert can do it. Can I do it? I'm here to tell you you can. I'm here to tell you you can. A little bit about my background. I'm originally from southeastern Kentucky. Jessica, that poverty is something I know. I grew up without running water, right? And this was in the 80s. No running water in the 80s. That's how poor we were. And so when I got older, I joined the military as a way out of there, as a shot at something different. And I joined the bomb squad, and I did that for about 8 years. I met my wonderful husband there. We have 2 amazing children. After that 8 years, it was time for me to make a decision. So I traded my Army stripes for baby wipes, and I stayed home and I raised the kids for the next 12 years. And then these kids, they do this amazing thing. They grow up. And I had identified so long with being that domestic CEO, with being the homemaker to my active duty husband, that I wanted to ensure that he could operate at the highest capacity and he would never have to worry about anything at home. I was good at what I did. I was really good. And I was so good I worked myself out of a job. And I was at the point where our son got into college 2 years early, and we were looking for a way to help fund that because money wasn't ready 2 years early. But mostly I was looking for another purpose, another place to have an impact. I don't know if you want to call it a midlife crisis. I don't know if you want to call it just feeling lost. But I was at an impasse in my life that I haven't really even talked about that much because it seemed so weird to me. From the time I was 13 and that Army recruiter told me I could be all I could be, I had a mission I was after. I had a purpose I was fulfilling. I was going to go. I was going to be on that bomb squad, and it didn't matter who tried to stop me. I was going to get there because there was nothing to go back to. And when I decided that it was time to trade those Army stripes and do the one thing that only I could do, because let me tell y'all, anybody can be on the bomb squad. You enough training, enough practice, anybody can be there. But only I could be a mother to my children. So that was my new mission. But as children grow, you outgrow that mission. It looks different when they're older. And so I finally found myself looking for wanting to be the next level of all I could be, but nowhere to put it. I didn't know where to take it to, and it scared me. And I'm so grateful for a conversation our friends Brandon and Jennifer Bulis had with us, because they brought us here. And here is where I found people just like me, people who were scared, people who needed money, people who needed focus, purpose, mission. That's what I found here. And I am so grateful that Andy and Jane had the vision of the Alliance so long ago to bring us here, so we can learn from people just like us. There is no secret sauce. I don't know if you guys have been listening about what's going on here, and that's one of the things I'm going to talk about. It's just the process of how we run our appointments, right? How do we overcome objections? How do we find the big money? Y'all, $1.1 million in 6 weeks? Are you kidding me? I'm still pinching myself. Because I'm like, this is just me. But if you want to know how that happens, we have to go back in time to where I was just like you guys. How many new people do we have in the room? When I was new in the room, I saw people up on the stage and I said, I want to do that. I want to do that. So I encourage you guys to find somebody that's been up here that has spoken, that inspires you, that you identify with, and say, I want to do that. Because you can. You can here. So to talk about the foundation of the success that we have here, I need y'all to just kind of get your mind right, because that's the process I had to go through. And I read in a book, because that's something I learned to do here, is read something other than fiction. And I will call this a book. It is really an essay, but I got credit for reading a book because it was all bound like a book. And if you print it out on PDF, it's probably about 6 pages long, but you get credit for a book. Common denominator of success. And there's a passage in there that says, successful men are influenced by the desire for pleasing results. Failures are influenced by the desire for pleasing methods and are inclined to be satisfied with such results as can be obtained by things that they like to do. I loved how Olga got up here and talked about the dials. She was scared. She wasn't sure she knew how to do it. That was not a pleasing method. But if we want those pleasing results, if you guys want to earn the trips, if you guys want to have $30,000 hit your account in a month, $40,000 hit your account in a month, we're going to have to make some sacrifices on what we consider pleasing methods and trade it for pleasing results. So when Olga talked about the dials, that resonated with me. I was nervous to make those phone calls. One of the things I was really nervous about is I had heard about this thing called door knocking, and I thought, I ain't going to go up to somebody's house and knock on the door. They don't know I'm coming. Until, like Marcus said, you get yourself some leads, and they don't answer that phone, and you'd be like, I paid for this. I better get out there and go talk to them, right? They ain't answering the phone. They must not understand what we're calling about, right? So you commit yourself to that process, and you will find the results that others are getting. So success does not look the way we expect it to look. When I first saw those top producers up on stage, I saw the front show. I did not see the months or years of work prior to that. But let me tell every one of you guys, there is a lot of work behind what you see up front. And don't be scared of it. Don't be scared of it, because it's not going to look the way you expect it to look. It's also not going to come when you expect it to come. Sometimes you're going to go 0 for 18. Sometimes you're going to do that 2 weeks in a row, and you're going to question life itself, and you're going to call your mentors, and you're going to cry to them on the side of the road and say, I don't know about this. It worked last week and 2 weeks ago, right? It will work again. It will work again as long as you keep working, as long as you keep going, because we're all going to go through those cycles. So success doesn't look like what you expect it to look like, and it doesn't come when you expect it to come. Sometimes success feels very inconvenient. Sometimes success feels like an interruption. And a lot of the times it is accompanied with insecurities and fear. Anybody ever been insecure? Yeah. Anybody ever been afraid of something? I've been afraid of a lot of things, right? That's what success looks like. It's not different from that. It's not apart from that. That is part of it. So when you feel insecure, when you feel afraid, join the crowd. You're welcome to the human race. It is part of the success story, and you're not going to get away from that. So as you guys have heard the other speakers come up here, we have a system. And the first part of being successful in finding the big money and getting the big checks and getting the big paydays is to, one, be aware that we have a system. And I'm very grateful for that system. I was never really in sales before. When I was about 20 years old, I tried to do Mary Kay. And I tried to do Mary Kay because I worked in a field of all men, like all the time. And I felt like, I'm becoming one of them. And nothing wrong with men, you guys are great, but I just want to be one of you guys, right? And so I thought if I did something feminine, if I did something girly, maybe, I'd have more friends that were females and do more girl things. So I decided to try Mary Kay. And it turns out that if you want to sell lipstick, you should probably wear lipstick. If you want to sell eyeshadow, you should probably wear eyeshadow. I didn't have the 8 steps to success. There was no one there to teach me that personal use mattered, right? I knew then, if you cannot sell lipstick to women, you are not a salesperson, because they buy it even when they don't want it, right? And I couldn't even do that. So that was my only step into sales. But when I got here, they told me they had a system. And I was like, thank you, because the one thing I did learn is I know how to follow orders. I know how to follow instructions. Right? I was on the bomb squad. There is all methods and procedures, and you follow them precisely. You follow them without fail. You don't question those instructions. At no point in time when you're looking at that device, you think, well, did they really mean to do it this way? No. You follow those instructions, whether you agree with them or not. So when I came here and they told me they had a system, I just had to follow it, right? And our system is very simple. We have leads. Now, some of you guys have extensive networks outside of that, and that's great. I did not have that. For me, the fastest way to be up and running was leads. It still is. I have current clients that I work with, but I want to operate at a higher level. So we have leads, and then we make phone calls. And then we book the appointments. And there is training on how to do each part of that. There's training on what type of leads to get and how much you should invest. There's training on how to make the dials, when to make the dials, what to say when you make the dials. If you're, coming across an objection over and over, there's training on how to overcome that objection. Something else I learned is that a lot of times the objections I was getting was my fault. I was causing my own objections, right? But I didn't know that until I got the training, until someone listened to me, and I had to be open to the training, open to the guidance on that. So make your phone calls and you book your appointments. And then you run your appointments and you realize there's a whole new set of obstacles there. Because once you finally overcome the obstacles of making the dials and getting the appointments, you show up and now there's all kinds of new stuff you got to overcome. I showed up and they weren't there. I showed up and they was there, but I didn't quite know how to use my ATM. Or I didn't do the whole process. So we have that ATM. That's nothing more than a guided conversation. It's a guided conversation, and I was very grateful for it, because in the beginning I was so scared. I was nervous. I didn't know what to say, and I kind of used that ATM as a crutch. And it went from being a crutch to a vital tool that I use every time. When I was on the bomb squad, we had this tool called crimpers. These crimpers is what you would use to attach a blasting cap to a piece of deck cord or a time-delayed fuse. You didn't go anywhere without those crimpers. You could not function in your job without that. Well, here, that's my ATM. I've been doing this 4.5 years. I've gotten to where I was better than I was. I use the ATM in every home. I don't skip a step. It's just like being on the bomb squad. Just because you've done the same procedure 50 times, you don't start skipping steps. It gets dangerous. It'll be catastrophic. Things will blow up in your face. You don't want that to happen. So you don't skip the steps. So you use the ATM in every home. And I love that the ATM has a section in there, your financial picture. And this is where the big money comes in. And it makes it so simple. A lot of people tell me they get nervous when asking about the finances. But there's a page right there in the ATM that asks those questions, and I show it to them. I tell them all the time, I need to ask you some health questions, some lifestyle questions, some finance questions, so we can figure out what's going to work best for you and your family. And then I just go through the questions. And if you don't treat it like a big deal, they won't treat it like a big deal. I just told them I had to ask. They agreed. And they just answered the questions. And that green sheet, Billy, can we get the picture of the green sheet? That green sheet coincides with that page of the ATM that When you ask those health questions, those lifestyle questions, those financial questions, you now have an organized place to write that all down so that you don't forget, so that you can circle back to it. Because we came there for the mortgage protection. We came there for the final expense, and we have to handle the main thing first. But this is where you find the money. People tell me all the time they have a hard time finding it. This is how you find it. But once you find it, it brings a whole new set of challenges. Now what do you do with it? How do you get them to discuss other options? That's the next obstacle. And you will see that in the process of growing here in the Alliance and here in what we do, it's just a series of overcoming the next set of challenges. There's a story of David and Goliath. Most people have heard of it, and I'm not trying to be preacher or anything like that, but most people have heard of the story of David and Goliath, right? And how David went out there with the stones and he took down Goliath. And we all think of that moment of the little guy beating the big guy, right? The underdog rising to the challenge. But what a lot of people don't remember or don't know is that before David took on Goliath, he fought a bear. And before he fought the bear, he fought a lion. And in the Bible, it doesn't really talk about what he fought before that, but he was a shepherd. Y'all know there's coyotes and foxes and wolves, all kinds of stuff coming after those sheep. So David and Goliath, that was not his first battle. It was just the biggest thus far. When you do this business, you will have many battles. But when you overcome them, it gives you the confidence to keep going and to know you can overcome the next one. When we all show up here, we show up, we have some battles under our belt. We've done some hard things, right? You can do hard things here. You can overcome things here. And here, when you do it, the rewards are much greater. The rewards are much greater. When I think about the things that made me nervous here, and I think back over my life, I'm like, what is wrong with me, right? I disarmed bombs, and I was nervous to pick up a phone. It's like, does that even make sense? No. I remember when we were having our first child, Jake was on another continent, and I went into labor, and I drove myself to the hospital, and I had a baby by myself. And I'm like, that was hard. That was scary. This is a conversation. This ain't nothing. We have an autistic daughter, and she's amazing. And when she was young, they told us she would never communicate with another human being. She's bilingual, by the way. She dabbles in other languages because it interests her. But so she speaks more languages than I do. She runs a YouTube channel. She's got 30,000 subscribers with videos of millions of views. She's communicating with more people than I probably ever will. But this was a child they said would never communicate. I raised an autistic girl through puberty, guys. I can do hard things. This ain't nothing. You can do hard things too. When you look back over your life, think about the foxes and the wolves and the coyotes that you have fought. Think about the lions and the bears that you have fought. This ain't no Goliath. This is just the next step in overcoming challenges that we face in life. And when you do that here, you can be wildly successful, and you can help others remember how they overcome the foxes and the coyotes and the lions and the bears, so that when Goliath does show up at your door, we're the monkeys, right? Andy's talking about the monkeys. I ain't fighting that thing by myself. No, I'm calling Brandon Bulis. I'm calling Diane Lampy. I'm calling Andy Albright. I am reaching out to my other people out here that have been in the cage and say, this is how you get free. This is how you take down Goliath. That's what we do here. That's what we do. So we have, I'm sorry, I get off track. So we have these green sheets, right? And those green sheets, that's where you fill out that information that Chris is going to need, right? That's the next step in the process. And when I started, that $1.1 million of annuities, a big chunk of that actually started 3.5 years ago. So I'm going to take y'all on a little time machine, okay? Don't laugh at me. I tell you, we're going to dance in front of people like we do when we're kids. We're about to go through a time machine. You guys ready? You want to go? We are now 4 years back in time. This is Belle Krause, had her insurance license for all of 3 months. And she gets this older lead. It's a rework. It's been on storage for 2 years. And this is one of those people that I couldn't get a hold of. And I called them, and I called them, and I called for 6 months. I called, I'd drive by, do a door knock, they weren't home, leave a little yellow sticky on there. It took me 6 months to get an appointment with this person that had filled out the paperwork 2 years prior to that. finally get the appointment. I go in and I follow the ATM because I don't know any other way. That's what I was taught to do. I follow the ATM, and in that process, I take a green sheet and I get referrals. That's the other process that we have, is our emergency response system is part of our referral system. So I do the green sheet and I do the referrals. And on the follow-up, because once you do the ATM in the home, you do the green sheet, you write the app, you get your referrals. The next step of what we do is we turn in our applications, or we submit those electronic applications. We call on the pending, make sure they get issued, because y'all, I can mess up some paperwork. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I can mess this stuff up, and there's things I got to fix. And so we work our pending, and then we follow up, right? And part of that follow-up is we call the people on that emergency response system. And there was a name on there. And it took me another 8 months to get a hold of the person on that emergency response system, right? Still new. All I know is this is a system they have in place, so I'm following it. I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know why it worked. I just knew it was going to work because it worked for Marcus. It worked for Mark. It worked for Robert. It's going to work for me too. I just have to follow it. So I called on those, and it took me 8 months to get an appointment with the person on that referral sheet. And I go in and I help that person with a small mortgage protection life insurance policy, and I did a green sheet there. And we found $1.3 million. And at that point in time, this gentleman was not ready to retire. He was not ready to move forward, but we did the green sheet. We set up an appointment with Chris, and I explained to people that, you know, we have wealth management. That ain't me. That's beyond the scope of what I can do for you, but I have the Chuck Norris of retirement here on staff. So I can put you in touch. Well, his name is Chris Norris, but he is the Chuck Norris of retirement. And I can make sure that you guys have a one-on-one appointment with him to answer some questions and get guidance on this next phase as you're preparing for retirement. Because you guys have been building your retirement for the last 40 years. Now it's time to prepare to use your retirement. And so we set up an appointment. And we had that first phone call with Chris, and nothing happened. And then 6 months later, we followed up, and we had another phone call with Chris, and nothing happened. Remember where I said success doesn't come when you think it should come? You know, I'm like, I found the money, I did the green sheet, I set the appointment, it should be here by now. Not yet, not time. So 2 years later, every 6 months, checking in, following up, doing the system that I know works, trusting the system's going to be there. Well, guess what happened back in October? He calls me. Because he's got my number now, right? He knows who I am when I call. He says, hey, Belle, I've decided December 31st will be my last day of work. I would like to speak to you and Mr. Chris Norris on what to do with this money. At this point, it's $1.4 million. I was like, we can help you with that. That's something we can do. And so that's what we did. But it was because I was aware of a system that we had in place, right? You follow the system. And then I implemented the system. This is the next part. Our system is like a combination lock. You guys ever have a combination lock on your locker at school? Ever get frustrated with those things? Like, man, I know I hit number 22, and it is just not opening that thing, right? Well, our system is like a combination lock. And it doesn't matter if you like the number 22 or not. If that is the number that opens that lock and you're not willing to go to that number, you are not opening that lock. Just like I had in my head that maybe I won't do door knocks until I invested and I realized that is the next natural step. Not only because I invested, but you know what? That family asked for help. Who am I to deny them help because I'm scared of something? It ain't about me. I can tell you this, I did do a door knock from a responder who sent it in who didn't put his phone number on there, and this was back in this past October. Did a door knock, and that gentleman tried to help him out with some life insurance. He'd recently had a major heart event and already had a lot of life insurance, but he said, you know what I'm really concerned about is this $100,000, and I'm going to have to start taking draws from here soon. Can you help me with that? I'm afraid with all this stuff going on in the market today that something's going to happen to that. I saw on your page here, because I use the ATM, it says right on their retirement, right? He said, I saw on your page here you help with retirement. Can you help me with that? We walked out of there with an $80,000 annuity and a referral, where I sat with his daughter 2 weeks later and wrote a $6,000 target IUL because she wanted to prepare for retirement better than her dad had. So that door knock that I was so afraid to do that is a part of our system, there's a reason it's there. And if you don't want to hit that number 22, if you don't like that number of the combination, you're not going to unlock the full potential of what we have here. So before anyone can say a system doesn't work, they have to follow the system through, and they have to follow it through consistently, repeatedly, every time. You can't skip steps. I'm not a baker. There's a reason I joined the Army. Yes, there's poverty and all that, but you know where I'm from, if a girl can't cook and can't sew, she ain't got no prospects. She's got to go. So I had to leave. I don't cook. I don't sew. Those are not things I'm good at. My dad always said, find something you're good at and stick with it. I break stuff. I'm really good at breaking stuff, so that's what I did. So anyways, I can't cook, but I do know this. If you are following a recipe for a cake, and it says put in baking powder, and I decide I don't like the way baking powder smells, I'm going to use baby powder. It smells better. I have more baby powder in the pantry than I do baking powder, so I'll just use that. If I don't follow the instructions exactly the way they are in that recipe, is my cake going to turn out any good? Would somebody want to eat my baby powder cake? No, but I like baby powder better. It makes my hands softer. It smells better. It's more pleasing. It's more pleasing than the baking powder. Do we want pleasing methods, or do we want pleasing results? Whenever you're in that moment and that dial feels like, gosh, do I have to do it again? Ask yourself, do I want pleasing methods, or do I want pleasing results? Because I want results. That's what I want. My family's freedom is based on results. Like Marcus said, you dial for your 4 hours and you were shooting for 20 appointments and you only got 16, guess what? You ain't got the results yet. You got to keep going until you get the results that you know that your family needs. That's what we're after. We're after generational freedom. I'm not after a pleasing moment. I'm not after an easy day. I want generational freedom for my autistic daughter. I don't just want to be free. I want my daughter to be free, because someday I won't be here anymore. And she needs to be free before I go. Off track again. See, that's what happens. So you have the habit of doing this routine every time. And has anybody ever been on a diet? I've been on a diet. I've been on a lot of diets. And you know, you have that goal. You have that goal of losing 10 pounds, losing 20 pounds. And then you hit that goal, and what happens to your diet? You go right back to what you were doing before. So if you have a goal here of, I'm going to issue pay, I love what Jessica Phillips says, 20,000, because that's so achievable here. It is so achievable for someone willing to put in the work of following the system consistently, day in, day out, right? All month long. If you do that, you can do 20,000, you can do 30,000, right? But once you hit that goal, you have to remain in the system. You cannot be like, well, I hit 30,000, I don't need that ATM. I know what I'm doing now. I hit 30,000, I don't need to do that door knock. I ain't got time for that. Stick with the system that got you there. Embrace the system that got you there. When you're on that diet, you have that destination mentality sometimes, like when I get to that 20 pounds, I don't have to do that whole cut out the carbs thing anymore. Like when I get to that 20,000, I don't have to do that whole door knock thing anymore. Wrong. You got to keep doing what made you successful in the beginning. You don't grow weary in doing good. Keep going until you're free. Keep going until you hit that generational wealth. Keep going until you've taught others how to do it. Because y'all, it ain't about me. It's about you. It's about your family. And thank God Andy Albright did that. Andy said, it's not about me anymore. It's not about just my family anymore. It's about you and yours. Because I got what I needed. I want you to have what you need. I want you to have what you're after. He didn't know Bell Krause. He didn't know Jake Krause back when he had started the Alliance, but he knew there were Bell Krauses and Jake Krauses out in the world who would need this. That was his vision. It was big enough for all of us. And so instead of thinking that this is a finite thing for just, I'm only going to do it till I hit my 20,000 or till I hit my 30,000, accept that this is what success looks like. This is the success story. Remember, it doesn't look like what we thought it was going to look like. A lot of times we want a success that doesn't require anything more from us than what we're already willing to do. Sometimes we want a success that doesn't require us to get uncomfortable with what we already know. But that's not where true success lies. True success is always on the other side of comfort. It's always on the other side of what you already know. And it's because you don't already have it. Because if you were already there, you'd already have the level of success that you were after. But we don't. That's why we're here. Iron sharpens iron. We're here to learn from each other, to rise each other up, and to persevere, and to be in that fight together so that when the Goliaths come, we can rely on the foundation of our system. We can rely on the relationships of the people in this room. Because believe you me, Goliaths are going to come. They come in many forms. It may be a pandemic. It may be a health crisis. It may be a relationship crisis. But no matter what it is, they're going to show up. And we can't say, well, I'm going to do the system if there's no Goliath. I'm going to do the system if there's no hardship. I'm going to do the system if it's not uncomfortable. No. That foundation is there to give us something to plant our feet on and press forward when that fight comes. Y'all, I'm a Seahawks fan. I love the Seahawks, and sometimes it's embarrassing to admit because I know they don't do so well. But, you know what it's like to be loyal to something when you're a Seahawks fan, because you got to stick through it. You got to stick through it. But here's what I know about football. They will stand toe-to-toe, and they will look that big guy in the eye, and it doesn't matter if they just took them down the last 3 yards. They're fighting for every inch on that field. I want you guys to get up and fight for every inch on that field. It may not be 1.1 million in annuities today, but it could be tomorrow. Because remember, the time machine, that seed was planted when I'd had my insurance license for 3 months. It took it 4 years to grow, but buddy, it grew. It grew. And so when you commit to doing the steps, when you can focus on becoming excellent at the basic activities, the big money will be there. And when you find that big money, we have Chris Norris and BAM to help us on what to do with it. We have Gina Hawks to help us with the IULs. We have the resources here that Andy has invested for you to help you succeed. You don't have to know why that render safe procedure works on that bomb. You just have to do what it says to do, and you will get that result. So I want to encourage you guys to plug into the system, commit to living out the activities of the system, to commit to plugging into the calls and the training that we have, and being teachable and coachable along the way. Because that is how you're going to close the big deals. That is how you're going to find the big money. And that's how you're going to persevere when all the rest of the world is falling apart and going into chaos. When we can rally together and say, not here, toe to toe. We're looking at this pandemic and we're fighting for the next inch. And I ain't doing it by myself because I got a team. Thank you, guys. All right.
You want your phone? Hey y'all, I'm Robbie Kraft. I've worked with Andy. I interviewed with Albright the week after Christmas in 2009. My interview with Andy sounded like, he asked me where I went to college. I said NC State. He said, what'd you study? I said finance. He said, cool, you're hired. I said, awesome. For what? He said, I have no idea, but come back next week and we'll figure it out. Got home. I told my parents. They said, how'd the interview go? I said, I killed it. So that's how I got started with the Alliance. So whether you respond to an ad or whether you knew someone that works with us, welcome. We're glad you're here. I had no idea how much I miss seeing you guys until I see you.
So like I hugged Jason Mathis way too long yesterday. Is Jason Mathis in here? I apologize for the duration of that hug. It was just good to see you. Sebastian Chambers from Oklahoma. I'm not sorry that hug lasted so long. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to see you guys here because y'all are the reason we work so hard at the office. So without you, there's no point in working hard, and then I see you guys and it makes me want to work harder. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm excited. I saw Jim Henson in the back. He's been in insurance 40 years. And I just see legends. Like I grew up listening to Alex Abian talk about hiring width and depth. And then I saw Stephen Day. Like, it's an honor. I'm humbled to talk to you guys. So I'm just grateful to be a part of the team, grateful to be a part of the Alliance. So I'm supposed to talk about ARC. So if y'all have been here for more than a couple days, you've probably heard of this website called the ARC, arc.naaleads.com. That website you can get everything on. Now we had some crazy stuff happen this week with technology and servers and databases and networks and queries and SQL servers and all kinds of stuff. And we are rocking and rolling 100 miles an hour right now. So the most important thing I can tell you to do, if you haven't done it yet, is log into the ARC and put your deposit information in so we can pay you. It's very important. We had somebody write a $500 a month IUL, and they did not get paid. And they were like, why did I not get paid? And I said, I don't know, we really want to pay you. And I said, have you put your deposit information in yet? And they said, what's that? And I said, there is our problem. So if you have not told us to pay you, we don't know where to pay you. So if everybody would just kind of write a note, if you haven't gotten paid yet, go to My Business. So if you log into the ARC website, you see these 4 gauges right here to keep up with your activity. Right here you see leaderboards, and right here you see conference calls and different things going on. And on this side you see news and notes and different kinds of announcements, okay? And there's 5 tabs. This tab says My Business, this tab says Team, this tab says Carriers, this tab says Resources, and this tab says Connections. I spent a lot of time on this website if y'all can't tell. So, under My Business tab, this is very important. Is everybody ready? There, you click on My Business, and then it says Deposit Info. That has got to be your deposit info, not your mama's, because she ain't licensed. It's got to be yours. We get audited and stuff. We got to pay the licensed person. Any questions on that? We can still friends. We're still good? Still good? All right. If y'all are brand new, you do not get paid by insurance companies. Insurance companies pay us. But why? But why is insurance companies have very limited levels that they can pay you. And we can pay out 45 levels. As in 45. Not 4 or 5. 45 levels. What does that mean? When someone sells a policy, we can pay out 45 levels for every policy that's sold. Where the cap, Darren, most companies can pay out 4, 5, 7, 11. 11's the most, and we do 45. So the reason that we pay you is it gives us crazy flexibility that do stuff no one else can do. Does that make sense? Yeah. So our contract level goes from a 55% and it goes all the way up to 140%. Okay? The complicated part is it goes 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110, 115. Okay? At 115, crazy things happen. Do you know what the crazy things happen? It goes up in 1% increments. See, all these were 5, and all these are 1. So if you add up all those and go 115, 116, all the way to 140, that's 38 different percentage levels. Well, you said 45. Well, I'm about to explain to you where the extra 7 come from. I ain't scared or afraid. Now look at here. All right. Y'all pay attention, dadgummit. All right. So we are the only company that I've been alive 33 years. So I don't know nothing outside of those 33 years. Almost 30. We'll be 34 in April. How is that possible? Oh my gosh. Whew. All that server stuff this week, I was like popping out gray hair when I was dadgum network servers. True story. I wish I was kidding, but it's not. I was doing it this morning too. I was like, there's another one. Anyway, focus, Robbie. Glow bonuses. Generational loyalty override bonuses. What is that? That is money that is not an override, but it's an extra bonus money when you help somebody sell a policy. So, you remember all these levels? 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. These people are not eligible for glow bonuses yet. But why? Because they have not reached 85% yet. Once you've reached 85%, you're eligible for glow bonuses. And what is that? That's extra money on top of the money you already made. Okay? So when people that are building businesses, like when you recruit somebody and they want to build a business, they've never heard of a glow bonus. Do you know why they've never heard of one? Because we're the only people that have it. Why don't other companies have glow bonuses? Because they get paid by insurance companies. They're not innovative. They're only limited to 11 levels. We have 45. Anyway, that's why we do it. Does that make sense? That's why it gives us flexibility. About 45, not 11, like Darren Silva said from American Amicable. Everybody good? Everybody still friends? All right, so who's eligible for glow bonuses? You have to be at what level to be? And how do you get to an 85? 85 is easy. So if you open this new agent guide, there is a page called the Super PAC. And if I was more prepared, I could tell you what page it's on. It is on page 9. It's on page 9. To get to an 85%, all you got to do is sell 25 grand 2 months in a row. That's it? Yeah, I'm going to say it one more time for dramatic effect. To be eligible for glow bonuses, all you got to do is sell 25 G's 2 months in a row. Now, what's the catch? The catch is you have to sell 20 applications that month. Like you can't get lucky and sell a $250,000 annuity, get 10% credit, and account for 25 grand, and you can't sell, like one big IUL. It's got to be 20 applications and 25,000. So that is the catch. You can't get lucky. It's got you got to help 20 people in a month, and then you get an 85. So free advice. So this is unsolicited advice. You do not have to listen to just tune me out if you don't want unsolicited advice from an almost 6 foot tall freckled dude from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Okay? Huh? Sorry, Midway. Thank you, Terry. I'm from Midway, North Carolina, which is midway in between Winston-Salem and Lexington. And since me and Terry Edwards are best friends, he called me out from being Midway. There you go. So, please go to an 85% contract. So whatever contract you're at now, if it's less than 85, do 25,000 this month, 25,000 next month, and be eligible for glow bonuses. Is that cool? It's 1 month. We made it 1 month. You do 25,000. It used to be 2 months. Now we made it easier. So if you sell 40,000 1 month, you're at 100%. So everybody forget everything I said the last 2 minutes. Andy improved stuff every 7 minutes around here. So forget what I said about 2 months. It's 1 month. Does that make any sense? You have one good month and you get a 100% contract. I got news for y'all. When y'all get to a 100% contract, it's so much easier to calculate your commissions. Because whatever it is on the grid, that's what it is. You ain't got to multiply your level times that. If you're at 100, it's like, boom. There ain't no, let me take my percentage times that, or whatever it is. It'll save you some time. So forget everything I said. I'm going to go back in time. Gee, is that cool with you? All right. So everybody sell $40,000 in March and get 100%. Your upline will not be mad because they're going to have a glow bonus when you do better. The Alliance is one, I don't know everything. I think it's the only company where you don't want to hold people down and keep them at lower levels, and you want to increase people's commission levels because you make a glow bonus. So everybody else is trying to you know what? If he's going to get promoted at 20, let's see if we can get them to sell 18 because I'll make more spread. Because what I got to do, I got to make my spread. No, man, let's just tell everybody do the best you can. And if they pass you, calm down, we have Glow. So how does Glow work? So if you go to the middle of the page here, you see this agent levels map. The thing that says generational loyalty overrides, the 8, 5, 4, 2, 2, 1, 1, those are the percentages on top of the override. So let's say that you're G, and G hires an absolute stud named Marcus Richardson, okay? Let's say G's part-time, he's got a few people selling, he's reached an 85% contract. Go G, woohoo! Let's say Marcus, that was I don't know, dude, 9 years ago, that was some great sales training I gave you. Buy some more leads so you can sell some more insurance. Did y'all write that quote down? I didn't know what I was doing, but I heard from Andy, it's like, hey, if we can get Marcus to invest more money, he'll probably make more money. And I was like, done. So I was practicing my sales skills on you. What'd you write, 11,000? Shoo. Do that 4 weeks in a row, you'd be at 100%. It's crazy. 1 month. System's awesome. Okay, so if you're an 85 and you're G, and you hire Marcus, and let's say Marcus is at 100, right? Let's say Marcus was at an 80, but now he's at 100, and he was at an 85. Everybody seeing this? So look, he's at an 85, and he was at an 80, but now he's at 100. Okay? Every other company, this would be bad, because why? Because what is 85 minus 100? That's not good. How much spread is that?
15. No, it's a negative 15.
Yeah, I was going to say 0, but to your point, you are a teacher, and that is negative 15%. Does that make sense? So he's got to pay us 15% every time he sells a policy. I didn't think about that. All right. So with us, and when G helps Marcus pass him or become at a higher level, it benefits G. Because G was making 85 minus 80, so he was making 5%. But since now Marcus is at 100 and G's at an 85, what's 85 minus 100? It's 8%. But why? Because of the Glow bonus, baby. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all the whole time. No one else has got this. There's no better place to build a business in America, because you're trying to help people become better than you, not holding people down. And the Glow protects you. So what's the summary of this story? Get to 85 as fast as possible. Because if G's at an 80, that's not good for G. Because if you're at an 80 and he's at 100, that's not good. Because you need to be an 85. Because why? Because you get that 8% Glow bonus. Does that make sense? He just said word. And when a person from Miami says word, you go to the next subject. That's rule number. We just made that up on the fly. All right. So I did not intend on talking about that at all. But I had 4 or 5 people ask me a question about it, and I just felt like I really needed to hammer Glow. Okay? So you're going to get paid Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. What about Tuesday and Thursday? You can get paid from us then. What about Saturday and Sunday? We ain't going to pay you then neither. We're going to pay you Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Mia, we good? We good? Still friends? Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All right. All right. We get paid Monday, Wednesday, Friday. What happens is we get data from an insurance company every day. So after something goes issue paid, we get paid, issue paid file. Then you see that on your unprocessed commission page the next day, and that means you get paid the day after. So for example, what's your name? Omar. Let's say you write a policy. Today is Saturday. Today's Saturday? Yeah, today's Saturday. Let's say you write a policy this afternoon on your way home from wherever you're going. You do it on the phone, gets issue paid. We get the data Monday. You're going to see money deposited in your account Wednesday. Now, what's cool, see how you, so let me start right here. So you wrote the app today, right? We get the data from the carrier Monday, right? You see it on your unprocessed commission statement Tuesday. Meaning, like when you click on this tab, remember here it said My Business? When you click on commissions and you click on unprocessed, that's... Where did that come from? That was amazing. Wow. If that don't get you fired up, your wood's wet. All right. All right, look. So you see on your unprocessed commissions Tuesday. So you can see stuff before you get paid on it. Does that make sense? Now, if something's not issue paid, you ain't gonna get paid neither. You see how that works? That's called pending. That is not good. No one gets paid if it's pending. That's called insurance policy purgatory. You need to get that thing issue paid so you can get paid. All right? Now, there are a few carriers that I'm not going to name because I don't want to make them the opposite of famous that send us data not every day. And since this is streaming, I don't want them to get mad. So if you want to ask me the people that, I can tell you 3 or 4 carriers that you're going to get paid slower. But I'm not going to So there's a couple that only give us to us once a week. And if you guys are watching, we would really like data every day. So we can pay them every day. Yes. Just an Accord feed, couple data fields. All right. Yes, I'm talking to you. Okay, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the carriers that are watching. Daily data. Yeah. Okay. I really hope one of them was watching because I texted him. I said, I'm talking to you during this talk. This is from a guy from a carrier I've been working on. You never know. Worst thing they'll say is no. All right. So anytime a policy goes issue paid in your business, okay, it's going to fall into 3 buckets. No, it's going to fall into 4 buckets. If you wrote it, it's going to be classified in a personal sales, little summary at the top of your commission report. If someone direct to you has a lower commission level than you, like for example, if you're at 100 and you hire me at a 90, that'd be a 10% spread. So if I sell a policy, that's going to be in your commission statement as a 10% spread. Now, because you're at 100 and I'm at a 90, there will be another line item for a 8% glow bonus. 2 lines because you get paid twice for your convenience. Is that cool? I don't know, paying you twice, 2 line items. Why can't you get paid 18%? Because we'd like to do 10 and 8. Yeah. So you sell something, that's personal production. You help somebody sell something at a lower commission level than you, just override. If they're at an 85 or higher, that's glow bonuses. Once you've been with us more than a year, you also get paid renewals. When are you eligible for renewals? Right now? Do you have to sign something in the back to be eligible for renewals? No, you good right now. Did you know you're eligible for renewals like right now? You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to kiss nobody's bottom or nothing. When am I vested with the alliance? What I got? Right now, you're good. Everybody's good. Everybody gets your renewals, back end money. Everybody's set. You ain't got to do nothing. You get them. Everybody good? Is that cool? Well, I wanted my manager to get my renewals. We don't do that. You get them right now. Like, you good? Policies, you sell a policy today, a year from now, you get renewal money. Now, if you sold it, it'd show as personal production renewal. If I sold it and I was direct to you at a 10-point spread, you'd have override renewal and glow renewal. How y'all keep up with that? Computers, baby. Yeah. Seriously, computers keep up with all of everything. And like when you hire somebody, they put in your NA number so we know they're direct to you. I ain't kidding. Technology is crazy. So like when y'all hire somebody, they direct to you because we got their NA number and stuff. Does that make sense? All right, I intended to spend 3 minutes on commission stuff, and I spent 20 minutes. So now I have 5 minutes left to talk about a lot of stuff. Are y'all ready? Y'all ain't ready. Everybody looked at me like this. All right, I wrote some stuff down I was supposed to talk about. This is what happens. All right, hang on. Let me tell you all this. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yep. Killed that. All right, CRM. Our CRM is free. How much you got to pay for it? Nothing. You ain't got to do nothing. It's free. How much is our CRM? No, really. Like how much it, like, no, like, how much is, yeah. Wait, it's nothing. It shows up on your, like when you sell something, it shows up on your CRM, right? It drops them in a today tab. A today tab tells you what to do today to help your clients more. It can drop into 5 buckets: policy reviews, conversions, Medicare sale, chargeback, or birthdays. The most popular is birthdays. I have never been in a bad mood on my birthday that I remember. I might be when I turn 34, but we'll see. Does that make sense? Like, just call people on their birthday and say, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Who's got a birthday? You got a birthday, I'll sing to you. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Who's got a birthday? You got a birthday, I'll sing to you. And you sing happy birthday to them, and you say, how's everything going? This is Paul Argenio, what's up? That's what you say. Did y'all write that phone script down? Olga did this like all amazing phone script training. I just told you how to sing happy birthday to somebody. All right, here's really cool. Here's something that's really cool. Remember this tab? What was this tab called? My Business. You click on My Business tab and click on CRM. Okay? Every lead that you get with one, like through Oasis or one of our approved third-party vendors, an API is attached to that. What's that mean? It's a fancy way of saying everything's connected. So when you get a lead, like through Oasis or MailPro or something else, that lead shows up in your CRM lead tab. If you ain't going to buy no leads, you ain't going to have no leads in your leads tab. Is that good? We're still friends? All right. Here's more unsolicited advice. Please counsel with your growing upline. Or as Hutch would say, call the person in the house that's actually selling. I thought that was great advice. So here is unsolicited advice that I've heard that people really like to do. And again, talk to your growing upline. So when you are calling leads, most people use their cell phone. But if you can have your computer in front of you at the same time, it'll save you a lot of time. It sure will. So when you are calling people in your leads, there's like this little button that says dialed on your leads tab, and there's a little button that says set appointment on your leads tab. I'm about to say and notes. You're stealing my thunder up here. Daggone. So it timestamps. So you know how you make notes on when you call them? You don't have to make a note when you call the lead because it's time-stamped and dated. Does that make sense? It's pretty cool. And if you set an appointment with them, it sets your calendar pops up on your ARC calendar, and you can sync that to Gmail. It's pretty bad, the bone. Technology 2021. As you're calling your leads, you can drop them in buckets. They didn't answer. You need to call them back. You didn't book it. Door knock, no sale, or a sold policy. So you can filter by all the people that you need to call back. You can filter by all the people that you door knocked. You can filter by all the people that didn't answer. You can filter by all the people that gave you an objection. So you know how you kind of get in objection mode? You can call all the people back that gave you an objection, and as Mia Stone said, Mia Fennell said, you can write down what they said in your notes that's in your CRM so you can tell their objection to them before they can tell it to you again. That's called Jedi mind tricks. Remember this tab right here? All right, there's a new thing that launched last night at 7 called My Dashboard. It's money by leg. Right now it's live. You can see every single dime that you've made the last 3 months off every leg direct to you. Coming next week, we got sales and recruiting and a money hierarchy list that you'll be able to see every single person in your hierarchy, how much money they made last week, last month, and year to date. I know. I'm excited about it. All right. So I think Andy's up next, but I don't see him. And I can talk. I can just keep talking. I need to keep talking? I need to keep talking. All right. Well, just somebody wave at me. I can talk. I got another 3 hours of information. All right.
Tell them how you train me.
No, we ain't got time for that, Marcus. But here's what's cool. Like, and this is unutilized tool. When you are calling your leads in your CRM, if you'll make notes and drop them in the right bucket, it'll save you crazy amounts of time. And time is the most precious currency in the world. And you know how you like lose leads and you lose that one over there and you print that one off, you forget it? If you'll keep every lead in your CRM last 6 months. So if you can keep calling the same people and you can log your conversation, you can copy and paste your conversation into your clients tab when they become a client, so all the notes will sync when you sell them a policy. So all your information's in one spot. You might just have to slow down for 30 minutes to figure out what to click on to save yourself crazy amounts of time in the future. Does that make sense? All right. So like I said, I killed that interview in 2009. When I met Andy, I didn't even know what we did. I just knew I wanted to work with him. And like my parents were like, so what's Andy doing? I'm like, I don't know. He seems really cool. He went to NC State and I'm gonna work with him. And my dad's like, no, seriously, son, like what's the industry? I'm like, I don't know. I'm in the Andy Albright business, that's all I know. And I'm just telling y'all, the Andy Albright business is a great business to be in if you ain't scared of the little W-O-R-K. Because that son of a gun hadn't needed to work in a long time, and I would venture out to say he works harder than 99.9% of us every week, because his mission to help families and help you has never been greater. So please help me welcome back to our stage President and CEO, Executive Board Member, Mr. Andy Albright.
Y'all grab a seat. Thank you, man. What do you think so far? How many wish you pushed harder and had one more person here? Like, God. How many wish you pushed harder and had a dozen more people here? Like, oh my God. Yeah, I remember a long time ago, I'd come to these weekend events and I would be like, I'd just be kicking myself. I mean, just kicking myself in the rear end, going like, why didn't I bribe them? Why didn't I sell them a little bit harder? Why didn't I start planning earlier? If I got to have more people. So I made my mind up. That from then on out, where's Jonathan? Where's Hindu? Where you at? Yeah. Do you remember doing that? Making your mind up like, it was the same thing. I will not come to these meetings and regret. So there are things I say, yeah, I'm going to regret stuff. But one thing I'm not going to do is come to these events ever again and say, I wish I'd have pushed harder. So then what I started doing is when I went to the events, I would just go like, I got everybody here that I could have possibly gotten here. And then I was there for myself to start listening and learning and trying to figure out what I needed to do different to get what I wanted. But I didn't think about who I had to push harder. So let me that's what you be thinking. There's going to be another one, and I'm going to push, and I'm not going to regret how hard I tried. So I want to talk to you about. I'm going to tell you a little bit who I am, and this made-up mind, like the power of I've made a decision. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay. So. Turns out that nothing has ever happened good to me that didn't involve a fight. I remember when I was being born, I was trying to get out of there. I was like, where the hell do I get out? This guy's got me around the ass and around the neck. And then he started beating the shit out of me once I got out, like I did something wrong. People say, where does it begin? I said, upside down and naked. It's been a dadgum fight ever since then. It just seems like something's happening all the time. I don't know if you look back at your life and see that you've had the kind of stress stuff that happened, but it just seems like to me, it's like it's fight. All I can do is get up and do what I can do. I wrote a book called Circle of You. I didn't think of the idea. I was at a national convention. I think it's I'm positive it was Greensboro Coliseum. This guy was talking named Larry Winters. And he drew a big circle up on a board and he put you in the center. Well, he put the words you. He didn't put you in the center. He put the words you and the Y-O-U. And he said, inside this circle is the things that you can control. You can get up and do it. And the things outside of the circle are things that you can't control. And if you will work on what you can control, you will change your whole life. You not necessarily change stuff outside the circle because it ain't stuff outside the circle. But if I could change the stuff inside the circle, I could change the way my life went. And you think about this, whenever you're scared, depressed, curled up, it's when you're worried about stuff you can't control. But when you start doing things you can control, you feel better about your life. You feel more excited, more optimistic. You start not really caring. Say if you die, you're like, well, at least I'm doing everything I can do when they kill me. At least I'm doing everything I can do when they finally file bankruptcy. At least I'm doing everything I can do before they come take stuff back. But what has happened to me is every time I focused on doing all the things I could do, bankruptcy didn't happen, I got more stuff, which in turn caused more problems because then I had to keep up with more stuff. I never forget this guy was doing this. Boone saw my house for the first time, and maybe Mirdo saw it. Y'all see all that cool places? This man told me, he said, we got waterfalls. I brought in huge rocks. I built massive decks. Places, basically, it's just a wonderful place to sit around and look and think and talk to people. And this old man, he said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to bring another rock up here so you'd have some place to sit. And I was like, he's this crazy old man. Because you could sit 300 people out there and not have a problem. I don't need one more rock. So here's the deal. Circumstances don't define me, and circumstances don't define you. That's right. What does define you is your dream and your destiny and what you do, D-O. So if you're ever having a conversation with me, the first thing you do is let's try to get a clear understanding of the situation. And then let's talk about what we're going to do. I'm not big on all the drama around the situation. And I am terrible when you start saying, what do you think she's thinking? I go, I think what she's thinking. I don't know. You can't know that. I know this. Whatever she's doing, she thinks that's the right thing to do. That's what I know. How you know that? Because that's what everybody thinks. People don't go like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to do something so dumb nobody would guess that's what I'm going to do. You couldn't put the dumbometer on it and tell how dumb this is. Man, that's not what people say. People say, like, I'm doing the right thing. This is the right thing to do for me in this perfect situation. But people say, what do you think she's going to do? I don't know. I know whatever she does, she's going to think it's the right thing to do. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. What I do determines my destiny. And what I'm trying to do is fulfill my dream. That's my game plan, is to get my dream come true. In whatever field of endeavor it is. Whatever the program is. So it's what's the situation. The Bible says seek first understanding. I just want to lay it out on a silver platter. Many times when I'm counseling people, they go, well, when you lay it out like that, it's obvious what I should do. I go like, well, lay it out a different way, and let's see if it's obvious what you should do. I'm just laying the stuff out on the platter. I'm not trying to influence you to sell your house, buy another house, move into an apartment, move back in with mom and daddy, or get the hell out of mom and daddy's house. I don't care. It's not my life. My first goal is just to understand the situation. Like, why do you still live there? Why do you not want to live there? Why do you live in a condo? Whatever it is. Why are you not running 40 appointments? Well, here's the situation. I go, yeah, tell me the situation. What's the circumstances? You say, well, I thought what I do is not determined by the circumstances. True, but let's understand what the situation is. Does your mom's got Alzheimer's and she lives there? I've got a lady right now. Her manager came to me and said, "What do I need to do this girl? She's not working right now." I said, "Well, what's the situation?" Because the information and the situation changes, right? She said, "Well, her mama's dying. She's in hospice and she don't want to go anywhere." I said, "In hospice, you die pretty quick." And he's like, "Yeah, like maybe a month or 2 months." I said, "Don't do nothing. It's her grandma." And her grandma raised her. Like, she was like her mom. I was like, don't do nothing. That ain't none of your business. I mean, nice girl. I mean, I know we're losing the production. She's losing the production. I know she's got the money. I know her financial situation. I think it's nothing you do. Maybe send flowers. Matter of fact, I'm looking, Brandon, remind me just to send flowers to that, because that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. By the way, the manager that's out there, Riddle, we need to send flowers. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. We don't need to say nothing. We just need to do. We need to send flowers. But just, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, okay? All right. Many times, did I say this is the power of a made-up mind? Like, I made my mind up. This is what I'm going to do. Understand the situation, then I'm going to attack. I made up my mind. I want to help people. This is what I do with my life, is help people. I want to make a difference. I want to make changes. Do I like my lifestyle? Yeah, I don't want to go back. As a matter of fact, I will. I ain't big on that. People that don't have their mind up, they look for loopholes. People look for fairness. People look for convenience. See, a lot of times the circumstances says that what we're going to have to do is inconvenient. Matter of fact, I have noticed that success is inconvenient. I have noticed that success is expensive. Have y'all noticed that? Yeah, we're going to have a great seminar. This one costs money. We're going to have a seminar, and we're going to have it in a different city than where you live. It's inconvenient. To me, defeat would be more expensive than victory. If victory's expensive, how expensive is defeat? Like, if you're going to protect your fort and you go like, we're going to need some more guns. That costs a lot of money. We're going to get some army men. That's going to cost money. We're going to need a cannon. That's going to cost money. I got an idea. Let's save money and lose the battle. How expensive will that be? You think they're going to come in and go, well, the good news is y'all didn't spend any money on guns. We're going to take your women and your children, your freedom. But the way you can look at it is you saved a lot of money. That's like the old scenario, like, I'm not going to train my dadgum people and then have them leave me. Okay, don't train them and then they stay. It's the exact same thing. It's expensive, it's a pain in the butt, it's required, you got to do it. So, what's the Good Samaritan story? Y'all know about that, where the guy's hurt on the side of the road, and didn't some of the people go like, didn't they explain it? Pastor explained it. Lawyer explained it. Lawyer, he explained it good. Them lawyers, they explain something. They lay it out for you. Am I my brother's keeper and all this stuff? And then the unlikely guy picks up this person that's fell by the side of the road, takes him to a hotel and gives him his credit card and says, I'm busy as everything. You take care of him with my credit card. Adios, gotta go. See, here's the way it's gonna be. Sometimes the people you think should do, don't do. Some people you think are capable of doing, don't do. And sometimes it's people that you didn't think that they could do anything. They're the ones that go cray-cray and start doing it. And then we prayed them up on stage, and then the people that could do, don't do. Watch the two people that you can't think couldn't find their butt with both hands, outright them with premium and go on all the trips to Thailand. And you go like, I'm confused. Like, you think you're confused? You should sit where I'm sitting. It is confusing because the people you think would do it don't do it. And then the people that you just go like, so he's doing it, huh? Yeah, killing it. Some people you think will fight, won't fight. Some people you think will win, don't even try. Some people have most reasons to do it. 90 days. Can you run for 90 days with a made-up mind? I was looking at my calendar, and May 8th and 9th look strong for me. See what your calendar looks like for May 8th and 9th. Let's see. I was thinking that if we ran hard and did this again right here, what do y'all think? Would that be crazy? Yeah, it would. I thought it would be. So February 20th, March 20th, April 20th. Nope. May, March, April, May. Yeah. May 6, 7, and 8. But the 8th would be a Saturday. What if we did that? How many would be interested in bringing back maybe a dozen or 24 people underneath you? I'm asking, does that make sense? The Denver crowd, does that look good to y'all? So we could plan ahead and say just like, this is going to be crazy. And so I'm going up into Cleveland. In Cleveland, I would be talking about the 8th. In Chicago, I would be talking about the 8th. In Indianapolis, I would be talking about the 8th. And the meeting we're having down in Treasure Island, when is that? The 20? Who knows? Who's going to be at that Treasure Island meeting coming up? February 28th and March 1st. Yeah. So that we would tell them about this meeting here. And then you guys go back to Denver, and you guys go back to South Carolina, and you guys go back to West Palm or Fort Lauderdale. Where y'all say y'all from? Fort Lauderdale, Miami? Boca. Oh, my friend said, I don't live in Fort Lauderdale. I live in Boca. Have I got that pretty much right? I don't live in Miami. I live in Boca. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, I got you. I'm right though, right? I mean, I'm expressing the opinion. No offense to the Fort Lauderdale group or Palm Coast lady. Okay, so let's do it. I do need to run this by my staff and my event planners. Is anybody screaming like, that won't work? check my secretary and make sure I haven't promised my wife to do something that date. But I think it's on. When you see it come out on a registration link, though, that's when you know. Y'all, yes? Thumbs up? Okay. So, made up mind. Here's my 3 things for a made up mind. Number 1, a dream. Number 2, my word. And number 3, I can't live with myself if I don't do it. So number 1, what do I want? Number 2, I say I'm going to do it. And number 3, life or death. It's kind of like last night I was talking about war. I'm in a war against my poverty. I don't know about you, but I hate my poverty. I'll kill them. So I'm in a war against it. My dream is to not have to worry about money. My dream is wealth and opportunity, and I like looking. We were fishing yesterday. That was fun. Just looking at all the pretty houses, and I think where's Adam Cat? I think the funniest part, we were fishing near these people's houses, and we was throwing our fishing lure and banging it off of their boats. I thought that was kind of funny. We just thought of and we try it without getting it hooked up. You know, it was just, I like that stuff. Just doing stuff like that. Just having a good time. I like bringing them back to my house and looking over the Gulf of Mexico and how beautiful it is, and Mirdo taking all those pictures, and I like it. I schedule stuff, like I put this date of May 8th on my calendar. Then what I do is I go, all right, I'm going to give everything I got. I will talk about it ad nauseum. It will just stay. Every time, hey, May 8th got this big deal coming in. Y'all come in on Friday. Matter of fact, y'all say Saturday night, because a lot of us go out to dinner, and that's really, you're going to learn a lot Saturday night too. Y'all too. And it just, so, number 1, a dream. Wouldn't it be, how many we got here? 250? How about if we come back and we have 1,000 people here, and my event planners and staff are like, you can't do it. And I go, well, I told those people we could do it, so that's my word. And you know how I am. You know how we came up with this business. We were going to have fun, make money, make a difference. And my pastor wanted me to put make a difference as number 1. I was like, that would be a lie. I'm not going to lie for you or nobody else. He's like, well, you should tell the truth and put a make a difference up number 1. I was like, that's not happening, bro. Everybody going to have fun. I ain't here for a long time, but I'm here for a good time. You know what I mean? I ain't. I call this suffering for Jesus right here, what I'm doing right now. This is about the suffering I want to do, you know. Staying up late and talking a lot. But I got my throat coat right here, so I'm good. All right. The dream, your word. I tell my wife this all the time. I'll be like, who scheduled all this stuff? I'm gone 7 nights in a row. I'm not going to get to squeeze you and tease you. I can't believe it. I will kick somebody's arse. And she's like, you the one scheduled it. You the one scheduled it. I go, yeah, I guess I got to keep my word. You see what I'm saying? This is how I trick myself. I get all excited. Like I was looking at y'all earlier this morning. I got excited. So I was planning. I said, what am I going to say? Well, I go talk to him. I know what I'm going to say. I'm going to book a meeting from the meeting. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to book a meeting for the meeting. So I'm looking at my calendar, and I picked a date. And then I was talking to Tim Goad, and I said, this date's jacked up because I'm already going to be here for the 40-40 cabin contest. So why don't we book it at the same time? We'll be here anyway. The people can stay out the cabin that are doing the 40-40, and then we can shoot guns on Saturday with them. And if they come in on Thursday night, they could fish some on Friday and have a good time out there at the cabin, and then they could come in Saturday and do the training with everybody, and they talk about how much fun they had on Thursday or how much fun they had on Friday, and then talk about how much fun they're going to have on Sunday. So I was like, we'll just book it up. Yeah. Again, triple booking. I will be complaining to Jane about the scheduling nightmare that I did. So here's what you do. In a positive environment, make outrageous promises to yourself, make outrageous schedules in a positive environment, and then keep your word. There you go. Here's the dream. Keep your word. This is it. Don't make decisions when you're depressed, tired, bored, ill, feeling bad, or mad. I get them all the time. People would text, and you can tell they're ill, and they're mad, and they're pissed. They're mad, pissed off, and I'm sitting there going like, please don't make a decision, don't make a decision, don't make a decision. They didn't tell me their decision. I'm like, you should have made a decision when you were down and out. You should have waited until you got positive and excited to make a decision. I don't know if this is sinking in at all. This is what people do. People say, why do people kill themselves? Well, they made a decision when they're in a depressed mode. If they didn't wait until they was feeling better, they would have waited another day. You see what I'm saying? Like if people say, I'm thinking about killing myself, I'd be like, let's wait till tomorrow and make a decision. Today's a bad day. And tomorrow, if you're feeling better about things, then we'll make a decision. You see what I'm saying? Just wait until you're in a... So you're excited about this environment. So make a decision. All right, the 8th I'm coming back. I'm bringing like 50 people. And then make a decision. If I don't, I can't live with myself. In other words, almost like if I don't, I'm going to kill myself. So then if you're thinking about, I'm going to be gone for 20 days and my wife's going to kill me, I go, well, you was going to kill yourself anyway. What difference does it make? And then you know how you are about your word. It's more likely that she lied and ain't going to kill you because you know you're going to keep your word. You see what I'm saying? Your wife might be more honest than you are, but I mean, for me, I believe me over her. I believe what I say I'm going to do. Sometimes she promised something and she don't do it. She'd be like, well, when I promised, I wasn't thinking right. I'd be like, I know. I got you to make a decision in a good mood. I remember that time when it happened. And then she's like, I don't have to keep my mind. I'm a woman. And I'm like, oh, God, you hit me with the old I can change my mind thing. But see how you're putting your life in somebody else's hands? But if you put yourself in your hands, the circle of you, which is I can't live with myself if I don't get a dozen people back. So then once you say I can't live with myself, in other words, I'm going to kill myself if I don't do it, it's just going to be terrible if I don't do it, then what you got to do is keep your word of the decision that you made while you were in that positive environment. I think they call that, I think it's character, the ability to keep a decision made after the environment in which you made it is gone. So after the environment's gone, what you going to do now? Sebastian. If I had a name like Sebastian, I'd have to have 12 people here. You don't come back here. My name is Sebastian. I've got 2. Ain't that right, Q? I had a dream. I gave my word, and I can't let you down. I had a dream. I gave my word. I can't let my buddies down. A ranger sent me the Ranger Creed about an hour ago, and I read it, and I was like, man, that's us with each other's finances. That's us with each other's business. And that's them in war. Like they got to stick by their word. They got to stick by their attitude. They got to stick by what they promised when they were warm and safe. They got to keep the promise when their life is on the line, not just when it's convenient. Not just when everything is orderly. Not just when everything is convenient. not just when we're right on the right side of enemy lines. We got to keep it no matter what. It goes along the lines of this. Come on, let's go. I'm confused. Come on. Let's roll. Let's roll. That's it, buddy. We might get killed. Come on. Let's roll. Go. There's a bunch of them. Come on. My mama, come on. My birthday, come on. Come on, man. Let's go. Come on. Come with us. My job, my health. What are you saying? I might die. Gonna die anyway. I remember. Andy, you got pneumonia, you're gonna die. What circumstances could I make phone calls? You really shouldn't. I hear you shouldn't means there's a chance that I could. She said, well, if you was laying flat, maybe you could make phone calls. I was like, if I tilted down a little bit to keep would that help the fluid in my lungs? And she says, no, flat's probably going to be your best bet. I said, so then I could make phone calls. Rather you not. But you're saying it's okay to keep making phone calls. I'm going to die anyway if I don't get out of this poverty. I hated it that much. I didn't like it. Come on. And I don't have it bad. Come on. I'm doing pretty good. Come on. I have questions. Don't we all? Come on. How about this one? I don't think it's fair. Come on. I wish we'd have planned better. Me too. Come on. May 8th. We got to light it up, guys. We got to get free. We need one more person free. We need one more person traveling with us. We need one more person setting the example for their children. We need one more person providing opportunity in America. Come on. Hey, if the pizza was free, how many of y'all would take a bite? Do I smell it? The rock. I smell something cooking. Robbie, do I smell it? Is that it?
Dials are upstairs. We got 3 people dialing upstairs. We've got Marcus Richardson, Olga Mathis, and Tim Long are booking appointments upstairs. So if you want to hear them live dial, they're going to be split up. So you go out this door right here and go up the stairwell, you can hear them dial. And then there's food this direction through these doors.
Can I take my pizza up there and while they're dialing?
Yes.
Thank you. Don't spill it all over the place. What else? So they're making live phone calls. Don't be loud. When they say something funny, suppress it. If they say something bad, just don't, you can record them, but just don't bother them. They're working, okay? Hope this helps. Let's go get some pizza. Love y'all. Take a break. We'll see you back here in 60 minutes. 60 minutes sharp. And it's a great speaker. Stephen Davies back at 6.
Midler's my favorite song. That gets me fired up. Actually, no, my favorite song is when I sing Bette Midler's Wind Beneath My Wing. That is my favorite song. You just heard my second favorite song. So, what Andy wanted me to talk about was the topic was what makes the Alliance great, what makes me great. And I thought, I'm not great. Like, I'm still trying to get there, right? So what I thought I'd share is stuff that I see in other people that are pursuing greatness, because really that's what we're doing. We're pursuing it. It's something we're getting after. But let me tell you a truth about greatness. Greatness is simply a choice of behaviors. That's all it is. Like people that you look at and you're awed with. I'm awed with this person. I'm awed with that person. That's just someone that's behaving better in a few key areas of life than you are. That's it. They've just made a choice to behave better in a few key areas of life, and that produces what you look at and you go, man, they're awesome. They're just simply behaving better in a few key areas of life. That's it. It's like these people that are super fit, and they say annoying stuff like, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Like, that is not true. Yeah. I mean, you have not been to Rocky's Hot Chicken Shack near my house if you think that that's true. What those people should really say is, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, right? 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 I mean, is that right? Right? Because they're convincing themselves. Does that make sense? They're convincing themselves. They're just behaving better in that area of life than I am. And so when it comes to greatness, that's all it is. When you're trying to become great at something, you just have to choose different behaviors. And so that's what I thought I'd talk about this afternoon. It's behaviors that I see Andy embody. Behaviors I see Andy exemplify. Those behaviors, that's what produces that picture that I look at and I go, Andy is a great man. A definition of greatness I saw that I really like is, greatness is not determined by an act, but by the ledger of a man's daily life. And so when I look at Andy, I say he's a great man because of the ledger of his daily life. And so that's what I thought I'd talk about this afternoon. Some of those things. Let me tell you something. When it comes to any of these things I talk about, a very dangerous word is can't. I can't do that. I can't do that. Let me tell you something about can't. Can't is simply the word won't in pretty clothes. Can't is just won't dressed up, made to look better. But be clear, at the end of the day, can't is just won't. If it is a behavior and you say can't, it's just won't. There are some things you can't do, like I can't be 7 foot tall. But when it comes to behavior, there are no can'ts. I just can't do that. Nope. Just start saying I won't. That's what I try to do. Anytime I catch myself dropping a can't, I go, nope, Davies, you just won't. So let's do it. Play the role until you become the role. That's what it's about with behavior. Play the role until you become the role. All right, so here's a number one behavior I see in Andy, and I see in great people. They stay stable-ish. Everybody that you look at and go, that person's so stable, add a ish at the end. Because we're all just stable-ish. The key with people that you look at as great, though, they're stable-isher. They're stable-isher. They stay stable. Here's one thing that they do, that they don't do. They don't waste emotion on the trivial or the uncontrollable. I've never seen Andy waste emotion on the trivial or the uncontrollable. Do you know how Andy handles both? Yeah. He doesn't waste emotion on it. You see these people that waste emotion on everything. Oh my God. Anybody relate to people like that? What's the thing that upsets them the most? Everything upsets them the most. We were at a family deal because someone died. You know how you get together with family. And we're going to go to breakfast. And there's great debate over where breakfast will go. And it's all places that people with no money would name, like Denny's or International House of Pancakes. And there's this debate. And one of my uncles goes, over my dead body, are we going to International House of Pancakes? And I just thought, wow, what an incredibly humorous waste of emotion. You have these over my dead body people in your life? Over my dead body. So I have this thing called sketch comedy coping mechanism syndrome. That's where when I don't want to deal with something, I turn it into sketch comedy in my head. So all I can picture is my uncle. Now every time I see him, all I can picture is, it was either 6 feet under or eggs over my hammy. You know what choice I made. Over my dead body. There are very few things. You know a key to a long life? Have very few hills worth dying on. That's the key to a long life. Key to a happier life. And you know what that does for people like Andy? It helps them rebound quicker. They don't hold on to. They don't miss stuff that ain't missing them. They don't try and carry the past into the future. They leave it behind. And that's how they stay stable-isher. Number 2, great people stay grateful. They stay grateful. Staying grateful is not hard to do. It just takes discipline. I'm just like you. I lose my gratitude, and then I got to get it back. Think about the things we have to be grateful for. I was thinking about this earlier. I was texting back and forth with Holly, my wife, my lovely, lovely wife. And I was thinking, man, you know what I'm grateful for in this moment? I'm grateful that I'm not a panda bear. So grateful I'm not a panda bear. Do you know why I'm grateful I'm not a panda bear? Because male and female panda bears look exactly alike. It's a fact. I read it in my Ranger Rick magazine. I get it quarterly. If I was a panda bear, all I'd have to look forward to getting home to is a little more me. And I wouldn't want to chase me around the house. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard to take grateful. Just take some time. I mean, it's ridiculous that someone that has gotten into as much trouble as I have has a $100,000 car. It's crazy. I mean, me and the principal at my high school were on a first-name basis. I'd walk in, he'd be like, Steven, like, Walter? What's it today? I still remember the time that we filled all the bus mufflers with chalk from building trades. You know, the red and blue Snap-A-Line chalk? We filled up all the bus mufflers and we rotated red and blue. So then at 2:30 when all the buses started, Walter actually cracked a smile about that one. He was like, you know what I got to do, right? And I'm like, oh, I get it. You know, I could use a couple days off anyway. So stay grateful. There's always something to be grateful for. If you ever struggle, just think about the fact that you woke up. Think about the fact you live on planet Earth. I don't know if you know much about the universe, but it pretty much sucks for everywhere else in the universe. If you ever struggle with gratefulness, just think about the fact that you have graduated the food chain. Do you know how big that is? Everything else pretty much dies by getting eaten. You're never in line at Starbucks and wondering if there's a predator lying in the bushes. If it runs off and you get bitten, you get eaten and you die. See, we just get to die. That's pretty cool. We don't get chased down and eaten, most of us anyway. Here's another thing I notice about great people. They stay hungry. They stay hungry. And let me tell you something. That's a discipline. You think Andy was born different because he's so hungry. You think Paul Roberts was born different because he stays so hungry. I think Andy must be born different because he's so hungry. It's a discipline. It's a chosen discipline. And it's a discipline you need to keep moving the right way. And it's not just business, it's your marriage. You ever want your marriage to go the other way? Stop staying hungry for a great marriage. Because when you stop doing that, you stop doing the stuff that someone that's hungry for a great marriage would do. Stop leaving love notes. Stop buying flowers. Well, why? Because I guess I'm not hungry for a great marriage anymore. It's the same thing with business. Stay hungry. It's a discipline. And let me tell you something. It takes a ton of humility to stay hungry. Everybody wants to be king of the hill. If you're king of the hill, then the mountain's too small. If you're king of the hill you're on Should have been left a long time ago. When Mark Hutchison bought, they have a beautiful home up on Pax Mountain. When I saw that home, I was like, God, I hope he stays hungry. Because it's a discipline. People think then, if then I will. No, let me tell you something. Then is just another mile marker onto never. Then is just another mile marker on the way to never, my friend. I've been working on my John Maxwell impression lately. It's getting pretty good. Let me tell you something. Staying hungry is a discipline because it only gets harder with amenities. Like, blows my mind when broke people have a hard time leaving the house. like, dang, dude, you live with your parents. You can't get motivated to get the heck out of there? I got a cousin like that. I'm like, man, I'd be the most motivated somebody if I had to bring my wife home to my childhood bedroom. Makes no sense. What are you gonna do? Stay home all day and watch your parents' Netflix account? Like, I've got amenities. I want amenities like Andy's amenities, though. So I've got to stay hungry. Does that make sense? That's why it's a discipline. It's not something you're going to get when it catches you. It's a choice to go, I'm going to stay hungry. Here's what else I see. They stay humble. I was talking to a guy the other day that knows everything. Yeah, I know. I was like, I can't believe I got to meet the guy that knows everything. We've been on a search for you. We heard of one in ancient history. We've been looking for another one, and now I run into you. Can't wait to tell the fellas about this one. Oh, they're never going to believe it. And every fiber of my being, Hindu, just wanted to go, if you were this great, don't you think you'd be wearing better clothes? At least more expensive ones? Don't you think you'd be a little further along? Let me tell you something. Staying humble will keep you happy. Humble people are happy. Guess who's not happy? Haughty people. Why? Because nobody recognizes their greatness. Haughty people, so entitled. When you try to work with an entitled person, it's like talking to a wall. Stay humble because it keeps you coachable. Let me tell you what happens to folks. I see it all the time. I've seen it over 20 years a ton. They get in, they're broke, they don't know anything, and they're scared to death, and they listen to everything and they do everything. But dadgummit if they don't have it all figured out all of a sudden. Same person. And then here's what happens. They'll grow like crazy, and then they just begin a slow decline. Because they know everything. They know everything about their business. And then they know everything about your business, too. I had a guy one time say, well, that's only because in your business. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What does your business? What are you talking about? Then they know everything about Andy's business, how it runs. By God, you give them long enough, they're going to figure out integrity too. You're just not going to grow coachable. Let me tell you something. Staying humble keeps you curious. We got a whole world of people out there that are furious. Being furious is a sign of ignorance. Let me tell you something. There's be a bunch of dumb, old, angry people because of how angry people stay. Stay curious. Being humble keeps you curious. Why can you be curious if you're humble? Because if you're humble, you're not the true north. Everything you think and believe isn't the true north. So you can stay curious. Being humble also keeps you compassionate. Why? Because if you and I keep realizing the work in progress that we actually are, we can have more compassion for people that are on the journey with us. We won't look down at people, we'll look up at people. But staying humble is key to that. Let me tell you something else. Staying humble keeps you funny. You ever hang around a haughty person? Whew. I mean, I'd rather slide down a mountain of broken glass into a pool of lemon juice and hang out with haughty people. You know, it's just like, this is draining. You know, you have to make a choice at the top of that mountain and be like, hang out with him and do this. Woo! Yeah, if you want to be fun and funny, stay humble. Stay humble. But I'm telling you, I see that in great people. I see it in people like Andy. Let me tell you something else I see. They stay in touch with reality. They stay in touch with reality. It's never as good, it's never as bad. We're never as good, we're never as bad. Reality's always somewhere in the middle. And let me tell you something about reality. It takes help to stay in reality. That's one of the things I respect the most about Andy. He keeps people around him to help him keep in touch with reality. You look at the people he brings in. They help him stay in touch with reality. That's a sign of greatness. What's a sign of weakness? I don't need those people. I don't need people speaking to my life. I'm the one that speaks into others' lives. That's what I do now. Oh, no, people don't speak into my life anymore. I am the speaker into others' lives. That's what I do. That person's never going to be great. That's one of the things I respect the most about Andy. You know how easy it would be for Andy to be like, I don't need any outside input. I am the input. So it always mystifies me when I see someone driving an old beat-up car and they don't need any input. Seek out that input, but be careful when you seek out input. Because here's the other thing I know about people that are great. They are very careful about the influences in their life. Who's a broke person's number one counselor? Themselves. Number two, the broke spouse that lives with them. Number three, well, these are all in pretty close order after that. The broke parents, the broke neighbor, the broke friend, the broke... Let me tell you something. I have a list of people I don't want in my life. So sometimes I'll pull out my list and I'll be like, feels very strongly about everything. I'm sorry, but you're on the list of people that I'm not allowed to hang out with. You see what I'm saying? Andy's taught me to be very, very careful about that, the influences I let into my life. Let me tell you something else about great people. They stay loyal. They stay loyal. Loyalty is a choice. Loyalty is a choice. Let me tell you something about loyalty. It's easy to stay loyal if you keep in mind what you ask for and what you want. Here's where people get in trouble. They want grace and tolerance towards them, but they demand perfection from their leaders. Here's where marriages get in trouble. They want grace and tolerance towards them, but they want perfection from their spouse. I had a buddy I played hockey with, had that happen to him. It's a beautiful match. A good young man and a psychopath. You know, a real meet cute. She got a hold of him, and she said to change in him. Now, she had to be accepted for who she is. Because I'm one of God's creations, and you should accept me for who I am. But we got some work to do on this one. Oh, she messed him up bad, man. Showed up in a hockey locker room dressing like Ricky Martin. We started calling him La Vida Loca on the ice. He stopped playing shortly after that. Don't be one of those people. If you want grace, ask for grace. Because let me tell you something, your upline, no matter how amazing their business is an imperfect person. It's not hard to stay loyal when you're giving grace and asking for grace. Let me tell you something else. I talked about that ledger earlier. When you focus on the ledgers as a whole and not on the line item, it's easy to stay loyal. When you stay grateful, when you stay humble, all the other things I talked about, it's not hard to stay loyal. When I look at what Andy Albright has done, I look at even just something, just one piece. I look at the premium finance. I was looking at that before I left. You know, outside of all the money I make, Andy's putting over $1 million a year into my Index Universal Life. I mean, it's crazy. Well, Holly and I, outside of all the money we've got and all the money we will yet make, because of Andy, when we turn 65, there's $3 million plus tax-free money a year. A year. Did Andy have to do that? No. Did Andy have to make the integrity partnership possible? No. These are the things he does because it's the last thing I'm going to tell you about great people. They live life with a firm determination to leave everybody they find better off than they found them. That's what I see in people like Andy. That's what I see in other great people. And I got to tell you, I get up every day just going, I can't believe they let me hang out with them too. Guys, I'll chat with you a little bit later. Love y'all.
Nation. Wow, this boot camp has been world class, right? It's awesome to see everybody. This, me and Olga were sitting down there and this is just what we needed, right? This is just what we needed to come out here and see everybody. It's like, COVID what? From Terry Edwards to Belle Krause to my awesome wife, Bam was up here teaching you, Marcus Richardson, Stephen Davies, Andy Albright. Wow, let's give a big hand clap of appreciation for these guys. How many people out there have been with the Alliance for 12 months or less? Raise your hand. Wow, it's a lot of people. So my name is Jason Mathis, also known as the Banker. Married to the cutest ex-luggage handler in the world, Olga Mathis. And they wanted me to chat with you guys about some recent learnings that I have learned from our awesome CEO, Andy Albright. So I want to give you some information and different ways he's affected my life and what he's done for me and my wife and my family. So recently, Andy sent me a picture, and it's a grandfather sitting in a chair talking to his 10-year-old granddaughter and 8-year-old grandson. And the granddaughter says, "Grandpa, how did you get rich during the COVID-19 pandemic?" And he goes, "What pandemic?" And the little 8-year-old boy goes, "Flapjack legend." See, that's what I saw with the Alliance. The Alliance gave me a shot. That's what the Alliance system is. It's a way that you can get out there and make it happen for you. I saw what the Alliance did with my wife, a luggage handler. Cute, but a luggage handler. GED education, and really guys spoke broken English. In Miami, they all speak Spanish down there. And there I was in my mid-40s. Here I am, mid-40s. And I'm watching my wife make $9,000 a month in deposits. And I'm like, whoa, I'm a banker. I know more money's better. And I started to get excited. You see, I was at Qblan USA, corporate America. We called it Mama Bammel. That's where I worked, Mama Bammel, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch. I was a mortgage loan originator for them. And I started, my wife would pull me to these events, just like we're at now. And I would see people get up here, and I was like, he was from corporate America. Well, I saw one guy, he sold steak and chicken off the back of a truck, and he was making a bunch of money with us. And I was like, holy crap, I think I can utilize this system and have a shot and make it work. And see, my boss at Mother Bammel was Matt. And Matt had a PhD in micromanagement. And I'll tell you, he was good at it. So I was hoping to leave corporate America and be successful because I had tried other things to be successful. How many of us have tried to be successful and not make it? Lord knows I had done 3 or 4 of those deals. And I said, maybe I can do it. I started to dream again. I started to dream again. And I was talking with some rich people here at the Alliance, and one of them said, hey, Jason, you know what rich people do? And I was like, no. He goes, they read books. I was like, yeah, it sounds pretty right. So I started reading books. And they said, hey, you know what richer people do? I'm like, no. He goes, they write them. So I picked up this book written by Andy Albright called The Millionaire Maker Manual. I knew that if you read books, you could get smarter and make some more money. So I read that book. And in that book, he says, hey, the system that we've created has trained a lot of great people, from Andy Riddle to Chris Long to Terry and Tia Edwards to Mia Fennell to Stephen Davies. But if you want training directly from me, call my office and let's set it up. Now here I am watching my wife make all this money, and I'm like, what have I got to lose? What do I really got to lose? And it took me about 3 days, but I got the courage up. I called his office on a Thursday. I said, hey, this is Jason Mathis, work part-time with you guys, work at BAML. My wife's having some success with you, but it says here in the book that Andy Albright will train you. Is he still doing that? And I had told myself for those 3 days, he's too rich, he's too wealthy, 150 plus employees, 10,000 agents. Like, there's no way he's got time for an agency that has a full-time agent and a part-time agent, right? I said, hey, I got 80 hours of PTO. I come up anytime Mr. Albright want to train me. So Amber looked at his schedule, put me on hold, came back, and she said, okay, Jason, we've got you scheduled to come in this Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Logged onto my HR portal, got the days off, and toted my big tail up here on a Sunday. Monday morning, I was at the office, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 8:30. I sat down with Andy. He said, Jason, thank you for coming up here. I look driving all this way. They tell me you're down there from Florida. Where are you at? And I'm like, yeah, it's about 60, Jacksonville, Florida. Man, thanks for coming up. The expense of the hotel room, the food, the getting off of work. Thank you. If it wasn't for people like you, I wouldn't have a job. So thank you for coming up. And he goes, hey, Jason. And if you've been here to corporate, if you're new, you see all this. He goes, hey, now that you've kind of seen everything, you think that maybe that you could just take a leap of faith, childlike faith maybe, and everything I'm getting ready to tell you, you take to be true and honest. And if we can do that, you'll get more from here. And he touched his head, and then he pointed at my head. And after seeing what Mr. Albright's built, I'm like, yeah. Because one of the things I had done when my wife got involved with the Alliance and I was the banker, I was like, well, I don't know about this Andy Albright. I'm going to go over there and check out his corporate office. I told Andy Riddle, I said, Riddle, you know, I'm going to make sure this guy's not running this thing out of a P.O. box. Got up here, did a corporate tour. I was totally impressed. I was like, no, this is not a P.O. box. So we were there for 3 days with Andy Albright. On day two, I don't know if any of you ever get a shot to get bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers by Mac Hefner, take him up on it. He's awesome. We had dinner at his house at 5:30 on Tuesday, all day here at the office. The second day, we went to Andy's house and he cooked us chicken. And I saw how Andy Albright worked with his agents, cared about his agents. He'd be on his cell phone at his house. He's like, all right, look, okay, this is the phone. Okay, here's the background on this guy. I've known him for 10 years. Here's his deal. Super trustworthy. I could hit this guy in the face. He'd do anything. Like, he's a soldier. And I'd watch how he talked to that guy. And he'd be like, hey, this is a brand new agent. I've never talked to him before, but I've been wanting to talk to him. And I would see how he would talk with that agent. And he did this for 3 full days. And what I came to learn is you can trust Andy Albright. You can trust the Alliance. You got a great team behind you. I love you guys. Thanks for coming out. Woo! This is how you pull a Stephen Davies. All right, guys. It's my distinct pleasure to get to introduce a guy that I really think of him as a brother, a soldier in arms, someone that I can call up and say, hey, Bruce, what's the deal? What's going on? What can we do here for this client, for this family? Whatever it is, expert product knowledge, helps train all the people on my team. Everybody stand up on your feet and help me welcome Bruce Barak.
Enjoy cigars. You know, the first thing I'm going to say is thank you. You know, Jason talking about trust. Stephen Davis talking about loyalty. You know, Foresters and the Alliance, 15 years. Woo! Guess what? We got 15 more, right? This is just the start of another episode, another journey. You know, Robbie Kraft talking about what went on with the Ark this week and some of the servers going down. Robbie Kraft, let me tell you, I live in Houston, Texas. I will trade last week with you anytime you want, okay? But here's the thing. You know what? I'm here. You all made the commitment to be here. It wasn't the easiest way to get here, but we're here. On a Saturday, that shows your commitment. That shows that you're investing in your business as well as yourselves. Talk about the powerful speakers, the information, the sharing of that knowledge that you're receiving. It's incredible. You know, I was talking to someone earlier, and they said that they've only been an agent less than a year, and the question I said is, does anybody here like to fail? No. But here's the thing. There are other companies and other groups out there that they just invite people in, and then they put you out the door and say, here's a pen, here's an application, go to it. You always got to be training. And one of the great things that I absolutely adore about the Alliance is that they're constantly helping you overcome obstacles. It's about doing the work. You know, Andy was talking about his pastor saying, you know, make a difference should be number one. At Foresters, make a difference is number one with us, right? 13 months ago, I was standing on this platform talking about, man, I am so looking forward to 2020, right? I should be a weatherman because it was not a very good prediction. But guess what? For anybody, let's see hands, who had their best 2020? Who had their best year ever? You know what? If I said to you, who had the worst 6 months? Everybody, right? But the last 6 months was off the chart. Why? Because people needed what we were delivering. People were worried about themselves. They were worried about their families. They wanted to make sure that they had some coverage. I've been talking to people going, hey, at the end of May last year, we were $10 million behind our plan. Our CEO did not like that because he doesn't say, hey man, yeah, let's just refigure this out again. No. You guys got to pull up your britches and you've got to figure how you are going to get to our plan by the end of the year. You know how we did it? With all of you, with the Alliance, because you guys believed in us, believed in what we were doing. A lot of people say, man, I hate COVID. You know what I say? Thank you, COVID. I say thank you, because think about it. COVID gave us the opportunity to get in front of more people that really needed to buy what we were selling, to talk about the life insurance. But more importantly for us as a company, it gave us the opportunity to enhance our product offering, to give you more. You know, a lot of people, gratitude is the attitude. We now have DocuSign, right? Thank you, Stephen Davies. Because you know what? If he wasn't around last year pushing and pushing and pushing on us, we wouldn't have DocuSign. Our attorneys didn't want to get it. But because of COVID, because Stephen Davies was pushing on us, you can now use DocuSign on all additional forms, on the questionnaires. You can't use it on the original application. Here's another thing. Anybody here do conversion? You can do conversion non-face-to-face and with DocuSign. It gives you an opportunity to be more successful. When I look back on last year, we have a non-face-to-face platform because there are people that do not want to see people face-to-face, but yet they still wanted to buy coverage from us. So we went out and all of our products now have that opportunity. We came out with a couple of new member benefits, right? And if you're not using our member benefits to get in front of clients, to get that appointment, to help you make a sale, to retain that client, and to get leads because they are going to give you referrals, you're missing out. You know, one of the hardest things that we have in our industry, because guess what? I have a license. I broke into this industry by just doing what everyone is doing in here, making a sale. And it's about asking questions. And one of the easiest questions that you can say is, do you want to buy some life insurance? No, that's the worst, right? You know what I say? Hey, do you have a will? Do you have a health care directive? Do you have a power of attorney form? Well, guess what? Many of them are going to say no, right? Because just like life insurance, why don't people buy life insurance? And why don't they have those legal documents? Because they don't know the price associated with it. At Forrester's, it's part of our member benefits with LawSure. We got the diabetes member benefit that they can get into a couple of our subscriptions. We've got lifelong learning. People are at home. They want to improve their personal and their professional background. We've got over 200 courses that they can log in. We also have Make an Impact. Every member is going to have the opportunity at $200 per year to do something better in their community. And you know what? Keep in touch with your clients who are Forrester's members and say, you know what, let's come together and let's do something real big. Let's do something to better our community, because that's what we all want to do, right? We want to make our vision and our vantage point better than what we have. When we talk about our products, Strong Foundation gives you the advantage when we talk about tobacco users, right? Because if you're dealing with someone that's a chewing tobacco, if they dip, they vape, cigar, they're on nicotine patch, nicotine gum, a pipe, they're all classified as non-smoker, non-tobacco. And oh, by the way, the Strong Foundation, it's convertible to our permanent products, the Advantage Plus as well as the Smart UL. Now, I know that people go into the IULs, and that's way on the edge, but most of our clients, they're not looking for $500,000 or $1 million worth of coverage, right? Most of our clients want 100 or 200, and you can do it on a simplified issue, non-med. And if you are using our traditional platform for the term, the UL, the Par Whole Life, go ahead and do it on the iGo e-app. And if you've got an iPad, and you sit there with the client and you have the client sign your iPad because it's got a touch screen, and if you sign it, you can hit submit and you're going to get an answer in under 10 minutes. Anybody here get an email from us last week about accelerated underwriting? Because even though we're now into 2021, we're not letting back. We're not going to sit back and just wait for the days to go by. We want to continue to enhance our opportunity. Now, accelerated underwriting, it's for the fully underwritten, for healthy clients that they don't have to go through the paramed, the APSs. Just fill out the application, note in the section that you want to go through accelerated underwriting, and we can move it forward. Later on, we're going to have the Forrester's iGo, where we're going to give people the opportunity to improve their physical well-being. It's another app. And speaking of apps, I trust that everybody has downloaded the Forrester's Biz mobile app and the Forrester's Quick Quoter app, right? It should be on your phone because it gives you the opportunity that when you're with clients, you can just look it up. Everybody here has an ATM, right? Well, guess what? You should be putting this in your ATM. I've got a few of these. It's called a playbook. It's got all of our product information, all of the basics that you need. It talks about our member benefits as well. And as I said, I come from the state of Texas. Here's my business card. We're here to help you. Unfortunately, Cheryl Gaston could not be here with us this weekend. Why? Because the Prime Minister of Canada won't let them out. So as I come cruising, because in Texas we cruise, right? As I come cruising into Burlington, North Carolina, I want to say thank you. Thank you for part of the Foresters financial family. Oh, and by the way, do you like to make money? Do you like to earn more money? Last year, we had a couple of big cash contests, didn't we? The Alliance was well represented. In fact, our contest in September and October, our contest in December, both of those contests, which were enterprise-wide for foresters, you know who was first in both those contests? Agents from the Alliance. These are producers. These are your brothers and sisters that are getting the job done, because all they're doing is one thing: doing the do and working every day to help people out. That's my time. I love you guys. I'm going to pass it on to Clay Murtis to talk a little bit more about the President's Club.
Murtis. I am with the Alliance President's Club here at the corporate office, and I'm fired up to be here with y'all today. This is my 7th year with the Alliance, baby, and I've kind of traveled around to all the different departments, and it's kind of like my coming home story to President's Club, because that's where I originally started. I started in President's Club. I moved over to the lead performance team. I then moved to the ABTF, which is our recruiting division, and now I'm back running the President's Club, and it's been an awesome ride. And it's cool here at the Alliance and living in North Carolina. I'm from Colorado originally, so it's like every year I've gotten a little bit more redneck. They're just kind of wearing on me a little bit more. They're just trying to beat me down. And it was funny, I realized it the other day, because we were talking to Andy, me, Chris Hill, and Robbie. We were in his office, we were talking to Andy, and we were talking about that massive compensation raise that Andy gave us, and 22%. And Andy goes, "Clay, you think you're going to sell a little bit more insurance with a 22% raise?" I said, "I reckon so." And Robbie and Chris looked at me, he just said reckon. He just said reckon, baby. That's how I know. They're working on me. They are working on me here. So I moved from Colorado, and I was so thankful to find the Alliance. I found it via a Craigslist ad, like some of y'all probably did. And I knew that I did not want to do insurance. I was positive. But they got me in because they were like, "We're looking for sports-minded individuals." And I was like, "That's me, baby." And I came and I toured around this awesome facility y'all have seen, and I got to meet a lot of the cool people. And I was like, "All right, I don't care what y'all do. I'm in, baby." So it's been a wild ride, and I've really enjoyed it, and my passion is helping y'all, and then my passion in President's Club is helping you guys grow. We have a bad to the bone team that's their job is to help you. So if you're not utilizing the team, you ought to, because they'll help you grow. So first we have Lucero Diaz. She's been with the company for 6 years. I get the claim to fame that I got to tour her around and show her around when we interviewed her. I was like, this girl is crazy sharp. And so she joined our team 6 years ago. And what's crazy about Lucero is she is a junk talker. She'll help you get moving. She'll show you all sorts of different stuff. And she's out there selling insurance, making money as a side hustle too. So she ain't just a talker, she's a walker, baby. Lucero wrote $5,000 this week. $5,000 on her side hustle. That's wild. So she's out there doing the do, making things happen. And so you can trust her from a resource standpoint. You can trust her from a knowledge standpoint because she knows what she's doing. She's out there in the fight with you. So Lucero's here today, so I recommend meeting her. We also have Stephanie Lee, who's been with the Alliance for 6.5 years, I believe. And Stephanie Lee is like me. She's kind of journeyed around a lot of different places. She's run our telemarketing when we had that. She's run a couple other different departments, so she's extremely experienced. And now
now in President's Club, she runs like our ZipRecruiter responders. She does a lot of our administrative trading. So if you hire an admin, if you did not know this and you're in President's Club, or you want to be in President's Club and you want to hire an admin, you can hire somebody. We'll help you post the ad, right? We did that for you, Mia. We helped Mia post an ad. We send her the responders so she can filter and sort and pick out the person she wants. And then once you pick somebody, we'll help coach them, we'll talk to them, we'll show them different ways to help you grow your business. So just one of the many ways that we help you, and we're going to be adding and growing to our team at President's Club. So you're probably like, he said the word President's Club 12 times, and I don't know what President's Club is. I don't even know what he's talking about. So if that's you, that's okay. President's Club is a subscription service that Andy has put together to help you grow your business. Now, President's Club is made up of two things, okay? It's made up of benefits and values. So the benefits are things like websites. You get a bad to the bone websites. Customized, you get your own URL. So like you can be like Bryant Financial. Do you know what your URL is? Wendy Bryant Agency. That's good. She rolls up into a client's house, she's a Wendy Bryant Agency. People be like, oh my gosh. So it's cool because you get your own customized website. Other things that you get, benefits that you get. You get this thing called WebPres. I was showing Kyle Von Stearns our WebPres system. I think it's the most underutilized thing we got because it's these customized videos that you can send people. And it's wild because in order to watch the video, that person that watches it's got to type in their name. Right? So if you send them an annuity video, you send them that video, they type in their name, you get an email, and it says, so-and-so watched your video. Guess who you should call? So-and-so. Why? They watched your video. So it's an awesome tool to help you generate leads, to help explain things. A lot of our agents use it as a way to bam-fam their clients. They hit them back with that video and say, I'm going to come back next week. Before I come back next week, please make sure you watch this video. It'll sell them an IUL. It'll sell them an annuity. It'll sell them another product that we have. So that's your WebPres. We also are continuing education you're taken care of. And along with that, we get a ton of additional calls and training that we do. So Terry Edwards absolutely lit it up on death last week. We made that call public. So if you go on the Alliance YouTube, it's on there. Terry Edwards brought the heat. So along with the association of some of our top leaders, mentors, managers, that's what you're getting when you join President's Club. So those are the benefits. So it's a $99 subscription. That's what you get. Those are the tangible things that you get from your membership. A lot of things to help you run your business. Now, where the value comes from. The value comes from the association with the top people. The value comes from President's Club paying you. Has President's Club paid anybody in this room? Okay, I see you. So you're probably wondering, how does President's Club pay you? When you are a top producer in the Alliance, based on your production, we're going to give you a kickback. So if you do $10,000, issue paid production, just doing your job, just producing insurance, we're going to give you a $50 lead kickback saying thank you for being a top producer. So you get $50 back. So your membership is half off. Now let's say you get crazy. You're like, I'm going to do 20,000, baby. You do 20,000, your membership's free. We give a $100 kickback in leads. So if you're in this room now and you're a $20,000 producer and you're not in President's Club, you need to get in President's Club. It's just a no-brainer. It's a free membership. You get free websites. You get free everything. Now, here's where it gets crazy. Is if you do 30, 40, 50,000, it's a multiplier. And so now we're paying you. Now, we got this extra thing. And now this extra thing is exclusive. It's called Black Card. We got any black cards in the room? I know I got my black card. So black card's cool because it's like a metal card and it looks like this. And it sounds like that. I better put this closer to it. Oh, that sounds good. So you get this President's Club Black Card, and essentially what it is it's a multiplier. This costs $500. You'd be like, why would I want to pay $500 for a Black Card? That's a good question. When you pay $500, your multiplier, your 1.5 or your 1 times multiplier for your production is off of $500. So if you write 20 grand, you get 500 bucks back in leads. Now if you write 30 grand, you're going to get $750 back in leads. My girl Megan Wood last month wrote 70 grand. We gave her $1,700.50 in leads back. That is a daggum sponsorship right there. So it's kind of crazy. We will pay you to be a part of President's Club. Now, we just added this new program. Chris Hill bartered this deal. Y'all know those prescription cards we got that we use for referrals and to save our people money in the home? Y'all know those? Yeah. So those are cool. Those are good. We still got them. Same company. Now, if you're in President's Club and you use your prescription cards, every time a client uses your prescription card, you're going to get $1.50 back. $1.50. So if you're in 100 homes a month, and God bless, you can sell half those people on using their cards, saving monies on their prescriptions, you got 50 people a month getting $1.50 back. And that'll add and that'll multiply, and you only get that through President's Club. So if you're not in President's Club, that's okay. You can still use the cards. But if you want the $1.50 back, you got to be in President's Club. And again, you're going to be getting value. It's going to pay for itself. So do we have anybody in this room that's trying to go partner? Yeah? Do we have any people that know they need some help going partner? So that's the idea behind President's Club. Now, I want you to take your hand, I want you to reach into your pocket, I'm going to give you a phone number, and I'm going to have you text this phone number now. So grab your phone, please, and pull up in your text messages, and we're going to text this number, so that way you got a contact. All right, so open up your text messages, type in the number line, 336-343 4371. 336-343-4371. Now, in that text, don't get fancy. Very follow instructions here. All I want you to send is the word PC. President's Club, PC. Just send PC. Now, if you're interested in joining, you're like, oh my God, I could use those benefits. I could use a website. Or, oh my God, I'm writing 20,000. There's a link that just got sent to you where you can sign up. If you just want to learn more, you want to start talking to the badass members of President's Club, you want to start talking and building a relationship, let us know, and that way we can start getting to know each other and start building a relationship and help you go partner. So thank y'all for having me up here today. I look forward to meeting all of you. I have the pleasure of introducing our next guest. The Alliance done saved me from Colorado, saved me from some crazy stuff, and we done saved this gentleman from the community college life, and he has had an absolute impact on our organization as our cultural advisor. So please give it up for Jeff Bright.
Can you help me move that table over?
Where you want it, in the middle?
In the middle, yeah. Good afternoon. How many of you are brand new to this event that I have never met? Raise your hand. Okay. Quite a few. So just a little bit about myself. I did come from a community college. I worked there I retired with 31 years. I turned in 2 years of sick leave. So I was only there 29 years. But I was a vice president, and that don't mean a whole lot because there's about 7 of us. And I was over corporate education and a lot of other things. But I would go out to companies, and I would help those companies with all their needs as far as training needs. So some of the stuff that I did for the companies is a lot like what I'm doing for you guys today, and we're going to talk a little bit about culture today. What is culture? And I'm going to talk straight from this book that is available to you to buy. It's one of the books that Andy has written. I co-authored it with Andy. It's called The House of Values and Behaviors. And in this book, there's a lot of information in this book, but in this book, there is spelled out for you the culture of the Alliance. So I'm going to give you a highlight of that and read a couple passages, if you would allow me to do that to you from the book. My background is sociology, so I got a sociology degree, a master's in that. I have a master's in education. So I taught a lot of sociology classes at the college, and a lot of things I talk about are from that standpoint. And this book is written from that perspective. The best way to understand culture from a business perspective is you got to have 5 things represented to create a company culture. Now, culture exists everywhere you go. There's good cultures, there's bad cultures. But in corporate America, we have to have 5 things that make up a culture. And we have those 5 things in the Alliance. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you what they are. I'm going to ask you whether you want to know. I'm just going to tell you. One is our mission. One is our vision. One is our expectations. One is our habits. And the fifth, is our identity. Okay? So quickly, what is our mission? A mission statement is what we do. So what do we do with the Alliance? You've heard people mention this today, but I'm trying to put this all together so it'll make sense to you right now. What we do is have fun, make money, and make a difference. You hear those terms, you're like, what does that really mean? Basically, that means have fun. We like to associate with each other. When we say make money, we're talking about premium. And make a difference, we're talking about helping families. So really, when you hear those three things, think about association, premium, and helping families. Then let's look at the vision statement, why we do what we do. Not what we do, but why we do it. So why we do it is what we call PI, and PI is spelled out prosperity, inspiration, and eternity. Now, what does prosperity mean to us? Two things. Becoming successful, because we want you to be successful when you get in this business, but we don't want you to just be successful one time. We want you to do the second part of that, which is the word thrive. We want you to be successful, and we want you to thrive, because we want it to be continuous. We want you to sustain yourself with this system that we have in place, right? Inspiration, well, we're hoping that when we're together, having fun, we're also going to be inspiring to each other, which two things happen. We should stimulate each other mentally, and we should also try to influence each other in a very positive way. All right, so that's what we mean by inspiration. The eternity part, it's more related to more biblical, and basically we're talking about heaven here, but achieving endless life after death. So those are the three things that make up PI. If you never knew what that meant, now you know what PI means. When you hear somebody say PI, now you know, right? Let's look at our expectation. That's how we accomplish the why and the what. How do we accomplish the why and the what? We sell, recruit, and we build. When we say sell, we're talking about booking 40 appointments a week if you're doing this full time. When we say recruit, you're talking to 40 new people a week. And when we say build, you're trying to get width and depth in your organization. So that's what we mean by sell, recruit, and build. All right, does this help to understand and kind of accumulate everything together? All right, now our habits, really easy. There's a book, one of Andy's first books, I think it is the first book, The 8 Steps. The 8 steps, our habits is how we maintain what we're trying to accomplish, why we're doing it, and what we're doing. It's how we maintain that through our habits. And those 8 steps are basically habits. Okay? And the 8 steps, if you don't know what they are, personal use, work, listen, read, attend all meetings, be teachable, be accountable, communicate with a positive attitude. Those are the 8. I'm quickly going through these because I'm trying to get to the 5th ingredient of culture, which is what this book's about. It's the 5th ingredient is called the identity. What is the identity? What is our calling card? What is our identity? When people look at us for the first time, so I saw a lot of hands go up. Some of you are looking at see at us for the first time. So you're judging us by what identity we present. It's how we behave within the Alliance is our identity. So we have that spelled out in this book. We have 8 core values, and for every core value, there's 4 behaviors that we suggest that you incorporate when you're a part of this group called the Alliance. So the 8 core values are excellence, service, integrity, accountability, respect, compassion, community, and gratitude. And I will tell you that, well, I could give you an idea of what each one. When I say excellence, I'm talking about surpassing or going past the expectation that's put in front of you. Service is going the extra mile. Integrity is being honest, ethical, and transparent. Accountability is standing behind your performance. Respect is being courteous, helpful, and value in diversity. Compassion is advocating empathy as well as sympathy. They're two different things. Community is sharing an emotional connection with each other, and gratitude is appreciating the gifts that's bestowed upon us. Those are the 8 things. So, in this book, we talk about those, and if I'm trying to sell the book, I should read a passage out of the book. And I'll pick a passage. I've got like some of them tagged here. I don't know which one I'm going to read yet, but I only got 2 minutes, so I got to pick something fast, right? I will tell you this. A lot of people don't realize this. I spent a lot of time when writing this book, I spent a lot of time I put an inventory in the back of the book. And I'm really good at creating inventories, really good at that. That's one of my skill sets. And these inventories out on the open market cost you about $30. So I'm not charging you anything. You buy the book, you have the inventory. So you would go, Jeff, why would I take this inventory? Well, why would I get people to take the inventory? The inventory has a graph that you plot your scores on. It will tell you which one of these 8 you suck at and which one you're good at. For example, I meet a lot of people that are great at excellence, but their integrity number real far down. It's important that we try to be kind of equal on all of them, but some people are very good at gratitude, very good at compassion, but they're also not very good at accountability. Andy Albright's favorite of the 8 core values is gratitude. That's the one that he seeks the most from you. He just wants you to say, hey, it does his heart a world of good when he hears you say, hey, thank you. He loves to hear the word thank you. You don't want any money from him. You just want to say, hey, thank you for helping us with the pizzas. He just wants to, a lot of people just expect things from people, and they don't say thank you. Thank you is a word we don't use much anymore. So let me pick something real quick. I got no time left, but I was going to tell you that excellence, in the book, there are 3 things that make up excellence. Pride, a winning spirit, and contribution. Pride is showing up. Some of us don't know how to show up. Winning spirit, having something to prove, getting up every day and having something to prove, and contribution means honoring your commitments. So each of the chapters is broke down like that with a recipe within a recipe. And you'll have that if you buy this book. I'm not telling you that you need to run out and buy it, but I am telling you I'd appreciate it if you did. All right, who is the next? I don't know who the next person is. Mike. All right, I'm going to tell you this story about Mike when I first met Mike. I was on this stage, 10 years ago. I've only been working with the Alliance after I retired for 4 years, right? So y'all do the math. There were 6 years. What do we call that? I was moonlighting. The college didn't know I was coming over here, right? They'd have frowned upon it. So I came over here for free because I just wanted to hang around the culture. So I got invited to do one of these things, and there was about 1,500 people in this room, which I don't know how you could get 15, but they had 1,500. Mike was sitting right here, and they had these big chairs, comfortable chairs lined up, and all the leaders were sitting here. And I'm sitting here talking. Andy goes, I need you to talk for 2 hours and tell them about generation gaps. And so I started talking about that, and I just kept staring because Mike, he didn't look like he was excited about what I was talking about. He was just staring at me with this perplexed look on his face, and it threw my whole game off. I mean, every time I would look over there, I'd lose concentration because Mike was giving me this stare. But now he's smiling for the first time when I'm talking. But you're going to love hearing from Mike. Mike's one of our leaders. He's one of the people that I call a friend in the Alliance. So welcome to the stage, Mike Leventovich.
Warm up. If you're getting cold, you just have them turn that on and put your hands over it. All righty. Hey guys, I am Mike Leventovich. Happy to be here. Grateful to be part of a team. Grateful to be together. Right? It's like, who's just excited to be around people? Anybody here like that? Good. I'm here to talk about IULs. When I say IUL, how many people here have no clue what I'm talking about? Okay, that's good. All right. In fact, do me a favor, since we've all just had lunch, if I get everybody to stand up, just everybody stand up real quick, everybody. That means even the person next to you is not standing. Say, yeah, you need to stand up too. This is an inclusive, participating event and exercise. Okay, so if you can spell IUL, remain standing. If you're having trouble spelling IUL, you can be seated. Okay. If you own an IUL, if you actually have an index universal life policy on your life that you own and fund, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. Just kind of help me understand who we're working with here. Okay, so everybody standing has an index universal life policy. Okay, good. And then if you've sold an IUL to someone besides yourself, remain standing. Okay, you notice not too many people, a few more sat down. All right, everybody else can have a seat. Thank you. You guys having to give everybody a hand, first of all. So, biggest thing to pick up here is you can see that this isn't something that everybody is aware of. That's part of my job here, is to help educate you and help you become aware of another dimension of our business. And I'm going to compare some of this talk to when Chris and Amber were up here early talking about Burlington Alliance Capital Management. That's part of what I call our wealth or wealth insurance area. The Index Universal Life is another part of our wealth accumulation, wealth protection programs. So simply put, IUL stands for Index Universal Life. Some people say, well, what's the difference between regular life insurance and an IUL? Well, an IUL is regular life insurance, but the difference is an Index Universal Life, we can design it to be more of a cash accumulator. And it can be structured to grow where it's safe, so the money doesn't go backwards. It can grow in a way that it grows tax-free, so that when you go to withdraw it, it can be withdrawn in a way that is tax-free to you. And it can grow at a decent rate. You know, you can get a fair rate of return in an IUL, maybe better than what you might get in a traditional whole life or a traditional universal life plan. So there's a couple things that maybe distinguish it, and we use it as a tool to build wealth or accumulate money in a way that maybe is not offered elsewhere. Sometimes we talk about an IUL and we say, hey, should I be putting money into an IUL instead of my 401k or in addition to my 401k? That's a question that people sometimes ask, and we'll talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to get too detailed here in any one specific product, but I'm going to equip you, in my job, given that we have a number of people new here, is to give you some good basics to build on. So as we look at that, and we talked about, hey, who knows what an IUL is? What does an IUL do? First thing is it's a policy, it's a death benefit. So it's going to protect your family if you don't live too long, right? When you die, there's going to be a death benefit for you or for your client's family. Many of our IULs, as a permanent plan, also have living benefits. They're going to be there in case you have a critical illness, a chronic illness, or a terminal illness. So if you have a cancer, heart attack, or stroke, if you end up in an assisted living facility or need home health care and can't take care of yourself, or if you have a terminal illness, that money is going to be there for you in some fashion. Next, because money's growing and if you're funding it properly, and because it's safe, it can be there as an emergency fund to you that's liquid and accessible. We had a situation, my wife and I did a couple years ago, where we had a little bit of a financial hiccup, and we had several places we could go to for the money, but that made the most sense when we needed some instant liquidity. We had built up a multiple six-figure chunk, and for us to go and pull $50,000 out of a policy, I didn't have to ask permission. I didn't have to file for a loan. I didn't have to pay any interest, but we were able to get some cash to help deal with something we needed to take care of. You know, I didn't have to worry about my credit score. I didn't have to worry if they said no. I didn't have to fill out an application. I just called up Fidelity and Guarantee Life and said, hey, send me a check. I said, okay. and we've since, replenished that or paid that back. But my point is, hey, we had that liquidity when we needed it. And so you might have a financial hiccup at some point in your life, and it was a lot easier to get to than an IRA or a 401k, especially if the market had been beaten down or anything like that. So a cash protection for a short-term situation. Next, what if you live too long? What if you live too long and IUL can be there so that it's there to help you out in creating a retirement income that is tax-free? And that's one of the more attractive things is people say, hey, what's in it for me? The fact is when you fund it properly over time, it can be there so you can create an income stream that can be set up and structured to last a lifetime and be tax-free. Who can get excited about having a check coming in every month or every year and not having to give anybody any back to the government, right? Can you get excited about that? Do you understand that? How many people think with all of the PPP loans and all the other COVID stuff and all the money the government has printed in the last year, how many people are guessing that taxes are going to go down because of all this money the government has printed? Who's betting on taxes being reduced in the next 5 years? How many betting on taxes staying the same? How many are betting on tax increases? It's like, duh, someone's going to have to pay for this at some point somehow. It's probably going to come out of taxation or inflation. Well, the taxation part, if you're concerned about that, as your clients might be, here's a way to be growing money at a tax-free basis and truly understanding that. Okay, so understanding just simply what is it, why should I know about it? Now, if I'm out there, so when do I talk about an IUL? Well, the first thing is this is meant to be kind of an advanced topic, but you don't have to wait 3 years to be thinking about it. If you're brand new, get your license, learn how to help families on the basics of life insurance with mortgage protection, final expense protection. But learn to fill out the green sheet and then learn to look for the following things, because as your secondary sale or secondary need, here is who should be interested or should qualify or deserves to have you talk to them about an IUL. Somebody that is under the age of 60. Now, these are guidelines. Have we sold IULs to people over 60? Yes. But typically for an index universal life plan to deliver what we want it to, it typically takes time. Just like any plan, anybody that's a planner has told you if you're saving for retirement, it takes 3 things. You've got to be able to put money in, so you've got to be able to contribute. It takes time, and it takes a rate of return. It's going to take all 3. So if you don't have any one of those 3, you're kind of screwed. So we need time. So if you're before age 60, typically you could have a window. I say 15 years is kind of a minimum time to use an IUL. Maybe 12, okay, we could quibble, but 15 is a good metric. At least 15 years is a good range of time. So somebody's late to the table and say, well, I don't think I need to touch this till I'm 75 or 72, maybe 60 years old or younger is who you should be thinking about potentially for an IUL. So age because of time. So 0 to 60, okay? Who else? What other factors? Do they have money to contribute? Are they already contributing money? So one of the things is you're talking to your clients and you can ask them, how are you doing at funding your retirement? Are you putting money into a 401k now? Awesome. Are you putting in the 15% max? Are you taking advantage of your company's matching? Where are you at? Well, they say, well, I'm putting in just enough to take care of the matching. Or no, I'm putting in the full 15%. Well, if they say I'm putting in a 15%, I say, okay, how much does your company match? Well, they match 50 cents on the dollar, but only for the first 5%. Oh, okay, well, that's awesome that they're matching. It's great that you're putting so much aside. We'll talk about how to present to them, but I'm making a mental note. Notice I'm not just suddenly, now inside I'm thinking, ooh, this could be a good one. You know, I'm thinking, we have one, but I'm not, remember, I'm there if this is my first appointment to take care of the primary need, but I'm making mental notes. And on that green sheet, I'm noting contributing 15%, matching a 5%. And I'm finding out how much they make, making $100,000 a year. Okay, they're putting in 15%, that's about $15,000 a year, close to $1,000, $1,200 a month. I'm making a mental note of that, okay? What else for them to have an IUL? They need to be putting money aside already or have extra money to be putting aside. Do you think you're saving enough? If they say no, okay, would you like to know more about saving more? Do you want to know what other tools might be available? These are things you can look at. So do they have income that's already being directed toward a retirement plan that might be better off diverted to a more efficient plan? Or do they have money that's not going in anywhere, that's free cash flow that they could be contributing? So do they got money? So do they have time? Do they have money? And are they healthy? They've got to be healthy enough to qualify for a plan, meaning if they've had their heart attack, stroke, or cancer recently, probably not a good match. Typically, if they've had any kind of cardiac disease, it's going to be tough to get them into an underwritten type of UL product or IUL product. So be aware of the health side of that. So you don't want to say like, hey man, I met this guy, he just had a heart attack last week and he wants an IUL. I want him to get it too, but it's probably not going to be on his life. Maybe if his spouse is healthy or maybe there's some other options, but understand what you're looking for. Generally speaking, under age 60, money to contribute, and health. What's a minimum amount of money? I don't like to say there's a minimum, but if I were to give you a minimum, $50 to $100 is kind of a minimum. Maybe $50 on a kid's policy, $100 if they're an adult and you're trying to do something. Okay, so we talk about what does it do? Who do we look for, right? And then as I'm out there and I find somebody, what are the things that, where do I look? Where do I ask? Who do I ask? And I think, as you heard it said a couple times today, follow the basics every time, all the time. You meet a client. Are you finding out what they do for work? Are you finding out about their income? Are you finding out what they're doing for retirement? Are you filling out a green sheet? Are you finding out if they've already got money that's saved aside and put aside? Are you finding about other insurance policies that they have? Maybe they have another permanent policy, maybe they don't, but just be passionate and consistent with the basics, because that's where things are going to pop up. It's when you get sloppy or get too arrogant to follow the basics of a system that's designed to help you find these needs, that's where you're going to be tripping over stuff. You're going to be so busy chasing nickels, you'll be tripping over $100 bills because you're not just focused on really loving the one you're with and just getting the time to understand each person you're sitting with. Maybe you've been with us a year or 6 months. You might have clients that you sat with 6 months ago where you were just in such a rush to get to the first appointment. And you're like, oh my God, thank God I got the check. That you didn't take time. Well, guess what? When you go back and chat with that client, take the time to get to know them better the second time around. I know what it's like the first time. You're just like, oh man, I could barely figure out how to fill out an application. I didn't know how to use this green sheet, or I was too embarrassed to ask about how much they were making. I get that because I've been there. So just know that you're sometimes stretched yourself just to get the initial basics of how do I talk to them about final expense or a basic term policy. But relax, we'll be there with you through the process if you'll just take the time to identify and understand what people are going to need. Okay, once you find the person that may qualify, it's like, what do I do now? If you've not sold an IUL, first of all, I hope you get the idea that you should own an IUL because it'll help you sell one. I got my first one back in 2003. We got another one, and we got another one. And so my wife and I, our kids, we've got, 3 or 4 policies in our household. And then for those that have heard about this premium finance program, Stephen Davies talked about it. Has anybody who here has not heard about this premium finance program? If you've heard of it, it's an amazing thing that Andy Albright's done, and it's using IULs. And if you wonder about why we believe in it so much, our commitment to it, Andy took out index universal life policies as a loyalty and reward program for 70 people 2 years ago. And I'm not sure how much premium he's putting in annually, but you heard Stephen Davies mention that Andy's putting in $1 million a year into his. He's putting $1 million a year into mine, and he's putting in $900,000 a year into my wife's. That's just 3 people in the alliance, and there's others, right? And so if you understand that, he's got millions of dollars going in. So if you wonder, do you think Andy believes that IULs are a good thing? Yeah, they are a good thing. They're an amazing thing. Okay, so we certainly believe in them. We've used them. But one of the things I did is I made sure I bought my own a while back. I read everything I can read. How many people have not gotten this book yet? Save Smarter, Not Harder. Raise your hand if you don't have this book. Okay, what I would do if you don't have this book, I would pretend, keep your hands up. Simon didn't say put them down. I'd pretend that there is an angel with a string tied to your finger that's pulling you up so you stand up. So you're standing up, and that you're walking over to there, and that you're getting a copy of this book so you can read it. I would go get one while you can. Seriously. I would make my way over there right now. I don't know how many that have, but this is one of the best tools you could get to properly understand an IUL. Knowledge is power. This little booklet you can use, and guess what? You could use it twice because you could read it yourself and you could give it to a client. So I might suggest getting 2 or 3 of them so you can have them to hand out to clients. It's just an amazingly powerful tool. It's simply written. It's been written by other leaders in the Alliance. So Andy taught me a long time ago, when you're presented with a challenge or an opportunity, he said there's 3 things to remember. If you're stuck, he said, number 1, what can you do? Number 2, what can you read? Number 3, who can you call? Well, I just told you, what can you read? What can you do? You can book an appointment to go back to the client once you've uncovered it. That's what you can do. You can make sure that you brush up on your product knowledge. Now, who can you call? I've got 3 people I'd suggest you call when you find an IUL opportunity. When you find an IUL opportunity, I would make sure that I know how to reach Gina Hawks because she is an illustration wizard with IULs. I would make sure I know how to reach Jim Mosley at National Life Group. And I would make sure I know how to reach Emily Scanlon at Fidelity and Guarantee Life. Fidelity and Guarantee Life and National Life Group, are they out? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I got to give it back. Yes, sir. Oh, we got more. Okay, we're working on more. All right, get back in line before they run out again. Okay, but I would make sure I know how to reach Gina Hawks. I would make sure I know how to reach Emily Scanlon. I would make sure I know how to reach Jim Mosley. As those carriers and those people, they want you to succeed. They want you to have the tools. They will be there to help you out. And so taking advantage of the tools that we've got is one of the biggest things. We can talk more about, yes, the details of how do we present it. But if I can get you first sold on how powerful it is, how to look for the opportunities, and how to get help seizing the opportunity. Because what you'll see is we can be there with you with what kind of illustration, how to have the conversation, and how to be prepared when you go back to that client. That's going to be a massive thing. And whoever your agency manager is probably good at the IULs. You know, we've got a number of leaders that again, have built their business and made IULs a big part of it. So while I've given you 3 names, your agency manager is probably highly skilled at those programs and is there to assist you as well. So make sure you know, who can I call? What can I read? What can I do when we seize an IUL opportunity? And just know that when you see some of these big numbers on our leaderboards, a lot of these big numbers are coming because people have learned to weave in the annuity side, or they've learned to weave in the IUL side. And when we find annuity money, typically that's a pool of money. It's money that they've already built up in a 401k, in an IRA, in a mutual fund, or in a bank account. So think of it, if you think of like money as fluid or water, annuity money is going to be pooled up or dammed up in a bigger body of water. Typically, IUL money is going to be from a stream or river of money that's flowing, and we're going to kind of put like a little fork in the river and divert some of that money that's flowing into the IUL. Those are the biggest things I can tell you. Guys, it's been fun talking to you. Let's go get another one of these books, and I forget who I'm bringing up next. Let's see, who?
My name is Alex Abian. And I'm the affirmative action agent. When Andy showed me the plan, he said, I affirm you will make money. No, I don't really talk like that. But, oh man, I'm so fired up. It seems like I haven't been out in a long time because of this craziness that we've been going through. Some of y'all think, man, your beard is gray. Actually, they have this Grecian formula gray. So in order to get a little more credibility and to be more distinguished, I brushed a little gray in my beard for y'all. Anyway, so I came down here. Andy said, man, we're doing a boot camp, and so I drove down from Ohio because I just need to get around the team. I need to get around y'all because I've just been missing the weekly hotspot meetings, and I just needed to come down. And I thought, well, I'm just going to go sit in the back and just kind of drink it all in, like some of y'all and I learned something. And so Andy comes up and he says, hey, dude, I got you 10 minutes, and I want you to say something that'll change their lives. Okay? It was like, wow, that's a tall order for anybody. And I've known Andy since 1993. We started the Alliance together. I'm the original webmaster. Not just because I'm Asian, just because I kind of knew how to do websites. We were trying to bootstrap this thing, man. I didn't charge him nothing. I did it for free because, well, someone's got to put websites together. This is 2002, and I sort of had some web skills. And we just kind of Andy built the Alliance out of his basement. And so we didn't have a building. We did not have this building when we got started. And so I found this picture of this building in Indianapolis, huge building. And so I took a picture of it and I put it on our website. Now, I never said it was the Alliance building. It was just this big building that was on our website. People looked at it and thought, wow, you guys are like something. It's like, well, that's a nice building, right? Anyway. But, so what can I tell you to change your life? And it was like a tall order. What can I say? And the only thing I could think of when Andy asked me that was, well, how did Andy change my life? What did he do to change my life? And I think back to when I got in, I was on my knees praying, Lord, help me. At the time, I was making $150,000 as executive recruiter, and I never saw my wife, never saw my three kids at the time. They were 4, 2, and 1. And we were just living a life of quiet desperation because I knew that if I kept on this road, it wasn't going to turn out good for my family. And so I, got on my knees. I said, Lord, help me. It's one of those, you ever have one of those bargaining prayers? Okay, Lord, okay, I'll make a deal with you. It's like, man, show me the way. And I said, I'll consider the first thing you showed me. And thank God a Mary Kay gal didn't knock on my door, because I've been doing Mary Kay, man. I'm serious. But no, Andy Albright gave me a call and he said, hey, Bo, I think we got a way to make some money. I said, man, I'm down. See, because I knew Andy in the Amway business, and everything Andy did just seemed to turn to gold, because he just had this crazy attitude that something good's going to happen if you get around Andy Albright. I thought, well, how could I, what's the worst that could happen? Right? What's the worst that can happen to hook up with Andy Albright? So I got in this thing, and I'm going, man, this is cool, because I started making money right away. This is in January 2000. By the end of February 2000, I was making $2,000 and $2,500 a week part-time. By the end of March, I quit my job. Our second month in the business, my team did over 100,000 submitted premium. Our second month. It was crazy. And I didn't know that was good or bad. I just, Andy said, all right, cool, good. And we just blew it up. And so when I think about how Andy changed my life, man, he invited me into the business. I keep thinking if Andy didn't put my name on a list, or if he prejudged me and said, man, that guy's a knucklehead, he's too smart for his own good, or man, there's no way he could do this thing, maybe he wouldn't have called me. And I think, oh my gosh, there but for the grace of God go I, Andy called me. And it changed my life because I said yes. He invited me, and I said, yeah, man, let's do this thing. I didn't even know exactly what it was to sell insurance. All I knew, if Andy was doing it, then I got to do it too, because I was just going to follow him. You could say blindly, but you know what? I'd rather be in any business with good people than be in a good business with bad people. You know what I'm saying? So, man, Andy just led me into this business, and I keep thinking, had I not said yes, had he not asked me, I would probably be in some cubicle farm, staring out my window, wondering if there's anything better than this. That's how he changed my life. He invited me into this thing. And do you know how much better it is today than it was when we got in 20 some odd years ago? Man, it's incredible what's going on today. So I think, man, he could have not asked me, but here I am. And I think about all the money we've made. We've averaged $500,000 a year for the last 22 years. It's not bad income, right? We got a premium financing deal that's going to, tax-free retirement of what, about $500,000 for the rest of our lives. Think of everything that Andy's done. First thing he said was, hey, Bo, I think I got something, we're going to make some money. It's incredible. The other thing that Andy has done to change my life is back in 2008 when the market crashed. See, we had done in September 2007, my hierarchy did $1.9 million in premium. Okay, that's pretty big, I guess. But then in 2008, the crash in December 2008, our hierarchy went down to $275,000. And I was panicking. Can you imagine $1.9 million to $275,000? I was panicking. And I called Andy. This is December 2009. I said, dude, what are we going to do, man? What are we going to do? I was thinking my whole business was going to go away. And you know what Andy did? He goes, hey, Bo, you're going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right, man. Trust me. Everything's going to be all right. Just keep working, dude. Just keep working. And when he said that, it just made me feel like, you know what? Andy led me in this thing. Andy's going to lead me out of this desperation because he never flinched. Just like through this COVID thing, he never flinched. No matter how bad things got, he never flinched. He was a leader for me. He changed my life because he was a leader that just was steadfast. He knew where he was going. He knew that his salvation, right, is assured. And then it's just, how many people can we bring to this party, baby? And so I looked at Andy, it's like, hey, if everything's all right with him, man, everything's all right with me. And we worked our way out of it, and it was no big deal. He changed my life that way. Other things he did was giving me an example to follow. I look at my children, my 5 kids, and how well they're turning out. My son's going to graduate this year from University of Cincinnati and become an Air Force officer, become a fighter pilot. My 3 daughters are on their way to getting fantastic degrees, and they've just been wonderful people. My other son just got a co-op position that he worked hard for. He's in college. And I look at my kids, and it's like, you know what? My kids are working their butts off because they saw their daddy that was working their butt off, and their daddy was working his butt off because he saw Andy Albright work his butt off to have what he has. One of the best things that Andy ever did to change my life was give me an example of someone to chase a dream that was worth chasing and make me feel like I could chase my dream, because his dream was big enough to fit any dream that I had. That's how he changed my life. and it's changed my children's life. Now we're talking about generational income that will change my grandchildren's lives. And I think about all those things that Andy's done. That's just a small tip of the iceberg. That's how he's changed my life. Now think about how you can change yours. One thing that Andy did that is just, I think, probably one of the most important things is he's created events like this. See, I can't say anything to change your life, but what I can do is invite you. I can invite you to May 8th, that we're going to have this big event here. I can invite you to stuff where you can make that decision yourself, that you've decided to take Andy's invitation. Come on, change your life. Come with us. We're going to change lives out there. Invite yourself to come to these. Invite other people to come to these. Man, and you will have the best life you could ever have, like I've discovered and continue to discover. So thanks, everybody. That's my time. I'm going to introduce my man. Jim Henson has been an important part of the Alliance. We met Jim a long time ago when we got started. We started the Alliance with this insurance company that he was president of. And Gina Hawks was part of that company too. And Jim's been an influencing factor of the Alliance for, I don't even know how many years. But he's been an important part of charting our course, getting us with the right carriers, putting the deals together behind the scenes. Man, this man is someone I respect. He's a man of God, and he is someone I will follow too. So Jim Henson, let's rock the house.
Thank you, sir. Oh, it's always great to be with the Alliance, and gosh, it's been a long time. It's been since January of last year, really, before we had a big meeting. Yep. So let me start off with, I know we have about 25% of this group are here for the first time to kind of take a look at the Alliance. But I'd like to ask everyone just to humor me for a minute and have everyone stand up that was born after 1970. After 1970. Oh my goodness. All right, you can take a seat. Well, June the 15th, 1970 is when I became an agent in the insurance business. So it's going to be 51 years this June. And it's been great to me. Started as an agent, then became a regional guy, a state manager, a regional guy, and then I was fortunate enough to be a president of 4 different insurance companies in my career. So in 2002, as Alex was talking about, NAA was getting formed, and they came to the company that I was running, Shenandoah Life. And that was the first company that NAA had a contract with, was me. And that's how I got to know Andy. As a matter of fact, Gina Hawks at that time was taking the phone calls from IMOs or people who wanted to be IMOs. She took a phone call from this individual, and she came in my office and she said, "I think this is a live one." I just talked to this guy by the name of Andy Albright. And so we invited him up. They came up the next week, and gosh, that's 19 years ago now. So that's how that started. And so I've seen some really great things with the Alliance. I was blown away today when Robbie Kraft was talking about all of these new things with the ARC system. 45 levels. You can recruit somebody. They can grow way past you, but you still get a glow bonus on them. And it could be 6 different levels of glow bonus based on how they build their hierarchy. The stories that, like Stephen Davies was talking, he drives up from Asheville to meet with Andy. Andy's in his basement with a ceiling about this high, no restroom down there, and that's where Andy Albright recruited Stephen Davies. at age 21. 3 years later, he made $1 million and made $1 million every single year since. Mike and Noel Leventovich, $1 million earners. Actually, Alex and I are taking the spot for Diane Lampy, who couldn't be here because of all pipes burst in Dallas. She made $1 million in her second full year with the Alliance. So those of you that are just here to take a look at this fantastic opportunity, boy, you really need to take a serious look. So I remember about 5 years ago, we were having the meeting over at the Raleigh Convention Center, connected with the Marriott. And this young lady came up to me and she wanted to talk about, she just graduated from college. She wanted to talk about what it is she should do with her career. And so I asked her, well, how much money do you want to make? You just got out of college. Oh, $100,000. I said, well, you're going to get about 40 or 45. You go work for a company. But you know something? You ought to think about this business, because you have a mother who's been number one with the Alliance several times, and a father who's now in the business, although he used to run all of the IT for University of Houston. And that was Megan, the son of Mike and Michelle Alleman. And she joined the company. She just won a Rolex watch a month ago that were given out when we were in Treasury Island. And she's made every convention. And that's what can happen here. So she's going on all the trips. And that's what can happen for each of you. Because all it really takes is work. I mean, this is such a great business. Like I said, 51 years for me. So I retired 12 years ago, I thought. And then Andy called me because at that time he had another carrier that he was actually doing, the Alliance was doing $50 million a year with this one carrier. And they had decided to go out of the life insurance business. He said, Jim, I know you know so many people in the business. I need you to help me bring on insurance carriers. So since that time, I've brought on about 18 different insurance companies that you all represent. And some new ones that we just now have who are going to help us do some contests coming up here in the very near future. And you know, this idea that Andy unveiled today, May the 8th, 7th and 8th, come back in here. We're going to have to limit it, though, to 1,000. Okay, that's what we're going to fill this room with in just a couple of months. So please, if you're just looking at us, grab a hold of the Alliance. It can do anything that you want it to do. You can do anything that you want to do. Just put in the work, put in the time, and God bless you, and I'll keep trying to help you every day I can. Oh, wait.
Anybody else nervous about these sparks? Or is it just me? My first 8 years in the Army was bomb disposal, and my last 15 was helicopters, none of which sparks were a good thing whatsoever. I mean, can you imagine? I remember the last time I saw sparks in the helicopter, I had this missile I was trying to launch, and I pushed the button, and all I saw was sparks come out the back end. I'm like, oh, this is not good. Like, it's still sitting there on the rack, and I was like, oh man, I got a live missile on my helicopter. I got to go land this thing. Not a good time. So, my name is Jake Krause, and I am direct to my lovely wife, Belle Krause. Actually, my official title is Belle's husband with the Alliance. Didn't she kill it today? Man, I was sitting back there just like tears in my eyes thinking about just how she was pouring out to you guys. And today, Andy has asked me to talk to you about how to fight and to win. Okay? Something that I know a little bit about from my 22 years in the Army. So I want to share something that's practical that I think you can use in your business. Yeah. And it's something that's helped Bell and I here win here at the Alliance. So why was it that 22 years, thousands of combat flight mission or hours, hundreds of two-way shooting matches, why is it that I got to come home to Bell every single time and our enemies did not get to go home to their family? Okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. A lot of you are harboring, I think, a myth that you learned in junior high school that has carried forward into life as an adult. And I want to dispel that myth today. Okay, it's the myth of the fair fight. Okay, there should be no such thing as a fair fight. And that actually applies to your business, and I'll explain how that does. So you know what I'm talking about. It's junior high school. Billy and Bobby are mad at each other, and they go out into the ball field, and there's a circle of kids, and nobody's allowed to jump in because guess what? It's got to be a fair fight, right? That's not the way the military works. The reason I got to come home every single night, or not every night, but every year or whatever, I got to come home to Bell and I'm alive is because the Army believes in overwhelming firepower. They do not believe in fair fights. As an example, as we're flying out onto a mission, there's our helicopters, but then there's gunships above them, and there's drones above them, and there are fighter jets above them, and there's refueling tankers above them, and then there's armed drones above them. And then there's other drones above them. So, we bring the whole fight to the enemy. If you're going to go and you're going to attack somebody with a knife, you bring a gun. Okay? If you're going to go and fight somebody that has a gun, you bring a missile, right? If you're going to go fight 2 people, you bring 20 people or 30 people. If you're going to fight 10 people, you bring 200 people. That's the reason the American military is so successful, and we get to come home to our families. And I want you to bring that principle into your business as well. Okay? So, and I think it's something that Bell and I have been doing pretty well. And I'm going to give you 3 different ways that you can bring that overwhelming firepower into your business. How you can, we're fighting poverty, right? All right? To overcome poverty, you need to overwhelm them with superior firepower. So write this down. The first area that you can overwhelm your enemy with is in leads. Okay, I heard Marcus Richardson get up here and he talked and he crushed it, right? He did a fantastic job. And one of the things that he talked about was leads. If you need to book 40 appointments, you're not going to buy 50 leads. You're going to have 200 leads. You need to have enough ammunition to go out there and make it easy to win. You don't want to make it hard on yourself. You don't want to make it a fair fight. I should be able to book 40 appointments with 50 leads. No. Have 200 leads sitting on your desk, and you're going to book 40 appointments. Does that make sense? All right. The second area is activity. Leads are like the ammunition to your business, right? It's the raw material to your business. You need to back that raw material up with overwhelming activity. That's why I think Andy's 40-40 is genius, because he's got us out there approaching 40 people about the business, and he's got us running 40 appointments a week. And if you've got enough leads to do that kind of activity, you're going to be able to book those 40 appointments. And so don't make it a fair fight. Don't think, well, if I only need like Marcus was saying, if I only need 4 hours to book 20 appointments, well, put 8 hours on your schedule, and if you get done early, great. But don't plan to fail. Don't put the bare minimum on your schedule. You need to have enough time in your schedule to get the activity knocked out. All right, the third area is skill. Okay? I'm a firm believer, and Bell and I think Bell agrees with me, that raw material, like leads, plus massive activity will equal skill. There is no substitute to getting out there and doing this business to increase your skill level. And you don't want to make it a fair fight. You want to have every tool in your toolbox when you're in that home closing that deal. And the better you are, the more skill you have in closing, the more skill you have at building rapport, the more skill you have at building the why, the easier it is to close that deal, and you'll close more of your appointments. So, but a lot of people make the mistake, and we did at first, I guess, and that was, well, we need to know everything about the business before we go out and run appointments. No, that's backwards. It's completely backwards. Go out and run 40 appointments a week, and you will get very, very good. Very good. But the Alliance also, one way that they don't make it a fair fight is that we have people like Chris Norris, right? He came up here and talked to you. One of the best skills that you can have is leveraging somebody else's skill. You don't need to know how to write an annuity to write a $500,000 annuity. You just need to know how to get on Chris's calendar, okay? You don't need to know how to write a $5,000 target IUL. You just need to know how to get on Gina's calendar. You know, when I was flying missions in combat, I left the drone stuff to the drones, and I left the gunship stuff to the gunships, and then I had my job. Gina and Chris are there to make it so day one in this business, you can write annuities and IULs all day long. Nobody else has that, guys. Most people are in their business for 2 or 5 years before they finally get up enough courage to even talk about annuities. In the Alliance, we get to do it day one. And I shared a really cool statistic. Actually, Bell talked about it, that 2-year or multiple year, 3 years it took Bell to actually cultivate that relationship for that annuity. Couldn't have done it without Chris Norris. Could not have done it without Chris Norris. And that paycheck that we got 2 weeks ago from that was more than I make in retirement after 22 years in the Army. That was more money in that one day than it takes me to get retirement for the entire year. It took me 22 years to earn that. The blood, the sweat, the tears, the years away from home. And yet Andy has given us, he has made it the ultimate unfair fight. Poverty does not stand a chance against us because we've got Andy Albright in our corner, we've got the Alliance in our corner, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. Okay, so I'm going to leave you with this one thing, and I want you to remember, and I don't let my kids actually say this word. Well, they're adults now, but fair fights are stupid. Just write that down. Do not go into anything as a fair fight, whether it's in this business or anything in life, okay? So I have got the distinct pleasure of introducing somebody that's a brand new friend to me, but he's amazing. The carrier that he represents, I am more excited about this carrier than I've been in a very long time. Also, Mr. Will Coatney does amazing tricks. One day you need to ask him, like, hey, show me what you can do with a pop can, okay? But my favorite 6'4" carrier representative, Will Coatney, if you can come on up here, welcome to the stage.
Hey, everybody. There we go, there we go. How's everybody doing? Woo! You guys relaxed? You guys been going hard since like 9 this morning? You guys feel good? Energy still up a little bit? Okay, okay. I know everybody gets real excited when the carriers get up here, so just try and keep the noise to a minimum. You know, I'll make this brief. No, guys, my name is Will Coatney. First time here at the Alliance headquarters. I'm fired up to be here. Yeah, this is awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I represent Americo. Americo, as Jake said, is one of the newest carriers that you guys have the opportunity to sell. And so this is going to be real relaxed. I'm going to try and keep it light, go about 2 inches deep so everybody can understand what's going on. But I want to give you guys enough information to feel comfortable enough to go write Americo today, okay? We are in the business of investing in our process and in our producers. We try to be the easiest carrier to do business with. Anybody in here interested in making money while they're protecting families? Okay, that's what I thought. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Americo is an amazing carrier for 2 types of people. People that want to move really, really fast, those high volume producers that write a ton of business, and new people, okay, and brand new people. And typically, high volume producers end up becoming builders, and when they build their team, they need a very easy, streamlined process and carrier to go to. And that's where we live. That is the lane that we stick in, okay? So one of the things that Americo is known for is our instant decision. Anybody here know what pending business is? Do we like pending business? No, we don't like pending business. Americo doesn't either. It's the craziest thing. We have no pending business at Americo. 0 pending business. You know why? You know why? Because we have this little thing called an instant decision. So this is what I want you to imagine. You go into an appointment, depending on, it doesn't matter what product you're writing, final expense, mortgage protection, I'll talk about those products here in a little bit. It does not matter what product you're writing, what life product you're writing with us. You're going to be able to tell your client whether or not they qualify for the coverage that they're looking for within 2 to 3 minutes of starting that e-application, okay? We were the first carrier to do this. You guys, veteran agents here, people in the business, you guys know instant decision. It's been, more and more carriers are coming out with their instant decision. We were the first. We were the first to have the instant decision back in 2014. Fun fact, I'm the shortest of 3 boys. I'm just kidding. That's actually true, by the way, Terry. That's true. No, but we were the first carrier to do it, and it has translated to unbelievable growth because we're just easy to do business with, and that goes a really, really long way. You guys are partnered with a ton of awesome carriers, a lot of awesome carriers, and there are carriers for any type of product, any type of client you're sitting with. We are for the people, the agents that want to move fast, like I said, okay? So that instant decision, we launched it in 2014. The reason that's important, guys, is because you're not going to see these influxes and volatility when it comes to underwriting. It's going to be very, very consistent, so you know to trust that. Now, the products that I want you to focus on when you're thinking about Americo, we have a final expense product. It's called the Eagle Premier Series. The most important thing to know about Americo's final expense product is that your smoking clients, when you're sitting with a smoker, get non-smoker rates for 3 years. Now that's very, very significant when you're sitting with Mr. Jones, who's been smoking a pack a day for a long time, because he's only used to talking about smoker rates. And the fact that you guys are now appointed with Americo, contract with Americo, have access to this product, you can offer that client non-smoker rates for 3 years. Really, really big deal. Really, really big deal. Now, the first question that comes up when I talk about the quit smoking advantage is what happens when, at the end of that 3 years? Well, there's only 3 things that can happen. Number 1, they quit smoking. That's the whole purpose of this product, or of this promotion. It's the quit smoking advantage. A financial incentive turns out to be a very, very, very compelling way to change behavior. So your smoking clients want to keep those low smoking rates. Okay, so that's why the promotion was put into place. If they don't quit smoking, which we all know there's a good chance they're not going to quit smoking. They don't quit smoking, one of 2 things is going to happen. I can tell you what we're not going to do by default. We are not going to touch their premiums. We're not going to do it. So the premiums are going to stay the same if they don't quit smoking after those 3 years. Everybody follow me? Okay, we're good to go. Good to go. Now, if they want to keep their face amount, if they want to keep that $15,000 that you sold them, they can. All they have to do is give us a phone call, give us permission to increase those premiums, and they can keep that $15,000 face. If they don't do that, again, what's going to happen by default is the premiums are going to stay the same, right? But we're going to adjust that face amount because something's got to give. We're going to give them that face amount. Let's say you sold them at 65 years old. We're going to give them, we're going to give them that face amount of the 65-year-old age. So when the policy was written, throw them a bone there. They're not going to get the 68-year-old smoking rate. They're going to get the 65-year-old smoking rate. So either they quit smoking, everything's great. They don't quit smoking, they don't talk to us. We're not going to change the premium, and then we're going to adjust that face amount, or they can keep that face amount. Now, here's what I would tell you. There's a couple ways to swing this product, which is pretty sweet. Some agents, some clients are uncomfortable with things changing at the end of the 3 years, right? Which I totally understand. Totally understand. Now, what you can do though, because you all control one thing. What's the one thing that you control when you're selling America's Eagle Premier Series, the final expense product? What can go up and down? The face, exactly. So if you can control the face, you can control the premiums. So let's say you're talking to your client's interested in $10,000 in coverage. They're going to get non-smoker ratings. We're talking to a smoking client. They're going to get non-smoker ratings with Americo, but they're uncomfortable with things changing. Why not take that $10,000 face, bump it up to $15,000? Now we're back talking to those smoker rates, so we're giving them what they're used to, but they get $5,000 in bonus coverage for 3 years. Right? And at the end, when something does change, what happens? It just changes back to what they originally wanted anyway. That 15 becomes around 10. Premiums stay level. Everything's gravy, except they had $5,000 in extra coverage for 3 years. So you can save them money. You can sell on the savings, or you can sell on the bonus coverage. You can go up and down. Okay? Did everybody follow? Good deal. Good deal. Thank you for the audience participation. Okay. That's our final expense product, obviously written through our our e-application. If y'all write down one thing today, and you can get to this website through ARC, but just in case you get confused, agentcafe.com is my favorite website. It's a really great website. It's a very, very convenient, easy website to navigate. It has all the links that you need to quote business, write business, practice the e-application, and learn about our products. It's just a junk drawer of links. Think of it that way. Y'all are contracted with a ton of carriers. Every carrier has so many freaking websites, right? You got quoting tools, you got e-apps, you got microsites, you got agent portal, everything. You only need to remember one website. So if you can't get to ARC, if you can't get to where you need to be with America, whether you're wanting to kick the tires and try the e-application, or learn about these products, agentcafe.com, okay? So there's only one website you have to remember if you don't get to it through the ARC. Does that make sense? All right, good deal. Okay, let's talk about mortgage protection. I'm gonna give you 2 products. Now remember, my goal here is to give you enough information where you can go write some business today, as long as you're appointed, okay? So that's the goal. So let's talk mortgage protection. I'm gonna give you 2 products, and one of them I'm gonna give you a sweet sales strategy that you're gonna love. You're gonna absolutely love. The first mortgage protection product that I want to talk about is CBO. CBO is short for cashback option. It just means return of premium. Americo's got a return of premium product. It's called CBO 100. 100% of your premiums back. Fun part about y'all is that I don't think you've had a return of premium product that's got 15, 20, 25, and 30-year terms. So now you've got a return of premium product that's got all of your terms. What's fun about Americo's return of premium product, when you look in some of the product flyers, what you'll see is that it's actually a universal life. Pay no attention to the fact that it's a universal life. The only reason we filed this product as a universal life product is so we could have living benefits and return of premium. Okay? So almost all of our mortgage protection products come with living benefits. The only ones that don't are the decreasing term ones, okay? So our level term continuation, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, and our return and premium products, the CBO, all have living benefits. Living benefits are really, really important, okay? For you new people, you know, medical technology is getting crazy good. People are living longer. When insurance was invented, that death benefit it served its purpose, because when people died, you have the death benefit, it did its thing. Well, now you have people living a lot longer. So what the insurance companies have done is created living benefits so that you can access those funds, that $100,000 face amount, before you die, if you get a critical, chronic, or terminal illness. That is living benefits, okay? They're very, very important. And it's very, very important to realize and understand that America is one of the only mortgage protection portfolios out there that come with living benefits, okay? We really put an emphasis on living benefits. So that's CBO. There's CBO 100, CBO 50. If you get 100% of your premium on the CBO 100, how much do you think you get back with the CBO 50? Half. Sharp, guys. You go sharp. Real sharp. So that's the CBO 50. Again, every product that I've mentioned and I'm going to mention runs through that instant decision. So the final expense product and the CBO 100, just ask Sarge, you're going to know in 2 to 3 minutes whether that client's approved. You can move really, really fast. So when you're trying to hit that 40 appointments in a week, you want 40 sales in a week. You also don't want any pending with any of those sales. And if I was you, I would lead with America every single time. Why? Guys, you got to understand, I'm a carrier, I understand it. I can't sit up here and ask you to lead with America every single time if it weren't for the instant decision. Every carrier wants you to lead with them for the from the beginning, every single time. I don't have any guilt whatsoever asking for that because I'm only asking for 2 to 3 minutes. You feel me? Okay, so realize that. The other product that I want to cover real quick, so we talked about final expense, Eagle Premier, CBO 100 and 50, and continuation. This product is legit, and then I'm going to circle back to the 100 and give you that sales approach. If I was an agent, I would not sell regular term insurance ever again. I would only sell continuation, okay? Continuation is just like term insurance, except it's a little bit different in a very good way. What is the problem with term insurance? It ends. It ends. Guys, we're betting 1,000. Y'all are, this is good. This is good. It ends. What is wrong with permanent protection? It's expensive, okay? So continuation, hear me. Continuation is permanent protection for the term market, okay? So it's so simple. It's so simple. At the end of the term, when you write somebody, if you wrote me with continuation, I'm 32 years old, okay? Let's say you wrote me a $300,000 face. I'm 30 years old, 30-year term. Now I'm 62 years old. Typically, what would happen is that coverage just goes away. With continuation, that $250 drops down to 10% of the original face. So now I have a $25,000 policy. No new underwriting. Premiums are level. Stays to age 121. You understand? Okay, so continuation. All you need to know is that it's term insurance that drops down to 10% of the original face and stays for life. Okay, the premium that I know off the top of my head roughly is a 35-year-old male, 30-year term, $100,000 face. Our standard term product, term 125, is about $39. Continuation for the same person is $42. So for just a few dollars more, my guy who's 35 is now 65, survived the term, has a $10,000 policy, 100 down to 10, a $10,000 policy, and is paying $42 a month for $10,000 in coverage with no new underwriting. Why would you ever sell regular term again? Okay, now to be fair, because I know there's some sharks in here that are going to check those prices out. That delta, that gap gets bigger as you get older. That product goes up to 65. So if you write a 64-year-old that's bigger than a $3 difference, understand that's why. Okay, this sweet spot for these products is 25 to 45 roughly. Okay. Oh, by the way, living benefits are included in that continuation product, and it's through the instant decision. Okay, I got 5 minutes. I'm going to tell you. One of the and I haven't heard a better one yet, so I'm going to tell you all the best one that I know. Best way to start any mortgage protection appointment off, and y'all could use this today. So if you have a juicy mortgage protection prospect that you could go see today, do this. Sit down with them and say, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, first of all, thank you for having me in. I can't wait to talk about the product that we've been discussing. Before I do that, would you mind if I showed you, real quick, won't take long, showed you how I can both provide you with insurance and show you how you can pay your mortgage off 5 years early? Would you be interested in me showing you that? Let's assume, by the way, that they just bought a house. So young couple just bought a house, 30-year note, 30-year mortgage. Of course they're going to say yes. Yes, show me. Okay, great. So here's how it works. As long as you know the mortgage and the interest rate of your client, you can Google an amortization table, okay? That amortization table will show you their principal balance, what they owe with 5 years left on that mortgage. Everybody with me so far? Okay, I'm almost done. Hang on. So you'll know how much they owe with 5 years left on their mortgage. If you know that number, then you can back into providing them with enough coverage with the CBO 100 to where at the end of a 25-year term, you're going to sell them a 25-year term, the amount of money that they're going to get back from two policies, I'm going to explain the math in a second. The amount of money that they're going to get back from those two policies 25 years later, guess what, is going to add up to exactly what they owe with 5 years left on their mortgage. So they have the option to take those funds and pay the mortgage off 5 years early. Now look what you just did. No, the math, by the way, you need to provide them with about 15 to 20% more insurance coverage than their mortgage. So let's talk a $200,000 mortgage. $200,000 mortgage, you're going to need to provide about $250,000 in coverage. Great. Breadwinner gets $150, spouse gets $100, 25-year term, remember they just bought a house. Now look what you just did. You provided both spouses with term insurance, both have living benefits, and in 25 years when they get all their money back, they have the option to pay their mortgage off 5 years early. How in the heck could you say no to that? You can't. And by the way, this is for you, Terry. If they say they can't do it, please remember to ask them, just to be clear, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I want to be clear. What you're telling me is you can't afford to save $179 a month, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a forced savings plan. So I know that it might be a little bit high on the premium, but we're not talking about a cost anymore. They're getting all their money back. It's not a cost anymore, right? So make sure, and if they say, God, that sounds great, I'd love to do it. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Just to be clear, what you're telling me is you can't afford to save that money every single month, because that's what we're talking about. It is one hell of a way to set up, and let me tell you, the reason you should start every single mortgage protection appointment off with this is because every once in a while you will walk into a home, it may have wheels under it, and you will use this strategy, and you will be shocked that you walked away with a whale of a sale that you may not have done because people, right, we're fallible people, we make judgments, that doesn't make us bad people, we make preconceived notions. But if you force yourself to start every single sale off with that strategy, you guarantee yourself not to leave money on the table and not judge your clients, okay? Last thing I'm going to leave you with. We have this little bonus in America. Oh, yeah. Sarge knows about it. It's called the You First bonus. Not if, when. When you write $45,000 in issue paid business, because any business that issues is going to pay, and vice versa with America, because there's no pending, $45,000 in issue paid business in a 6-month window, we cut you a check for 8%, which is $3,600. A minimum of a $3,600 bonus every 6 months. There's Sarge, yeah, I'll tell him, Sarge, don't you worry. Because of the, now this is important, because of the instant decision. Remember I told you we're great for two people? People like to move really, really fast, and new people. It's not a coincidence that Sarge has put up 25 grand in issue paid business in the last 6 weeks. $25,000. He got started late. The bonus period started in December, ends at the end of May. That's the bonus period we're in right now. And he's over halfway there in what, less than 6 weeks? 5-6 weeks? Guys, that's the power of the instant decision. So Sarge and everybody else in here should be looking at one fat bonus check at the end of May. Again, bonus period runs from the beginning of December to the end of May, a 6-month window. 6-month window. Put up 45 grand in issue paid business with America. You're looking at an 8% cash bonus check. That bonus is not capped. There's no ceiling to it. Okay? Thank you all for paying attention. Thank you all for paying attention. I'm fired up. Guys, this is the first time I've been to the Alliance headquarters. This place is amazing. Unbelievable. Y'all are some special people. Very, very special people. I cannot wait to talk to you more. I get the distinct honor and pleasure of introducing my good buddy, Chris Hill. And let me tell you this, guys. This is just a testament. Come on up here, Chris. This is just a testament to who you all are. And I've said this to a few people. There's some people in here that have heard me talk about this. Chris is a perfect example of the quality of people that are inside of the Alliance. And I know you're saying you're a carrier. Of course, you're going to say this stuff. But I'm serious, guys. There are some good people. And Chris has gone out of his way to show me the ropes, let me know who I need to talk to, and been an absolute friend to me. And I feel the same exact way about everybody in here. You guys are awesome people. Thank you, Chris, for being such a big help. Over to you.
Y'all give it up for Will. You know one person that smokes cigarettes. If you know one person that smokes cigarettes, all right, there's an Americo client right there. Because what do most smoker rates have? Higher prices. So that means you can easily switch that business right there. So you need to make sure that's big. Because we all know, I know at least, if you live in North Carolina, you know at least half your family smokes cigarettes. Let's just be honest. Even some of the kids. And so you can get some, you can really help some people out with Americo. And so we've been very impressed with Will, very impressed with Americo, what they've been able to do, and excited for their business. My talk is about edification, about the business, kind of give you a little bit more insight to what's upstairs. I have been with the company for 11 years, and my job is pretty much to float around upstairs and try to do anything I can to make the premium go up. And I try to do my best to help. And so one of the things I did want to talk to you about today was leads. Now, how many of you are aware of this company called Amazon? Everybody know Amazon? If I told you that Amazon stock was $1 today, what would you do, Terry? Everything. I'd mortgage my house. I'd mortgage Terry's house. I would mortgage your house. I'd find every dollar that I could and I'd throw it into it. All right? When Andy partnered with this company called Integrity Marketing Group, I'm not sure if we're really aware how big they are. Y'all should write down this name, David Solomon. Now, I grew up in Rockingham, North Carolina, where Walmart is the biggest building there is. I thought they were in charge because there was nothing else. You literally went to Walmart for everything. And if you were making $40,000 a year, you were somebody. Like, you were it. You could go to JCPenney's and buy stuff without a credit card. You were living the life. So I had no idea who David Solomon is, but apparently he is the CEO of Goldman Sachs. If that rings any bells to anybody. He leaves New York and he flies to Dallas to meet with Integrity because he says they're one of the 3 fastest growing companies in America. Not in insurance. In America. He said that they wanted to partner with us because at some point down the road, we're going to be the biggest movement of insurance in the U.S. So if I could offer you to buy Amazon stock when it was just $1, what would you be willing to invest? What would you be willing to give in order to get it at $1? You give everything. I am telling you, Integrity Marketing Group is the same way into insurance. So you've got to figure out now how to invest everything you can. Leads is one of the ways to do so. So I want you to write down a number. If you can take out a pen and a piece of paper. I'm going to give you some numbers I want you to jot down. The first number is 100. If you bought 100 internet digital leads, out of 100 leads, the next number to the side, I want you to write the number 30. You should book 30 appointments. Beside that number 30, write the number 20. Out of 30 appointments, 20 of the people are going to be there when you get there. We heard Terry tell the numbers this morning. Beside 20, write the number 10. That's how many apps you're going to sell while you're in the house. So you bought 100 leads. Let's say that costs $1,100. You spend $1,100 for 100 leads. You booked 30 appointments, sat with 20 people, closed 10. Average sale on an internet lead is about $1,200, so that would be $12,000 in annual premium. So you spent $1,100, you sold $12,000. Let's say if you were at a 70% contract, let's say if you did a 91% factor and then a 75% advance, that means you would bring home right around $5,500. I subtract the $1,100 in leads, because nobody's interested in gross money. I subtract the $1,100 in leads. $5,500 minus $1,100 is how much? $4,400. Let's say that I'm going to take away another $1,000, Wendy, just because I'm mean. I just took $1,000 from you just because I want to. So now $4,400 minus $1,000 is what? $3,400. Wendy, if you could invest $1,000 and then net $3,400 in 3 days, would you be interested? It's just leads. But if you buy 10 leads, the numbers are exactly the same. You're just not excited about what you put in the bank account. It's just math. That's all it is. It's the same thing with Amazon stock. If you buy one Amazon stock, you're not as excited when it goes up if you bought 1,000 Amazon stocks. It's the same thing. So I want to encourage you, if you know Integrity Marketing Group is going up, if you know the Alliance is going up, leads is the fastest way to get your business moving. Another way is PC. I want to brag on Clay for just a second because he was talking about what other people were doing. Clay is selling about $5,000 to $6,000 a week himself outside of here. So if you're joining PC, you've got Clay and Lucero who are working 50 hours in the office, and they're also each selling about $4,000 to $6,000 a week outside of the office. So it's not like it's somebody that's not in the field. Andy's paying them to help you, and then they're paying themselves by selling insurance. So those are my plugs, and I'm not ashamed to give them. All right, real quick, edification, and we're going to move on. I'm going to let somebody get up here and talk. The words that you say out of your mouth matter. Most of the time we forget that. When we get older, we seem to forget that the things that I say actually have an impact. The Bible says something like death and life come from the tongue. It comes from what I say. Right now, I have a land battle going on in my life. It's a really, really serious situation. I have 3 girls. They're 7, they're 5, and they're 2. And they're little terrorists. I love them. They're terrifying. My 7-year-old and my 5-year-old are currently having a fight, a battle. It's a 3-day battle. My 5-year-old wants to plant her garden on my 7-year-old's land. All this is Barbie Dream House. Nothing real. And my 7-year-old comes running into the room crying, screaming her lungs out. And here's what she says. Emma is trying to plant her garden on my land. So then Emma comes in to explain how, well, Daddy, I need more room in order to have my garden. Every time she says it, my 7-year-old loses her mind. I sit down my 7-year-old, I sit them both on the couch, and I said, Abigail, every word she's saying is not true. And my 7-year-old goes, I know. And my 5-year-old then says, yeah, it is. And the 7-year-old starts crying all over again. This has been going on for 3 days. My wife we're losing our minds. It's all just words. None of it's real. They do have a Barbie dream house, but it's just plastic. It is all in their mind. And it's funny when we watch a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old do it. And it's actually nice because we can see them kick their legs and scream and yell. But adults do it to one another, and we don't see the screaming. We just see them walk away, and we crush their dreams. And we have no idea. Like, the nice thing about my children is they act like fools, and so I can hear it. And then I put those noise-canceling headphones. Oh, I love those things. I'll put them on and go in the closet and close the door, and it's like I'm in a paradise. It's amazing. With my children, I can see it and I can hear it, so I can deal with it. But if I'm talking to Terry and Tia, and I don't edify them, and I don't build them up, and they go back to Kernersville, and they don't say a word to me, my words just stepped on them, and I had no idea. And they just wandered off. See, I have to get to the place to where my words are important to me so they can be important to other people. Because here's the truth. You're either tearing people down or you're building them up. There is no middle ground. We like to say this, well, I'm just kind of hanging out here in the middle. Everybody's cool with me. No. You're either building up or tearing down. Which one are you? The other day I came home. My 5-year-old met me at the door. She was holding a picture. Daddy, look at my picture. It was a picture of me. It did not look like me. I don't know what it was. It was disturbing. It just wasn't normal. And I looked at it, and in that moment I had a choice. One, I just got home. I've been hanging out with Andy Albright all day, so I'm exhausted because the man is like an Energizer bunny. He never stops. I really want to go sit down. So I could just walk on by, talk to her later. Or two, I could look at it and say, what is that? Or three, I can get down on one knee and I can look at it and see that she put her heart and soul into it and tell her how beautiful it is. My child is looking for the third option. So the truth then becomes, if I neglect my ability to share my words, it's the same thing as tearing people down. Because a lot of times what we do is we say this, I'm just going to sit in my corner and I'm going to do my thing. And I'm going to be by myself and I'm just going to get in here and I'll be all right. It ain't going to hurt nobody. Not using your words is the same as using them in a negative way. You're tearing people down. When the group, so you ever see the people when everybody's up clapping and they're having a blast and there's always that one guy. Especially if you're at church. There's always that one. It's really cold wherever he is that he's sitting. And then you bring somebody new in. You don't know how it is. You bring the new person and you're like, all right, don't let them get near so-and-so because they're going to rub off on him. We can't get more of them. Because they're not using their words, not using their excitement. It's the same thing as they might as well stand on a chair and start yelling how dumb they think everything is. Edification means your ability to build people up. So one, your words are important. You have to realize that. Number two, you've got to pay attention to what words you use. One guy said this, we need to spend more time growing grass than killing weeds. We need to spend more time building people up instead of going around saying, hey, I really don't like the color of your shoelaces and I think they're dumb. Nobody cares about the shoelaces. We're trying to make the premium go up. You need to spend more time growing people instead of trying to kill people because it makes you feel better. That's called edification, building people up. The Bible teaches that you should spend more time encouraging and teaching than you are confronting. There was two pieces that told me to lift people up. There's one piece that's telling me to deal with things. It doesn't mean that I should avoid them. If I've got something going on in Mia's life and I need to talk to her about it, guess who I should talk to about it? Mia. It's pretty easy. Not everybody around her. I'm supposed to build her up. So what are the benefits of edification? Number one, it brings unity. Because as we begin to build off of one another, we begin to trust one another, we can grow. Number two, it brings credibility. Here's the interesting thing. Andy Albright is the richest person that I know personally. So when he hands me the microphone, it's not as if Andy needs me to talk. I always say that's funny. Like, why in the world, why doesn't he just sit here with a chair and talk for the whole time? Because he's the guy that should be talking, not me. It's not because he needs me to talk for him. It's because he's given me the microphone to give me an opportunity to help bring credibility. So that means that when he looks at you and he says, Vinny, tell us what's going on good, and you start to tell us what's going on good, you get credibility with the rest of the audience. So Paula, if he brings you up here and says, Paula, tell him what's happening in your business. Well, things are good. And you look, everyone's like, well, that was weird. That's your chance. Does that make sense, Paula? It brings credibility. Andy told me this a long time ago. He said, whenever you get near one person, it's time to put on the show. He said, one person is worth you giving everything you have to help them move. That one person is your stage, whether it's 1,000 or it's one. And if you wonder if that's true for Andy, I have been with him to meetings before where it's just me and him and one other person. And the Andy that you see is the Andy that person got. Why? He's on a stage. Your opportunity to build people up. I'll end with this and then bring up our next speaker. We have a unique opportunity. About 4 to 5 times a week, I pull up a blog and I read about the partnership, about what took place. Because when Andy went partner, that opened up the world to you to go partner. But it also, for those of us that work at corporate, we got in on the stock deal. That means I went from being an employee to an owner, which is exciting to me. Because here's the thing about going partner that's amazing to me. Every 3.5 years, they're looking to sell once again, which means I get a check. Andy gets a check. You're a partner, you get a check. And that means what? Guess what? 3 years after that, guess what happens? Another check. How'd you know? 3 years after that, guess what happens? Another check. I called my mom last night. It was like midnight because I was just excited because I read the blog again. She's like, what are you doing? I said, I need to tell you about this thing. She's like, you've told me about it 9 times. I said, I'm an owner. That means when the company goes up, guess who goes up? Me. You have that opportunity. I can promise you this. If we don't edify one another, we have no shot. We cannot win by tearing each other down. And the only way that we win is by using our words on purpose, not letting them happen by accident. The only way that we win is when we see people and they want to plant a garden on a Barbie dream house. We don't step on their dreams or their goals and just watch them walk away. We look into their eyes and we speak to what they can be and what they will be, maybe not what they currently are. That's called edification. You're in the room, so you've got a shot. Now I want you to get on your feet. I'm going to introduce you to someone. When I was in college, I was lucky to make $5,000 a year. This next lady in college and making good grades, I couldn't make good grades or money at the same time. In college, making good grades, and was able to make $32,000 on a part-time income. If you would, help me welcome one of our newest superstars that has been here from the day she was born. Help me welcome Emily Katz.
That is awesome. Good afternoon, how are y'all doing? Woo! Like Chris Hill said, I am Emily Katz, direct to and from Adam and Beth Katz. And while I am a Katz, I'm going to try to limit my radius so I don't annoy the camera people. I love you, Daddy. I am a senior at NC State majoring in business marketing. And before I get started, I want to say thank you to Andy and Jane Albright for giving me this opportunity to talk to y'all. Since my first convention 10 years ago, it has been a dream of mine to be asked to speak. So thank you, Andy, for making my dreams come true. So my topic today is how I made $32,000 while going to school full-time last year. And so I want to give y'all 3 steps that helped me to be successful. If you're anything like me, a big reason you joined the Alliance was the opportunity we have to serve families, make money for our own family. But that's not the goal. Time is. You take the time and you turn it into all of that stuff. You can't reap the benefits if you don't fill the pipeline. So how do you find the time? First of all, you have to make a schedule. When I first started college as a freshman last year, I didn't think I'd have the time. I was taking 17 credit hours across 7 classes, living in a living and learning village that had its own requirements, in a youth group, and trying to form new friendships. But when I dissected my calendar and started looking at where I was really spending my time, I realized that most of what was filling my time was a whole lot of nothing. Pinterest, Netflix, napping, all the college stuff. And whenever I looked at my calendar, I realized that I had 4 dial blocks of time, which 2 hours each, a day and a half to run appointments, time to go to hotspots, and be on all the conference calls. Your schedule reflects your priorities more than anything else you say. The question I had to ask myself was, what am I willing to sacrifice? And really, a lot of times the question was, am I willing to give up doing nothing to get the results I say I want? You're going to have to sacrifice something to achieve any form of greatness. But if you put the big rocks in first, it seems like you have a lot more time because you're making better use of it. Whenever I prioritize my dials and my appointments, I still find time to come home at night, eat dinner with my roommates, and binge watch The Bachelor. We'll ignore that part though. But if I prioritized all of that first, I wouldn't have time to go out and serve families, make money, run my appointments, and do my dials because I would have wasted it on all the stuff that doesn't really matter. The consequences of not following a schedule and sacrificing have to be bigger than the consequences than the cost of doing it. And you have to figure out what those consequences are, and sometimes you're going to have to make them up in your head. I recently finished 75 Hard, which is a challenge that involved a whole lot of stuff. But it was 10 o'clock at night, about halfway through the challenge. I hadn't done my second 45-minute workout of the day that had to be outside. It was pouring rain and 38 degrees outside. I didn't want to leave my bed. But the cost of not going out there and doing my 45-minute walk was having to restart the 75 days, and I sure as heck was not doing that. What is going to push you to sacrifice? Who is going to push you to sacrifice? Who's going to motivate you, and who are the leaders in your life that can pour into you and help you figure out your schedule? Thank you, Noel Leventovich, for teaching me how to make a schedule. Number 2, dial and run appointments. This is the work. This is our job, y'all. We have to go out, serve families, but it starts with dialing on the phone, because if you don't book up your schedule, you're going to go out and be treading water on your appointment days and feel like your time is wasted, but it's just because you didn't put the action in at the beginning. All the color coding in the world means nothing if you don't follow the schedule. And number 3, communicate. And this is not the final step of the process, by the way. This is something you should be doing the entire time. You have to figure out who is growing in your life, who are your growing uplines that can pour into you and help you. Because the training you get from those people, whenever I get a phone call from Andy Albright, I stop what I'm doing and I listen, because his coaching is going to make my time more valuable because I'm getting better at my skill. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to y'all. What do you want? How do you get it? Now, I love all of y'all in this room. I love my Alliance family, but I'm a little biased towards this couple. So thank you, Mom and Daddy, for raising me in the Alliance, giving me the opportunity, and showing me an example worth following. Please bring them up. Adam and Beth Katz!
Wow. That's my daughter. Dream of hers, dream of ours. Now, you want your kids to pursue whatever their passions are. And each of our 3 kids have their own passions. And you know, we want them. The biggest thing we've always tried to teach them was this: don't quit dreaming. Follow your love. But, you know, to be in business with Emily and to have her succeeding. And yes, guys, I don't know if you caught it. She was a freshman last year. She's a senior this year. She's going to graduate NC State in 2 years. She's going to be 19 years old with a 4-year college degree. And she qualified Thailand. So we are so proud of you, Emily, and so fired up about what your future is going to look like. And we're also fired up about what everybody's future is going to look like. Because like Chris Hill talked about, we go and partner. How about you? I believe that we can win.
And here's one of the things that I know is going to be the key to getting to that partner level. You're not going to be able to sell yourself to partner. Now, sales are important, and we all need to go out. I know we need to go out and do more personal production. But the key is this. At some point in time, you got to build a business, because integrity is interested in buying businesses. So one of the keys to building a business is this. You're going to have to step out from your local area and actually build a business, build a nationwide organization. Okay, the beauty of what the infrastructure of the Alliance is that we are nationwide. You're not limited to your local area. We're not territorially bound. We can go wherever we want to go. So how do you build at a distance? How do you schedule yourself? How do you travel? How do you do all of those things? First thing you got to do is figure this out. Why would I want to go at a distance? Why would I want to leave my hometown and go travel somewhere to go build a business? So the first thing that I came up with was this. Andy goes, therefore I should go. When Andy first started the Alliance, he would pack up the Lincoln and he'd be gone for weeks at a time. And he had a circuit that he would do. He'd leave Burlington and he'd hit Charlotte, then he'd hit Atlanta, then he'd hit Jacksonville, and then he'd go down to West Palm and back up to Nashville. And he'd be gone 2-3 weeks at a time, building a business, chasing his dream. And one thing that I know is this. Andy's always talked about, here's what you owe people. You owe people an example and an opportunity. And when Andy laid out the Alliance business model to us, we have the opportunity, and then he showed us what the example was. So in my mind, Andy's going, I gotta go.
Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. We are newlyweds, and my parents have been married for 25 years at the time, now 55. I know what a good marriage looks like. And my parents do everything together. Like, they can't even go to a restaurant and order different meals. They do everything together. What do you mean you're going to leave me? Don't you love me? Wait a minute. So you mean like Jane has a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, and Andy's gone for weeks at a time? Like, you know how annoying toddlers can be? Gone for weeks? But did you see that she's a stay-at-home mom? She's living the dream that I want. Maybe there's something to giving him the freedom to go do what he needs to do.
So we go. Why else do you want to go? Why else travel? Well, another good reason is this. There's just something about breaking bread with somebody. Sitting across a table, looking them in the eye, letting them see that you're a real person, letting them see the ketchup drip down on your shirt, letting them see that you're just out there chasing your dream just like you're offering them a dream. There's something about that feeling when you're sitting there over breakfast, over a cup of coffee, over a glass of wine, whatever you choose to do, but being with that person out of your house, out of their house, where it's just you and them, eyeball to eyeball, where you can gauge each other and you could look at each other. You can't do that on Zoom. You can't do that on the telephone. You can only do that by being where they are. And so we would travel. I would travel so that I could break bread with somebody and build that relationship. Understand, we are in a relationship business. And the best way to build a relationship is spending time with that person. It works with your kids, it works with your spouse, it works with your downline, it works with your team, it works with your hierarchy, it works with your upline, it works with your business partners. You got to have that time with them. You got to build the relationship. What else is a reason to travel? Well, here's what I've learned from banking. This was more back when I was a school teacher and we didn't have any money. It's very hard to make withdrawals if you don't make any deposits first. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand if you've ever overdrawn your account. My guess is many of us in here have. So if you don't make deposits in a person, if you don't make deposits in that relationship, then you can't ask for withdrawals from that relationship. What do I mean about withdrawals? Well, somebody asked you to come to this meeting today. Now, some of you guys may live here in Burlington, and it was very convenient, and you didn't have to think twice about it. But for a lot of folks, we have people who flew in from all around the country. We have people who are spending money on hotel rooms. We have people who are having to eat meals out, all of those things. And so somebody asked you, they are asking you for a withdrawal. They had to put some deposits in first. They had to build that trust. They had to. What I've seen Andy Albright do is this. First, go serve somebody else before you expect to be served. You got to plant the seed before you can expect the harvest. You got to go see the people. See, here's what I know. If I fly to Kansas City and I'm meeting with these people and we're having a great time and I'm building that relationship and I'm investing my time, my emotion, my energy, my money, I'm away from my family to serve them. When I say, hey, we're having this meeting in Burlington, they can't come back and say, whoo, that's pretty far. Yeah, I kind of know how far it is. See, I put in the deposits. Now I can ask for the withdrawals. Okay? And here's something else that I've always seen Andy do. This is why you go to build at a distance. You cannot have a business based on convenience. There is no place that I've ever seen convenience and success coexist. And so I had to get out of my comfort zone. I had to get out of my hometown. I had to get on trains, planes, and automobiles and go meet other people and go see other cities. And, you know, it's been pretty cool. I can check off a lot of states that I've been to. Now, in a lot of cases, it's just airports and hotels. But at least I've been to these states, and I can check it off saying I've been almost everywhere. I think I've been to 46 states in the United States now. And I just hired somebody in Maine, so I'm looking forward to going to Maine so I can make it 47 states. And that's the beauty of what we do is we get to travel the country. We get to travel and see these people. And I get to do it on my time schedule, but it's out of my comfort zone. It's not convenient. Convenient would be I just talk to them on the phone all day long. It's just not as effective. And what I am more interested in is the results. I'm interested in effective, not efficient. That makes sense? See, what's more efficient is I'll just stay on my phone and I can talk. No, you got to be effective. Effective is going to see people. All right, so that's why we do it. So how do we do it? We spin the wheel of success. Okay, what does that mean? Spin, S-P-I-N. The S is this, schedule it. Put it on your calendar. Andy was talking about it earlier. You know, he talks about he puts it on his calendar, and then he's like, who put this on my calendar? And Jane's like, you put it on your calendar. Because once it goes on your calendar, you got to do it, right? Because we're all slaves to our calendar. That's how we become successful in business. So the first thing you got to do is put it on your calendar, schedule it. Okay?
So here's the issue with scheduling. We have 3 children. They have things going on in their life. There's a first grade spelling bee, and they might make it all the way through round 2. I can't remember the word that tripped Andrew up, but anyway. Or the soccer games. Oh yeah, like our children, all 3 of them, whenever they played soccer, little soccer, wherever the ball was, they weren't. But how many people have you heard, and how many times have I thought, a good daddy would be there for everything. He wouldn't miss it. But then what I had to grow into was that everything Adam was doing was because he loved his family. And I also learned that Adam wanted to very much be a part of the important things in their life. So whatever was non-negotiable, like we would sit down and do calendar planning, and he's like, what are my non-negotiables? What can I not miss? And that went on his calendar, and the rest of the stuff I handled. And as important as family and extended family are to us, we realized that I and the kids could represent the family and make Adam a hero, but he could be doing hero stuff. He didn't have to be in that moment. Non-negotiables, he's always there for. We put a schedule together.
So here are a couple key points to the schedule. First of all, what I've seen Andy Albright do and what I've seen the top leaders in the company do is this: spend multiple days in a place. Okay? Don't fly in and fly out just to do a meeting to say that you showed up and you did a meeting. Okay? You do want to spend time with the people. You want to actually work with them. Make phone calls with them. Drive some death with them. Something else that we always try to do is this. We always try to schedule multiple locations every trip. I've already spent the money leaving Wilmington. That trip's already been paid for. So while I'm out, rather than flying back to Wilmington and incurring that expense without getting more bang for my buck, because dollars are limited, especially when you're starting a business. So when I was out, I tried to hit multiple locations because it just made financial sense to have one-way tickets than to keep doing round trips. Okay? So schedule multiple locations. And when we first started the business, one of the big things we did is this. We would get leads in the area where we were recruiting, and we would run appointments to pay for the trips. So I remember flying to Cleveland and getting leads, and I'd run appointments, and then I'd also, get a hotel room, a little suite, so I could interview people on the times that I wasn't running appointments. You had to multitask. So that's the schedule. The P is plan it. Okay? You have to get flights. You have to get hotels. You got to get rental cars if you're flying into these cities. So find out the best ways to do that. You want to be efficient with your time. You want to be efficient with your money. So I ended up with a lot of 5:30 a.m. flights. Why? They're the cheapest flights. They just give those things away. Now, it's not real fun when you're waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to the airport, but it made sense when I booked it. Didn't always make sense when I had the alarm set. But I would take a lot of 5:30 flights. I fell in love with Priceline. I became a Priceline fiend. If you got a brand loyalty, I was not brand loyal on hotels. I was looking for the cheapest way to build my business because I needed to make my dollar stretch. Okay, same thing with the rental cars. Number 3 is invest it. So spin it. Schedule, plan, invest it. Leads, materials. I wasn't staying in fancy hotels. I wasn't trying to impress anybody with my lifestyle. I was trying to impress them with my attitude and with my commitment. That's what people are looking for. They're not looking at your watch or your clothes or what hotel you're staying at or what rental car you're driving. They're looking at your eyes and they're looking at your heart to see if you're committed to what you're talking about and if you are a person that can help get them where they want to go. And then the N in spin is this: now. Go now. Go sooner than you think. Go more often than you think. Go serve your people. Overwhelm people with commitment and with love and with service, and then you'll be amazed at the return on the investment that you get back. You get it back in money, you get it back in volume, you get it back in premium, and you get it back in loyalty. And that's what the example Andy Albright has always shown, and that's what we're just trying to pay it forward for all those years that Andy has poured into us and into our organization. So, thank you guys. It is now my pleasure to bring up one of my best friends. We have traveled the world together. We have lived life together. We have had a blast together. And I can't wait for the next 25 years of traveling the world with Stephen and Holly. So bring him up, Mr. Stephen Davies.
They said, "Daddy, please make sure you wear your mask." It's hard not to do anything Tinsley says. When you meet Tinsley, she's like a perfect combination of manipulative and sweet. Like if she's like, "Daddy, could you push that person downstairs?" I'd be like, "All right, baby." It's my mini-me. Holly, I'll come home and Holly will be like, "She's yours now." And I'm like, "What does that mean?" "I've been dealing with you all day. Now you deal with you." You got to meet Tinsley. She's awesome. So I'm going to talk about why go partner. Why am I going to go partner? Here's why I'm going to go partner. I'm going to go partner because of the legacy change that it's going to make in my family, and I'm going to go partner to prove Andy right. But I want to spend a little time on both of those. So the legacy change. I don't know how you grew up, but I can tell you how I grew up. I grew up that I didn't know I was poor until I went to school. Anybody else like that? You get to school and you're like, oh no, I'm one of the poor kids. Anybody else have that revelation that day it hit and you're like, oh no, I'm one of the poor kids. Oh my God. Like, anybody else grew up on free lunch? Yeah, anybody says there's no such thing as a free lunch? Like, apparently we weren't as poor as we were when we were kids. Here's what I always do. I would always create a gap because I was embarrassed about being on free lunch. So I got to start slowing down as we got closer to the cash register. Free. I was embarrassed. And the other thing, when you grow up poor, you have a weird, morbid relationship with tragedy and food. Because if you grew up poor, you have absolutely been at a relative's funeral thinking the following thoughts. I'm going to miss Aunt Mary. I think we might be going out to eat, though. There's a Quincy's close to here. If you grew up poor in the South, you know what Quincy's is. I'm the big, fat East Roll. Living life, Quincy's, man. Growing up poor, you watch your parents say no to stuff a lot. And you get to a certain age. I don't know what it was for you, but I know exactly where it was for me. That first time that they say no, and you see the pain in their eyes because they want to say yes, but financially it must be a no. Do you remember that? I remember the first time that I went, oh wow, this no hurts. See, that's how I grew up. When I met Andy, I was so broke. I mean, we were upside down. We were behind on rent, 3 months behind on rent. You ever been 3 months behind on rent? When you're 3 months behind on rent, it is a miracle, beyond miracles, when the key works. You ever been there? That pain, that fear. Oh, yeah. That should not feel that good. But it does when you're 3 months behind on rent, because that means they ain't changed the locks. You ever been so broke you had to pet your tires? You about to make a trip? About to come down to Burlington? You gotta get down there and pet the tire? We're close, baby. This is how I came into the business. And so for me, the opportunity to go partner, I mean, that's a legacy change thing. My life has already radically changed since I met Andy. I mean, radically changed since I met Andy. I mean, my kids know what it's like to fly first class to Europe and get a 5-course meal on the way and have a completely lie-flat seat turned into a bed. I didn't know. I mean, vacation for us was loading up in the family Chevy Blazer and driving 12 hours to go to grandma's so we could sleep on an air mattress in her living room. Which, an air mattress on a Florida tile floor, you know, as that air mattress loses through the night? It's one thing to wake up on a carpet floor after that happens. When you wake up on a tile floor in South Florida, this is something else. My kids have a whole other, I mean, it's a whole other world has opened up them because of what Andy's taught me and how Andy's helped me. Partner blows that up. I mean, you heard Chris talk about it. I mean, not only the massive multi-million-dollar check you get, and then all the stock, and then the reevaluation every year. I mean, what that will do is it sets, like, my family will be on a whole other plane, a whole other universe. A whole other universe. I mean, think about the legacy change that could happen in your family. You could be the one This messed me up one time when I read this. Well, I read something and it occurred to me. Maybe this has already occurred to you. When you grow up poor, you think rich people have always been rich. But that's not the case. Sure, a lot of them have inherited, but somebody, one person in that lineage changed the course. One person. One person did. One person did. You can't buy into all the stuff that poor people say. You know, they all say the same things like, well, he's just in the right place at the right time, you know. Just the right place at the right time. Everybody hear that growing up? He's just in the right place at the right time. Talking about rich people, right? And I was like, dadgummit, how you get in the right place at the right time? There's always that, right? Or, you know, well, you know, you can't have money in your morals, right? All that other poor people crap, the things they sell themselves on why it's okay to not put forth an effort to make something massive happen. But somebody in every wealthy family changed the course. Somebody did. Why not you? I mean, think about it. Chandler and Tinsley, and I know a lot of you guys are new and haven't met Chandler and Tinsley. You'll eventually meet Chandler and Tinsley. Chandler is... he's such an awesome young man. Being around this leadership culture, he just impresses me more and more. He had his wisdom teeth taken out on Friday. So, you know, Holly pulls in the garage. I help get him to bed, you know, because he's, you know, well, he's bigger than me, and because he's 17. And, well, not that you have to be 17 to be bigger than me. Lots of people are actually bigger than me. It's not the only requirement. It is one of them. Eventually, you will meet that requirement. So I get him laid down in bed, and I'm like, all right, baby, I'm off to Burlington. But just thinking about his life, like, he's in a whole other stratosphere when I go partner. They're kids. Alex Fitzgerald, one of my best buddies, he gave this talk one time, and I still remember where I was, sitting in my seat and having that occurring type moment. He said he wanted to be the picture on the fireplace at the family manor. That's what going partner does. Now you're that picture. You're the one that they all talk about. That was the one. She was the one. That's what going partner. That's why go partner. Why go partner? I want to know what it feels like to have accomplished partner. I want to know what that feels like. We get sideways with goals sometimes. We think the benefit of the goal is what you accomplish, right? I lost 10 pounds. That's the benefit. No, the benefit is you just became a person that can lose 10 pounds. That's the real reward in a goal, is who you become in the process. That's why I go partner. I want to see what I become in that process. Here's why else go partner. I want to prove Andy right. I want to prove Andy right. He bet on me. I came from nowhere. I was telling some of the crew with Hindu that people confuse. Sometimes I was in that Amway crew with him that came up. No, I answered a newspaper ad. I was a broke kid, no degree, answered a newspaper ad. And for the young folks, newspapers, they used to take all the stuff that would happen on the internet today and then print about it tonight so you could read about it tomorrow. Yeah. I remember when I was negotiating the price for a newspaper ad, and the guy would not budge. I was like, yeah, I get it. If I was you, I would, if I was a dead, dying dinosaur, I would get all I could too right now. He didn't like that. He said, print media will be here forever. Okay. There's some dinosaurs thinking that too. I want to prove Andy right. Well, he bet on me as a kid back then. Andy included me in opportunities that I had no business being in. I still remember some of the first times that he included me in dinners. And I'm just going, me? I'm included in this group? How the heck? And just feeling so intimidated and proud at the same time, and scared and happy and worried. It's a nice cocktail of emotions you got going on the first time you start getting included in that stuff. I hadn't forgot what that feels like. Write this down. I meant to say this earlier in my talk about great people. It feels like the first time is a choice. It's a choice. I still feel every time I get invited to a dinner with Andy, I don't forget those first few times I was included, and I'm so grateful. I want to prove Andy right. I know moves that Andy has made over the years to keep the alliance moving the right direction, to keep the alliance pure, and I know the price he paid to some degree. There's no way I know the real price that he's paid. I just know from a third-party observer. Somebody close to Andy, knowing what the fight he's gone through to keep the alliance, to keep things moving the right way. The gut-wrenching calls, being in a suite with Andy before a meeting, just getting terrible news, and then watching him go, all right, they're down there waiting, let's go. I want to prove Andy right. I want to prove him right for making this move with integrity. There's being respected by people you respect. That feeling, I want to feel that feeling. I want to see Andy see me go partner. I want to see Holly see me go partner. I want to see me see Holly see me go partner. As my friend Sleeveless Raby from high school said, that boy's ate up with brains. We saw him at a concert at the casino, and he was telling the other guys, like, man, did you hear Davy's got rich? He was like, yeah, man, of course Davy's got rich. That guy's ate up with brains. Keep in mind, this is a small high school. You don't have to be that smart to be one of the smart kids at a small high school. Much like being the prettiest girl at a small high school. Smaller marketplaces are easy to dominate. So I dominated. No, I want to be respected. I want to see the first two integrity partners, Fitz and Paul Roberts. I want to see them see me. I want to be in that. Does that make sense? The money's going to be awesome. The legacy change is going to be amazing. I mean, but to be respected by those people that I love so much and respect. To watch Andy see that and to know that I proved Andy right for betting on a kid like me. That's why I'm going partner. Love y'all. So, quick bit of coaching. If you screw something up in a previous talk, you can make a note for your next talk. Now, it's my privilege to introduce this next couple, and I got to tell you, I listen when Andy talks. I listen for a lot of things. I listen for what he says. I listen for what he doesn't say. And one of the things I listen for is who is he talking about? Because that tells me that's someone on the rise. That's someone doing it the right way. That's someone duplicating. That's someone that put their ego in the back pocket and is getting after it. That's someone with heart and fight. And let me tell you something. When I hear him talk about Jake and Belle Krause, it gets me fired up. So let's raise the roof for Jake and Belle Krause.
Like that moment where something clicked. That moment where, like, man, I see it for me. There was this minute where I saw it for me. Anybody have a moment like that yet? Anybody have that moment deep inside where you're like, I feel it. It's that spark. I don't recognize it. It's been a long time since I've had it. Sorry, baby. I get excited. That happened for us 4.5 years ago. That happened for Stephen Davies when he walked in after answering that ad. We are you, and you are us. And we are so excited to tell you how to go partner while producing big. Because if we can do it, y'all, I don't know if you know this, but we're kind of messed up. But if we can do it, anybody can do it. Just decide. Just decide. So we came here 4.5 years ago, kind of lost, kind of looking for a mission, looking for some extra money. Come on now, we all looking for some extra money. And then Andy has taken everything to the next level. When he partnered with integrity, y'all, it wasn't just for him. It's for all of us. He opened up the next level of opportunity for all of us. And not only did he pave the way for it, but he laid out a plan for it. He laid out a plan for it. And so, I get a little off track here. So, the plan for it is going to look a little, I guess, normal. It's going to look a little anticlimactic. And it's called 40-40. That's what it's going to look like. It's going to look like 40 appointments and 40 opportunity messages. 40-40. That's what it looks like. I was like, dang, that just looks like more work. But that's what it takes. It just takes more work. And the good thing about it is I can do more work. I don't have to get smarter. I don't have to get prettier. I don't have to get younger. That ain't going to happen. I just got to do more work. And so Jake and I are going to just give you a moment. Let me tell you, I don't know. I won the lottery when it come to husbands, right? In case you don't know, my husband's a bad man. And I love this man, and I will follow him anywhere that he goes. And something that he knows is good leadership. And when we got around Andy Albright, we found the best leadership. Baby.
Wow. I'm the lucky one. So I won the lottery, finding this business, but more importantly, 27 years ago, finding this beautiful woman. And I want to share with you real quick something before I say what I was going to say. And I don't know if you caught this from Emily Katz, but I wrote it down like feverishly as soon as she said it. I was like, whoa, that is so good. And she said, your schedule, and I don't know if you caught it, but it said, your schedule reflects more about your priorities than what you say. You know, how many of us are talking about going partner and talking about all the things we're going to do when we should, and I'm talking to myself, should be doing more, right? And I believe with all my heart that everything that you need to go partner is wrapped up in 40-40. It really is. Everything that you need to go partner is wrapped up in what Andy has put forth in the 40-40. And if you dissect it, and I would encourage you when you get home from this trip, take a look at 40-40 and say, I'm going to dissect this and I'm going to learn the skills that I need. There's probably only about 6 or 7 skills that you need to get really good at in order to do 40-40, right? Things like see somebody sharp when I'm checking into the hotel. How do I approach that person and show them the opportunity, get their phone number? You know, that's a skill that you can learn, but it will get you closer to 40-40, right? How do I build the why in the home so well that I can close more appointments and have the capital that I need to build my business, right? How do I sit down and coach an agent on these skills? That's another skill that you can learn. There's probably only about 12 or 13 total skills that you need. All the other things that are in your life, all the distractions, all of the things that aren't getting you close to partner, those things can be delegated, okay? You can put those things off. You can have somebody else do them. And that's something that we've learned since we got here into the Alliance. Like, for instance, I mean, we've delegated some things that help us to be able to have more time. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So, one of the first things we realized we could hire out right away was household help. I don't have to train somebody how to clean a house. There's a lot of people out there with that skill, and they're more than happy to do it for us. I just had to come off of an old mindset. I love how Stephen Davies talks about how poor people have reasons why. You know, the other person was rich. They think that it's always that way. Well, where I'm from, people had, I guess, snide remarks about people that had resources as if it were a bad thing. As if it were a bad thing. Like if somebody else hired someone to come in and clean their house, they'd be like, well, you know, down there, the Smiths, they don't even clean their own house. Like it's a bad thing. Do you think I want to clean my own house? No, I just want a clean house. I don't have to be the one to do it. I can hire that out. But y'all, it sounds silly, but it took a while to get my mind right on that. I thought I was letting my family down. But really what I was doing, I was letting them down, but not living up to my fullest potential on taking them further. I was letting them down by not providing a higher platform for them to stand on when I'm no longer here. Anybody can clean a house, right? And I'm not putting that down. It is a necessary skill, and Lord love Miss Deborah. She comes in every week and does it for me. I love it. I just give her some money, and she cleans it, and we all like it, and we're all happy. And I'm teaching my children, you know what? Your time can be better spent on the talents that God has given you. Now, there are some people that is their talent. Let them pursue it. But what has God given you? Let's focus on that. Because the other stuff, we can hire that out. So.
So how many of you all mow your own lawn? Like, just raise a hand, right? Be honest.
Stop it. Stop it.
How many of you all clean your own house, clean your own toilets? Raise your hand.
Stop it. Stop it. Yo, you heard the part where we make about $500 a pop? I pay somebody $100 a week. $100 a week to clean my house. Stop it. Go sell an app and pay them for the month. Have them come in and do it for you. And you just freed up time to dial.
How many of you all make your own dials?
Keep doing that. That's a good thing. That's an income-producing activity.
No, that's okay. That's good. That's real good.
what you're supposed to do, right?
Don't stop that.
Don't stop
Keep going.
that one. That's the things you focus on. You focus on the parts that get you closer toward your goal. The other stuff is distraction. The other stuff is excuses, really. I found myself doing it before. It was an excuse not to do the stuff that made me nervous, the stuff that I felt put me vulnerable and at risk. It's not a risk to clean my house. It's a risk to run 18 appointments and not close anything. It's a risk to call my coach and say, you know what, I ran those 18 appointments and I didn't close anything. Fix me. Because I know I'm the problem. I know I'm the problem. But when you're out there and you're doing your 40-40, there's a couple things I can tell you it's going to happen. You're going to make some money. Baby, did we make some money this month?
We made some money. So far, month's not over.
Month's not over yet, right? Over 50 grand in a month. Who wants to put over 50 grand in their bank account this month? Right? Who wants to do that? Right? So you can operate at a high degree to put the money in your bank account to fund your business to go partner, because we can't go partner on our personal production, but our personal production can fund the path to partner, to fund that travel that Adam Katz was talking about, to fund freeing up those activities that you should not be doing. You fund those things through your personal production in the pursuit of partner.
That's right. So to sum it all up, our strategy is to focus on the things that will get us closer to partner and delegate the rest and make a ton of money in the meantime and reinvest that back into our business so that we can then keep that cycle going. Okay, so that's the main takeaway. And I'm excited to be able to introduce a good friend of mine, somebody who I know when we were first starting in the business, we got to see him on stage, and he's the top recruiter in 2020. This man has crushed the competition in a lot of ways, and in ping pong, mind you. He is don't try to play him in ping pong. But Andy Riddle, come on up here. We're excited to hear you. Get on your feet.
Catch my hair fire. All right. So it's a good lineup because you get to hear Steven about why he wants to go partner, and then you hear the sales side of how to go partner. And I get to talk to you about the recruiting side of why to go partner and the aspects of stuff. Chris Hill did a call for my base shop last Sunday, and he talked about the 4 things. He talked a little bit about it earlier today, of going partner and what you need to do it. And the first thing he's talked about is to go partner. The number one thing is you have to recruit like your life depends on it. And it's knowing that if you want to go partner, that you need to do it because of what Stephen Davies just said. What he wants to do it to prove Andy right, for what he wants to do to change his lifestyle with his kids. It's going partner is changing legacies. It's taking it to another level. You know, when I think back, there's things I wanted to play in the NBA. When that didn't work out, I was like, I'll just own an NBA team, okay? Though that costs like $1 billion. Going partner is putting you in a position to be part owner of a company that's larger than every NBA team out there. So a partner is you're a part owner of a professional franchise. And it's not just the NBA, it's the NFL. They would be the largest, most valuable team in the NFL if they were an NFL team. Going partner is becoming an owner of that company. And it's taking it from the ability of owning your business, which sounds cool. You know, it's owning my business. It's awesome. It's giving up that ability of owning my business to own a percentage of a multi-billion-dollar business. It's being an owner of an NBA franchise. It's being an owner of an NFL franchise. And it's recruiting like your life depends on it, because that's how you go partner. What Jake and Bell were just talking about is the sales side of going partner, to create the money to go out there and recruit and have the money to invest to go partner. And it's knowing the ability how to do that. And in the recruiting side of going out there and recruit like your life depends on it, because your partnership does. Because without recruiting, you won't go partner. You can't sell enough insurance to go partner. It doesn't matter. You can sell $1 million a month of personal production. They're not buying your business, because you are your business. They're looking to buy overrides. They're looking to buy glow bonuses, and it's creating that stuff. So recruiting like your life depends on it, you need to get the mentality that you're going to go out there and kill. You're going to kill something. You're on a hunt. You're going to kill something. And you got to get out there and get out there like you're going to. It's ever since Andy introduced me to integrity. We did a trip. We went down to, we flew out to Las Vegas, and he was going to talk to the managers out on the West Coast about the partnership before he signed with Integrity. And earlier in the day, before we had that meeting, Andy took me to a meeting with 2 other partners, current partners at that time. And it was one of those things where they challenged me on building my business to go partner and join them. And that was in July. And since July, if you look at my recruiting numbers since July, they have gone, I was the #1 recruiter in July, and then since July, they've doubled. Because I started recruiting like my life depended on it, because my partnership does. It's going out there and starting to compete with another level of people. It's not competing inside the alliance anymore, because we're competing for that NBA franchise. We're competing against other NBA franchise. We're out there competing to build that up. So it's taking it to another level, in the level that you need to kill to eat. You need to kill to go make a difference. You're going to have to change your motor that you're running at right now. You're going to have to wake up earlier, and you're going to have to stay up later, and you're going to have to run your business like your life depends on it to go partner. And you're going to have to find a different grind. So many people say, I'm grinding. Well, you're going to have to figure out how to pick that up. To go partner, it's going to another level. But here's the thing. It's taking your lifestyle and your legacy to another level. Okay? When I got in this business, I wanted to become the first $5 million person earner inside the alliance. Once I sat down with partners, I saw the first time I could make $100 million. That takes a different motor to make that kind of money, just so you know. It's not the same motor. You're going to have to pick up your game to another level. So you have to increase your investment. Like Jake and Bell were just saying, you need to go out there and produce 40-40. You got to get out there. You're going to have to get uncomfortable. You're not going partner sitting on your couch. You're not going partner sitting in your county. You're not going partner sitting inside a tri-county area. You're going to have to get up and move and get out there and get outside of your little area. And you're going to have to go out there and win. And you're going to have to get out there and win so much that you have to figure out how to, like Andy talks about a lot of times, like addictions. One of my addictions is winning. and thank God it is, because I love just everything I try to do. I just want to win, and it's not the aspects of winning, because once I win, I don't really even celebrate it. It's like a check. I was like, okay, I did that. Okay, did that. It's the next win that fuels you. It's the next win to go after it. And it's falling in love with the aspect of the addiction to knowing that whatever you do, you're pushing to push yourself to go at another level and continue to go to another level to the aspects of partnership. So if you think about if you have to recruit to live, how much would you recruit? Who are you talking to? Are you letting that guy sitting at a restaurant next to you get away? Because if not, you're dead. Or are you letting that ad, you know, that $20 after you put it on an ad, just say, well, I'll wait till next week? Or are you going to call this person there? What are you going to do to get to the level that you're going to change your motor to get to another level of what you do? You know, one of the things I always text my guys, a lot of my guys I talk to daily inside my group is, I text them accountability when I walk out of the office. They don't work in my office, they work in different offices, but it's almost a challenge to me, because it's one of those things. It's like when I walk out of the office, it's a win to me knowing that I'm the last one walking out of the office for the day. And it's not just winning it in my office. That's what I used to do, because winning it in my office wasn't that hard, but winning it against all the other guys that I talked to, it was tougher. So it's changing that motor. What's going to change your motor into another gear? What's going to make you go faster to do it? Because you can go partner with integrity inside of a year. So you could have your business at $0 right now, and if you're willing to put in the effort, a year from today, you can call yourself a partner. And it's just going out there and living the business what we did. We were at Andy's house last night, and he was talking about the stuff that he... kind of how he grew the business. He took us down in the basement and showed us to the basement and where he built his business and talked about the things that he did to when he got it started and just being on the phone nonstop and just doing stuff. And it made me mad, because it's like his motor then was bigger than my motor now. How do I get my motor to that now? Start it now. Start getting that motor where you're going to try to go partner and recruit to go partner now. Like, here's a good question. Who doesn't know what throat coat is? Someone doesn't know what throat coat is. There we go. You're not the only one in here. You're the only honest one. They think they know because they hear Andy talk about it, but they don't know it's a tea that you can get in the grocery store in the tea section. It's called throat coat. You know what I mean? And it fixes your throat. And if you don't drink throat coat a lot, we know you're not talking a lot. And you're not talking a lot because you're not recruiting like you need it. You know what I mean? If someone says, I've never had it, though, it's like, know how many dollars you're making. You should know what throat coat is. You should take it. It actually tastes good, I think. It's good. So, but it's knowing what that is, and it's having it, and it's doing it. Because it's going to be, Integrity last year did $3 billion in sales. When you go partner, you're now an owner of a company that did over $3 billion in sales last year. They talked about it with the Goldman Sachs guy. David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, flying down there and wants to get in to where they know each other, so they know because they're the fastest growing, one of the 3 fastest growing companies out there. Just so you guys know, I worked at Merrill Lynch before. Goldman Sachs was like the gold standard to Merrill Lynch. Like, Merrill Lynch is a big name, and we looked up to Goldman Sachs. That was like the gold standard. And to have the CEO of that to do it. But it's having the ability to go out there and just fight and take it to another level. And then it's invest. It's investing in leads to create more cash to invest. It's investing in staff to give you the ability to do stuff. I like how Jake and Bell were talking about staff inside their house. I think my staff is my most valuable thing to me. I always have it. It's the thing that I do. And one of the keys is to go partner. I think you have to have staff. You need someone that's going to free you up to be able to do what you make money doing, which is sell, recruit, and build. And your staff takes that stuff off of you. It's the best investment and the cheapest investment that you can make. And and a lot of people, it's scary. It's scary because they're hiring someone that they have to pay a salary to, they have to hold accountable to pay that salary to, but it frees you up so much. My staff, my personal assistant, her number one job is, when I hired her, I said, your number one job is to keep my schedule full. And I said, when you keep it full, you're going to hear me bitch and complain. When you don't keep it full, you're going to hear me bitch and complain. One way you keep your job, one way you don't. You pick which way you want to do it. And I'm telling you right now, when you have your staff and you give them free range of your schedule, because here's the thing, I would book in so much stuff into my schedule and be like, that's a full day right there. You accomplished something. When they know their job's online, their idea of what a full day is, all of a sudden for you is a lot more. Just so you know. And they're going to hear me complain either way. But it's like I did 25 interviews today, that's enough. No, my schedule's got to be full. I gave them the whole day. I was like, I don't care what time it is, fill it up. And to them, a full day is all of a sudden a full day. A real full day is. You got to trick yourself to get into a mindset to where you give them the ability to make you actually work outside of your comfort zone. Because their job requires it. Their job is to, now keep in mind, it's a $15, $20 an hour employee. They don't think that way, but what they think is, if I'm going to get paid my hourly pay, I got to do it. And they're going to hear me complain about it anyways. But one way they keep their job, one way they don't. And have your staff load your schedule up with those income-producing activities to go out there and do that. And it's getting out there and just building the business in an aggressive way that you feel so uncomfortable all the time that you're investing and doing it. And guys, there's a great book out there called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And he talks about, and he wrote a second book called Cash Flow Quadrant, but he came up with a board game called Cash Flow. I highly recommend all you guys getting it and playing the game. That game will teach you how to invest in your business. And it will teach you how to go out there and build this business. Andy has created a machine here with the Alliance, and now with the partnership with Integrity, if you understand how to invest in that game and do stuff in the game, you just take that game and you play that game every single day inside your life. I remember early on when I played it, I told Andy about a scenario in my personal life. I had played the game, and he said to me, he goes, well, if it was cash flow, would you have done that? And I was like, no, I wouldn't have done that in the game cash flow. So he goes, why'd you do it in real life? I said, because in the game, I'm trying to win. And he goes, oh, so you're not trying to win in real life. Changed my life. Because it's from that point I started playing my life like the game. Guys, start winning in your life and you'll be partner this time next year. Thank you so much, guys. It's been an honor to talk to you. I get a great pleasure of bringing up my good buddy, Mike Leventovich.
Let's go. Hey, guys, go on partner. You're hearing about why to go partner. Just listen to Stephen Davies. It's like, it's the concept of it is cool. Once you buy into that and you start really thinking about how, and you've heard Jake and Bell talk about selling at a high level. You hear Andy Riddle talk about learning to recruit and take it to a high level. And there's somebody here that's like, you may be your first day and you might have this voice in your head. I always picture sometimes, if y'all remember like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and like I remember the Land of Make Believe, and there's this one character in there like Henrietta Pussycat, and I can like picture her voice in the back of my head going, meow meow, Riddle said work hard, meow meow, too hard, partner, no meow meow. And so if you hear that voice in your head, try to shut it off because it's not going to help you. You know, and maybe it don't sound like that, but I swear I picture it going off in somebody's head. But I'm going to talk about another element as you are focused on going partner, you're building mass, you're building overrides, you're helping other agents to come on board and build something of significance. We're changing the world one life at a time, whether it's one client and one family at a time, or whether it's one agent whose life is changing because they're seeing a possibility they've never seen before and they're able to grasp it and take advantage of it. Now, in order to do that with more scale, we need to be thinking about moving from addition to multiplication. And one of the things that's happening is we're out there looking for someone who wants to run hard like an Andy Riddle. We're looking for someone that wants to run hard like a Stephen Davies, like a Jake and Bell Krause. And guess what? Not everybody's going to jump out at you and say that right away. And everybody can add value to your team that you talk to, but you continue to look with and through other people. And so we talk about this concept of depth. And you heard Andy Riddle talk about recruiting to find people that you hire directly, but then we look to help somebody get started. And earlier, Andy today was talking to a group of us, and so I said, well, what if I find somebody like this? What do I need to do? And Andy said, well, if they're really good, you need to do one thing. You need to help them find 2 good people. And she says, well, what if I find somebody that's different than them, that's not as good? He says, you need to do one thing. You need to help them find 2 good people. And so if you can just take this simple concept, some people think building depth is complicated. It's not. It's taking a person that you've hired and simply helping them find 2 good people. We can make it more complicated. I actually think that hiring in wit and finding somebody new and trying to find somebody that's a match is a little bit more complicated and tough, because I have to do all the work to find that relationship. They don't know me from Adam. They haven't had somebody introduce me. There's no like shower of sparks going off when I do an interview to introduce me to somebody. Although it would be cool if I could like do, hey, can I get you on Zoom? I've got my flamethrower here shooting up in the air. Could you see how cool I am? But it don't happen like that. I have to build credibility from a cold start. But when I'm working depth or I'm working with an agent, and if that agent has people that they know or have met that like them, be it a client or a friend, it's so much easier. Especially if like that agent likes you. How do you get agents to like you? Well, 2 simple things, toothpaste and deodorant help. And so my agents don't seem to like me. Well, try the toothpaste and deodorant and try being nice. You know, that helps. You know, simple things. And I could go on and talk about people skills, but are you likable? If not, fix that. Work on you. And then, but just be, you know, chill and be likable and be there to serve, be accountable, do what you say you're going to do so people want to introduce you to people. As you're out there and you're encouraging an agent, like they might be thinking, hey, Mike, how do I help my new friend, my new agent, find some people? Well, if they're working and helping families out, they could be talking to their families. Some of our best agents in the Alliance have been clients. Megan Wood, Katrina Gustin, and others, they were clients first. Clients have become some of our best agents. You can be simply ask them. And then if you have an agent, they're so, well, I don't know what I'm doing, but my client said they'd like to help. Can you be there to simply carry on that conversation and help out? Oftentimes I find that a new agent is saying, well, Mike, I don't know how to get somebody started. I don't know how to train anybody. I have to wait till I'm making $30,000 a month or issuing $30,000 in premium. I said, they might have that thought process, and I just try to assure people. I said, look, when there's a team, you take an NFL team, there's different people in the organization. You have scouts whose job is to evaluate talent. You've got general managers whose job is to help kind of recruit that talent. And you've got coaches that are there to develop that talent. If you're a new agent and you're putting together a list or talking to some people, your job is to think more like a scout. Your job is not to train. Your job is not to coach that new agent. You can show them where the bathroom is maybe. But outside of that, there's not a whole lot for you to share except for, hey man, my company's hiring and I'd like to get you an interview with a guy that's coaching me and getting me started. I think you might be a potential match. Let me get you talking with my buddy Stephen Davies. Let me get you talking with my buddy Terry Edwards. Let me get you talking with my buddy Alex Abian or my buddy Andy Albright. And so if you can just help take the pressure off. So if you're here as a person that's brand new, understand you don't have to be the coach. Your job is to be the scout. And the last thing is, as you're out there and you're saying, hey, I'm building depth, you've heard it said already, get out there to meet the people. Get out there and fly out, drive out, be available both on the phone and face-to-face, because it's about building those relationships to make it happen. And it's in building those relationships that you're going to have people trust you more with their situations. They're going to be easier to work with. They're going to want to bring people to you the more they know and trust you. The more you can be predictable, the more you can be edifiable, the more attractive you're going to be as you're building this massive organization. And guys, we've got a guy who I've just watched come on the scene. And, you know, Stephen Davies has shared before, he says, you know what, when you're on a jet ski, how can you not be smiling and happy? And this guy, when I'm around him, he makes just building this business so much fun. I keep thinking, how can I not be happy when I'm building this business from working with a guy like Terry Edwards? I'm just smiling, laughing, and cutting up when I'm around him, and he is getting results. And it's fun watching this guy as he's putting a machine together to go partner. Please help me welcome my buddy, Mr. Terry Edwards.
It's challenging that in one way you know you can live off of little of nothing, but the other challenge is knowing that you deserve and can do better. And with our alliance, we've been given an opportunity to go partner in a multi-billion-dollar company. And I love Andy's talk earlier. It was just about come on. In spite of our past, come on. In spite of trying and failing at multiple things in the past, the victory is in getting up, and it's not in the defeat is not in failure. The defeat is not getting back up. The failure is not even trying to go partner, because our ego is so big, we don't want to say that we tried something and failed. Where is the honor in not giving it your all when it's available to you? T.D. Jakes said this. He said, God's gift to you is the opportunity, but what you do with the opportunity is your gift back to God. So now we have an opportunity. It doesn't matter that the world is, or the United States or the world is divided by race and politics and all this stuff. That stuff matters, but you can outwork it. It don't matter if you got a GED, if you got a PhD, or you got a player hater degree. All that matters is, what are you going to do? It is on me. The leads are here. The system is here. We got the arc. We got glow bonuses. We have the best opportunity in the world. But what everybody else don't have that you have is you. So go and partner. It's personal at this point. It's personal to have the honor and respect of somebody like a Andy Albright, a Paul Roberts, a Fitz Fitzgerald, a Andy Riddle. It is like honor to be honored by those guys. And I want to be one of the brown boys That picture is on that wall in Dallas. So that way what can happen is other people can know that it can be done too. You did not have to be here when it first got started because the party didn't show up until you came to the party, baby. Number two, this is the thing, guys. So it's on me to go partner, but it's also about realizing that pressure is a privilege. Pressure is a privilege. You see, most people think that pressure bursts pipes, but successful people know that pressure turns coal into diamonds. Unsuccessful people think pressure bursts pipes, but successful people know that pressure can turn ugly coal into a precious diamond. What some people look at no good, dirty, smudge, can birth a brilliant diamond. That's what putting yourself through the pressure, the long days on the phone, the ridicule, the isolation that you feel from your family and friends because you no longer hang out with people that are talking about places and other people, but you are now hanging out with people that's talking about goals, aspiration, inspiration, lifting as we can. So how are we going to go, partner? We're going to speak life into dead situations. We will speak courage into fear. We will speak life in a world that's speaking nothing but death. We will speak the dream. Martin Luther King did not compel people with a strategy. He compelled the world with a dream. What are you dreaming about? Are you inspiring other people to dream? We will talk about the mission. The mission is clear. We are in an all-out war against poverty. When we are recruiting, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the dream. We're talking about that you deserve more, that I am going to be that guy that you were praying for. You was looking for a leader. Today a leader showed up. Now what you going to do? That's how we go partner. You want to know how else we going to go partner? We have 45 people here this weekend. On May the 8th, we will have 200 people here. Oh, yeah. Some people say the only reason that they got 45 is because they're local. Well, let's host an event in your city. Let's host an event in your city because we got people here from Oklahoma. We got people here today from Miami, Florida. We got people here from South Carolina. We got people here from Maryland. We got people here from Virginia because we are great edifiers and great promoters. I didn't tell them to come see me. I told them to come see something bigger than me. And this team is bigger than all of us. That's how we go partner. When we put our own egos aside just for a little while to think on how we can make life better from others. When we start thinking about how we're going to help people pay for their children's education, how we're going to make sure that as our parents age, if they have to go into a nursing home, they get to pick the best care in the world. What we're going to talk about is how we're going to help men get off of drugs and women come back and be respectful. How we're going to help generations and generations to come. That's how we go partner. Oh yeah, all the motivation is good, but guess what? I'm going to keep it simple going partner. We will be the team that not only reads the 8 steps, but do the 8 steps. We're not just going to be the team that read the Millionaire Maker. We're going to do the Millionaire Maker. We're going to recruit like a banshee, and by doing the stuff in our values and behaviors book, we're going to know how to recruit them attract them, and retain them. That's how we're going to go partner. We're going to go partner because my CEO, the El Capitan, the house that Andy Albright built, the alliance is strong. The alliance is well. The alliance is alive, baby. Y'all stand to your feet and bring the man who started it all to the stage, Mr. Andy Albright.
Plan. What was it? May 8th? March, April, May 8th. 7th will be open house. So I would get people to put in their calendars May 8th, 9 to 5 training. Unbelievable, blow your mind. But if you can, come in Friday and check out the office. You walk around, meet people. You see them working their desk. You can listen to people recruiting. You get the idea. Okay, let's see. These books are very helpful in credibility, explaining to people what they do, how our business works. I love this one with a circle of you that I talk about all the time. If you can use these books, read them, show them to other people, give them out, use them as contests, it's very, it works. I have a deal for you on those that I'm going to share with you. Try to blow your mind on what we're going to do. They're normally $24.95 to $27.95. So let's say 4 of them's $100. 4 books is $100. It's a little bit more than that, but just get an idea. Oh, and I know a lot of you, they were telling me how many coins you guys got. I carry this coin in my pocket. We've been doing it now for 3 years. I think this is the 3rd coin that we've come out with. It's, what do you want and how do you get it? It's like, if you're doing something that's not what you want and you feel this coin, hopefully you go like, this is stupid. This is not what I want. I'm not trying to become the video champion of the world. I'm not trying to become the greatest putter in the world. I'm trying to get rich. What do I want? How do I get it? So this coin helps me stay on track. I'll catch myself doing something stupid, and I'll fill that coin. I'll be like, all right, I'm out. Or if somebody says, you want to go do something, I'm like, I'm out. I can't do it. It's not what I want. And it definitely ain't how I'm going to get it. So this is a big deal, the going to. I think, how much are those, Kirsten? How much are they? $20? If you just buy one of them. Hey, before I tell you what we're going to do with that, we have, dates for Thailand. Our Thailand dates, please help me spread the word, are now, we have set them, I say set in stone, but if, COVID rules. But November 5th through the 10th, we're going to go to Thailand, to Phuket. Who else going to Phuket, Thailand? Stand up if you're going to Phuket with us. Give these guys a hand. I'm happy that they're going. I wish all of you were going. We're going to go to Chiang Mai November 10th through the 13th. I know, is Annette still here, or does she have to take off? Oh, come on up here, Annette, because we just found out that Annette won the trip to Thailand. And Emily Katz, will you come in here? Come up. Was there somebody else that we just announced that you got in? That might have been the only 2, or the other person's just not here. Emily, you coming up? She what? That's right, Danny Johnson. Where you at, Danny? Come on up here, Danny. She running up to me. Annette running up to me, just grabbed me and hugged me last night at the hangar, and I was like, well, that's nice, but I'm not sure what's up. And then Leventovich, you just told her she's going to Thailand, and she didn't know it. And I was like, oh, yeah, I was supposed to wait until Saturday. I'm a network marketer, guys. I will promote something in a minute. I can't keep stuff a secret. If it's good news, I'm going to repeat it. But tell them how you felt last night. And then when you told your husband, you had to go home and tell him, right?
I woke him up.
Oh, you woke up. I'll let you talk. Tell him who you are. And
Hi, I'm Annette Ivy. I live here. Y'all talk about poverty all day. And, my mother and father put me and my brother up for adoption back in the 80s. And luckily, my grandparents took us in, and I didn't have to live with people I didn't know. But as grandparents, they lived on Social Security. They didn't work, so we had it, we got by. I didn't live badly, but we got by. So, I raised my children to work hard for what they want, whether it's to go skating on Wednesday night, then do your work. Do your schoolwork, get your education, because I was the first of my family to get a high school diploma. My brother is older. He's like 45. He has nothing. He lost his family. He lost everything. I have a brother that lives here, has nothing. So I am very proud of where I came from and proud that my grandparents took me in and raised me to be better. So last night...
Hold on. Because I told it last night, but I want them to hear this. So one thing I want you to tell me, because you were starting to tell me, how bad was that trailer you said you were living in when you met your husband?
So when I met my husband, me and my 5 children, from the ages of 2 weeks old to 7, the trailer literally had raccoons coming up through the holes of the floor. The washing machine sat on blocks. The bedrooms were so tiny, the kids didn't have room to play. The porch was falling in, but it was $200, and I was making ends meet. They had food on their table. I was making ends meet. And one of the things that I said in my life that I didn't want people like you, hardworking people, paying for me to sit on my tail. So I worked 2 jobs. My grandparents, they helped me raise my kids. The baby's daddy, their mom and dad helped raise the kids. So for me to work 2 jobs. And I landed Domino's back in 2009.
So you were living like that in 2008?
Yes. All the way up to...
This ain't 1942, this is 2008.
All the way up to 2011, actually. Because I had to get my feet wet in Domino's. I walked up and he says, I don't have a job for you. And I just... But I have a 2-week-old baby in my car. I need a job. And he said, okay, come back. Just put the application in. Do you have a good driving record? And I said, absolutely. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The next night, it snowed. About 3 to 4 inches of snow. And if you're a Domino's employee, or if you know anything about Domino's, or eat Pizza Hut, Papa John's, drivers don't like it. I didn't care. He called me up. I said, I'm gone. In my little minivan, I was gone. I didn't look back. I made $150 in like 3 hours. I was like, okay, I got this. He hired me that same night. He said, you got the job. Well, of course, bygones be bygones. I lost my license and I didn't want to lose my job. So he gave me a position on the inside. And that's when we became connected as friends. He was my coach. He was my mentor and told me, do you want to live better?
God.
And I said, yes. So he pushed me to be assistant manager. I trained for about a year. I took my own store over in November 4th of 2010. Of course, you know, he didn't pay very much. It was like $465 a week. I can make that in 2 hours. But it was $465 a week, and I was like, okay, I can go get me a car that I can pay for, that I've earned, and my grandfather didn't have to hand it down to me. So I started picking myself up a little better each year. It was like taxes. I was like, okay. So, you know, little by little, me and my husband, we got married in 2016, so this will be our 5-year anniversary.
He finally recognized you.
He finally recognized me, yeah.
So, all right. So I wanted people to, because you know, like most of us don't know anybody like that. You know what I mean?
No,
or we've never seen them get it fixed.
Most people
You with me?
that are on the low totem pole, and I'll tell you a quick story, and I won't say her name. I had a friend that I put in my home, and I said, I'll help you out.
Am I having the right tone?
Yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, she has 3 little boys, precious boys, but she went the other direction.
I know.
So instead of me boasting, I was like, yeah, I got a Jag sitting in my yard. I got a 4-door Ford in my yard. I got a Chevy Equinox. And guess what? I can make my house payment. I can make my food bill without having to go state. I'm sorry, but can you help me? So the alliance in 2020, like the telemarketer.
So she's working at Domino's, and one of our telemarketers meets her and says, you can make a lot more money at the alliance in our telemarketing department.
Yeah.
So she comes into telemarketing, and Clay,
thank you, Clay,
who's a trained eye, recognizes her immediately and said, you're not going to work in telemarketing. You're going to be one of our top salespeople in the country. You didn't really believe him, though, did you?
I didn't believe him because I had been 3 years with the company I was with, and I was like, I'm not getting anywhere. I still work in Domino's. I'm still working 2 jobs, and I'm like, okay, give it a shot.
So I started talking to her. Clay started talking to her a lot. Chris Hill, Lucero, Pam Parrish. Who ain't helped you here?
Right. Megan,
everybody. Well, then I was like, I called actually called Leventovich, and I said, I would like to give this girl to the #1 producer in the country. I think she'll change her life. She calls you every morning.
Yes, she does.
Every morning. And let's go. What time she call you?
About 6:30. You know, it's like,
you know how many people I got don't get up before 9? It's just pitiful. It's embarrassing.
Oh, it is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
But you know, my grandparents, you didn't sleep. You got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You put the coffee on. You cooked breakfast, and by 7 o'clock, you were ready to go.
I get stuff to do.
That's right.
So that's Megan. Everybody's helped, and a lot of you guys have helped.
Oh, absolutely.
Megan Wood jumped on her. So, okay. So I wanted you to know where she come from. So you last night when I said you're going to Thailand, were you looking around like, what's he talking about?
I was actually I was like, what? I did not. I was like, did I? I did not.
She was so close. She was all over it, and it was just, does this get charged back? When did it get charged back? You know what I'm saying? If you write, like say you go over $1, you won, but a case falls off the books, you don't win. So don't cut it close, okay?
Oh, I won't this year.
There's like 6 or 7 people going like, how did she get it and I didn't get it? Because they were close too and they just didn't get it. They were $1 under or $10 under or $100 under, but we figured it out and we got her over. So.
Well, it is greatly appreciated, and you know, because Mike says, you wasn't supposed to know till tomorrow. I was like, oh, so I'm not supposed to announce this on Facebook? But my husband, he goes to bed like at 9, and so I went in there and I was like, honey, you need to get your passport. We're going to Thailand, baby! And he looks up and he goes, okay. So this morning at 6 o'clock, he's going, did you really say we're going to Thailand? I said, yeah, honey, you need to get your passport. So it was awesome. Exciting. you know, the opportunity that Andy, Mike, Andy Riddle, I mean, all of you guys that you put forth and give us this time and ability for these 10 hours today and gave us information to help us go out there and grow. And I really needed this because I'm going to be honest, my 22-year-old got arrested this week. And I was disappointed because I thought I raised him better. But one of the things that I picked up on, I can't control what somebody else does. Yeah. I can only control how to handle it. And that is going to inspire me to do better hereforth.
This is true story.
Yes.
Thank you. We are so proud of you, and you're going to figure stuff out. You're setting an example for your kids, and I'll tell you something else. Not only can you not control them, it is a long-term deal. Here's the way I see it. If we ain't won yet, we ain't finished yet.
We ain't done.
We ain't done yet until we won. And people that say he got in trouble and it's over with, that's a mess. Success is never final. Failure is never fatal.
That's right.
He had a failure. It's not fatal, and it ain't final. We ain't done yet. You're going to be fine.
If he didn't make a mistake, to learn from that mistake, because he said, I don't want to go back to jail. I said, well, then guess what? Pick yourself up, get your life together, and let's move it forward. So,
proud of
thank you. I'm proud of myself.
Good job, girl. Proud of you, buddy. Hey, come here, Emily Katz. All right, buddy. How did you kill him earlier? Did she kill it earlier? Like I'm so fired up about talking to her. I was walking around talking to her a couple times during the day. How excited are you to go to Thailand?
I am fired up. Elephants are my favorite animal, so Thailand was definitely a dream trip for me, and to get to qualify for my first year. And I've been on alliance trips before. Y'all, you do not want to miss them. And I'm excited that I've earned this one, and I'm not just tagging along, and I'm fired up to live in luxury.
Yay! I'm always thinking, whoever I'm meeting is who do I know like this? How many kids do we know that are 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, and we're going like, really? Come on. I'm going to introduce you to this girl. So will you be back here March, April, May 8th?
Yes.
All right, so you bring them to meet Emily, because there's no telling what she's going to be. When are you graduating?
May 15th.
May 15th. So you'll still be able to be here the 18th.
I'll make it happen.
So she'll be 2 weeks from graduation in NC State, and who knows? So American Amicable is running a contest. It'll be February and March. I don't know what all of it's include. It will include Benjamins, extra money. Okay, may include free hotel stay. So just think about American Amicable. Somebody was telling me they have a simplified issue but highly competitive term product. Preferred, that's what it is, preferred term product that you need to check out and understand how that works. It's very, very competitive, and it goes up to $500,000. And there was a couple other things that I've heard from different people that AM can beat. And then we hadn't even got into the specifics, but Americo will be running a contest too for the next 2 months. So it'd be interesting if she graduates NC State her final semester and wins contest and gets recognized. Ain't that be crazy?
That'd be awesome.
All right. Coolest thing that you've seen, what's happened this last 8 hours? What hit you?
I am just fired up about the energy in this room and the passion everybody has to go partner. That fires me up more than anything. The opportunities you have provided are like nothing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm fired up to chase after them and grow with you guys.
Love you, buddy. So proud of you. Emily Cass. Danny Johnson. Y'all ain't heard this story, and he don't want to hear it again. But it took me 13 years to recruit this dude. 13 years I've been calling on him, hammering him, texting him, watching him on a little social media and calling him up and raising Cain. We've known each other. How many years we go back? 25. Over 25 years we were hanging out together in Amway. and that's how we met. And his wife, my wife, hit it off. And finally, retired, 20 years military service.
Air Force.
Air Force. Retired, 20 years service to the state of North Carolina. What was that job?
IT, systems analyst.
Systems analyst for the state of North Carolina. And he ain't give us 20 yet. How many years you been with us now?
So this is my 7th.
7th year. How many trips have you won with us?
This is the 4th one.
4th trip you've won. Where all have you been? Where all have you been?
Banff, Canada. We went to Paris, France. We went to Alaska, and now we went to Thailand.
But you didn't get to go to Alaska?
No, because of the COVID
all right,
thing.
because of the COVID. So you've been on 2. You've been to Paris and Banff. Banff. All right. How excited is Lori about going to Thailand?
Well, this year we had a few challenges. My father and mother, my dad's 91 today, by the way. And so we started out in January, started working, and my father had been in the hospital 4 different times because of health issues, and then my mom got sick. So we really didn't start working until about June. And me and my wife had sat down, and we just made a decision. She said, I'll tell you what. She said, I'll take care of this if you'll go do that. I said, well, we're about 6 months behind. She said, what are you waiting on? She likes to go on trips. So I said, okay, cool. So we just, kept our head up, kept working, and finally, just kind of kicked it in gear. And I told my wife, I said, listen, I don't know if we're going to make it or not, but I'm going to do everything I can to make it. And, a lot of prayers and a lot of work. And Andy and Beth and Adam Katz, I call them the mom and papa cats, they just kept kind of pushing me along. So at 9:53 the other morning, Andy had shot me a text. He said, good news. I said, okay. So I called him. He says, Bo, ain't you got your passport? I said, yeah. He said, well, you're going to Thailand. So immediately after that, I got on the phone and I called Lori and I said, Lori? She said, what? I says, I got some news because Jane had texted Lori. Yeah. And she said, well, what's the news? I said, we're going to Thailand. She says, she just screamed out. She says, I
need a break. We thought we lost his daddy, 6 months back?
Yeah, we thought we lost him.
We're like, he ain't going to make it.
Yeah,
he was like that professional wrestler.
He's holding on.
Jerk come back and started body slamming people.
Yeah, he's tough.
He'd come off the top ropes. But Mama's tough shape right now.
Yeah, my mom is in hospice right now, so we're going through that challenge too. And we're caretakers, so we are the deemed caretakers for my mother and father.
It's been a crazy year.
It's been a ride, but it just gives you hope. I don't care what you're going through, you can make it. You know what I'm saying? You just got to make your mind up. And when these guys are sitting up here talking about partner, my wife is constantly pushing me. She said, I'll do what I've got to do if you'll do what you're supposed to do. So, Andy has gave me so much help. I just thank you.
Hey, brother, I love you, man. I'm glad you finally said yes. And I'm glad you're going to Thailand with us. Stories, people, the 8th is going to be crazy. Can you imagine this? This is 300 people. Can you imagine 1,000 people? By the way, it's limited too. My staff, legal, everybody's like, look, capacity-wise, so sign up, register. Registration is not sent out. It'll probably be out, I'd say, what's today? Did it say Friday, Saturday? It might be Monday, but as soon as it gets out, it gets registered and start registering people. And you can't register 5 people. You got to register the names. They got to put their names in because we don't want to, have 1,000 people sign up and have 600 here. You know what I mean? Because if you ain't speaking for nobody but you, and they need to speak for themselves. Hey, let me tell you what I'm going to do with these books. I think in here is 10 of the 8 steps. Come here, help me hold these up. 10 of the 8 steps, 10 of this, the circle of you, 10 of this, and 10 of this. So if they were just $25 each, you do the math, it's $1,000 for 10 of each of them. Actually, it's 1,106. And I said, all right, put 10, 10, and 10, and instead of selling it for $1,000, let's reduce it down as much as we can. And then what else can we do? So there's 10 of each of those. There's none of these in there, but I will do the first one, 10 more of those. These are the activity books. This is when they say where the rubber meets the road, Olga, or where the robber meets the road, or whatever. So if I had, I might could do the first 2 people would get 10, 10, 10, and 10, and these coins that are $20 each, 10 each. So in other words, you would get the 10, 10, 10, and 10 of this to the first person, and 10 of these for that $406. So all I need is one person. You'll do it. So there's the one for $406, and then I will keep doing. Can we do one more? Have you did 10 more? One more of that, and then these. Okay, and then these. You get 10 more of these for anybody else. So guys, make sure that you mingle some more. Where do they go? They talk to you, Tia. If anybody. Kirsten will get you set up. So what else? The 8th, let's go rock and roll. Let me talk to you about promotion. Get the date in their calendar and then get them started. You want to get a person moving faster, get somebody under them moving faster. Does that make sense? It's called depth. But the biggest thing is, if you can get this person to go, it's amazing how everybody in the upline will follow behind. Does that make sense? So in other words, find somebody for them to go and then tell them they don't have to go, but you'd like for them to go. The other thing is, I don't need anybody here May 8th. What I need to be is walking on the beach with my wife. But what I know will serve me better long term as far as my legacy is being here. So I don't need you here, but I like to have you here. It'll be a lot more fun if you're here. Does that make sense? I'm going to look like an idiot up here trying to help people and nobody's here. But what I would like for you to be here, would I like for you to bring a dozen people or 4? How many, by the way, how many of y'all bring back? Anna, G, what's the goal? 15. 15? Jessica? Phillips? Where are you at? You're buying books, right? You are, I told you 40. How many of you think a good-looking couple stand up like this should bring? If you're going to bring 40, how many people did you, stand up, Anna and G. How many people did you bring with you this time? 3 butts plus yours?
I brought 4 people total.
4 people total. That's your butt and their 3 butts. So I told you 40. Did y'all bring anybody with you or are you by yourself? Huh? Just us. So how many? 50. What do you think they could do from? Do you think they could go from 2 to 50?
He looks like he knows people with money.
Say it again.
You tell him.
Yeah, you know people with annuities, man. Right. So you guys can bring 50 people. You better get up in President's Club. You better be buying some spots. I got one. How many you getting? I'm going to buy one this week, and I'm going to buy like 3 more next week. Watch.
Watson, what are y'all bringing back? Your girlfriend and your daughter. How many of y'all bringing back? There's 3 of you here. There's 3 butts in the seat. You can do 15. So they're going to do the 15. You can do 15. She's bringing 40. Doran, what are you thinking? You going to go from 1 to 2 and double, or 1 to 3 and triple? 10. You're going to go from 1 to 10, 10x. Woo. That's what I'm talking about. Hey guys, get in your mind. Get in your mind. Who's got numbers? Bulis, what are y'all bringing back? 10 back. Is that counting what? Is that counting? That's not counting Nikki and them. That's not counting Jake and Bell. He's 10 outside of all the other people you brought. Okay. What are you shooting for?
5.
5. How many do you think you can bring back?
5. I ain't gonna lie.
We brought 7, we'll bring 40.
From 7 to 40. Get your mindset. Listen, make the commitment. Remember, what's the dream? 40. What's the dream? Freedom. What's the dream? Then give your word. Tell some. Matter of fact, y'all look at somebody and tell them. Look to your side. I'm bringing 1,000. How many you bringing? How many? Look, tell him what you're bringing. Commit.
Speak
Commit.
it. You gotta speak it.
Commit.
Speak it.
Vinny, talk to Brandon. Tell him.
Speak it. Speak it.
Keep your word. Keep your word. Huh? A dozen?
That's 12.
From 1 to a dozen. Keep your word, and then what's the last thing? I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do it. Now, no matter what anybody threatens you with, it ain't as bad as what you're going to do yourself if you don't get it done. I hope this has been great. I've had a blast. It's the best looking crowd, the most excited crowd I've been around in my life. I love y'all. Y'all have a great afternoon. You ain't got to leave mad, but you got to get out of here. All right, love y'all. Bye.